Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 51, Dead Man's Bone complete. Chapter 51, Dead Man's Bone complete. The divine realm truly becomes more effective the more it's used, especially when engaging in mysterious and deceitful activities. Chen Wanyu stood up in horror, instantly recognizing the eerie and terrifying old man. Huang Zhongxiao's breathing turned rapid, as the scene before him was incredibly shocking. Unbeknownst to them, the dungeon had already been replaced by Zhang Fuxing's spiritual world, and they were submerged in an illusion identical to the dungeon, without any flaw. The old man slowly turned his head, locking eyes with the grave and horrified Chen Wanyu, causing her to once again fall into that infinite state of descent, repeatedly seeing herself in those eyes, like mirrors facing one another, losing all awareness of the outside world. If she truly achieved contemplation great success, and her will was strong enough, she might have a sliver of chance to break free. But with a pseudo-great success, even a casual glance from Zhang Fuxing would make it impossible to escape. Only then did Zhang Fuxing glance at the trembling Huang Zhongxiao. "Western believer," he said calmly. Huang Zhongxiao swallowed, his voice shaking as he spoke. "Say." The old man, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, spoke softly. In Huang Zhongxiao's dazed gaze, the figure of a young man slowly emerged from the void. Zhang Fuxing bowed towards the old man. Huang Zhongxiao felt a chill on his scalp. True man. As a Taoist, he understood the meaning of true man well. One attuned to the Tao of heaven and earth could be called such. He murmured, clad in shackles, crawling on the ground, performing a great bow. Above a venerate, can one deem oneself a true man? Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred. The word venerate he had only heard from Huang Zhongxiao's mouth not long ago, uttered by this cultist when using a talisman to borrow power from an unknown presence. That is the phrase, "By heaven seek the Tao, please inform the venerate, order the 3 corpses, manage the 3 souls." The Zhang Fuxing resembling Zhong Mountain looked at the young illusion woven by spiritual thoughts and casually said, Zhang Fuxing manipulated the illusion to nod respectfully. The young man walked up to Huang Zhongxiao, his chest rising and falling, and with each breath, there seemed to be a gentle breeze falling on the one bowing. Even in Huang Zhongxiao's perception, the temperature from the young man was genuine. Manipulating the senses of those with low spiritual strength is extremely simple. The young man asked calmly. Huang Zhongxiao shuddered. I only heard from my master that there is someone within Hongji using Ghost Chai as the intermediary who has long joined my cult. The young man asked, Ghost Chai, old Ghost Chai, is the master of Chai Gate. Yes, Huang Zhongxiao stated. The old man, sitting cross-legged in the dungeon air, subtly frowned. Shang Gota, senior brother? He immediately suspected senior brother, for a simple reason. Senior brother had advised master not to act against Chai Gate, even let him persuade master as well. But why would he want to kill me? Could it not be because master wanted me to use Chai Gate as practice? Senior brother, Niu Dali, became a prime suspect. The young man again queried Huang Zhongxiao. Huang Zhongxiao looked up in shock. Zhang Fuxing even knew this? He hurriedly answered, he is one of the lords walking in my sect. Zhang Fuxing did not ask how Huang Zhongxiao borrowed this power. This guy is just a 6 refinements, a marginal figure within the Western sect. How could he know that much? After all, he couldn't even recognize the divine realm. After thinking for a moment, the young man asked lastly. This time, Huang Zhongxiao answered quickly. If one becomes a martial arts master and makes corresponding contributions, they could be promoted to steward. Huang Zhongxiao shivered as he spoke. The young man nodded and turned to the elder to pay his respects. The elder waved his sleeve, and the young man's figure twisted, spun, and retreated to a tiny speck, as if directly transported away. Huang Zhongxiao trembled violently. The elder released Chen Wanyu from the depths of confusion and loss, the latter staggered, legs weak, gasping deeply, and then heard this mysterious elder speak softly to the cultist. Huang Zhongxiao looked up in confusion. Heaven interchangeable Tao. True man I. The elder, floating within the deep darkness, nodded lightly. Huang Zhongxiao, not fully comprehending, continued to kowtow fiercely. The contract remained steady, not heating up. It represented that even without a life-threatening crisis, he truly was willing. Zhang Fuxing snapped his fingers. The illusion concealed the invisible contract, which quietly dimmed. He extended a finger, and the 60 years of breathing technique from Zhong Mountain entered Huang Zhongxiao's body, while 20 years of lifespan were extracted from him. Under Chen Wanyu's shocked gaze, Huang Zhongxiao suddenly aged, wrinkles accumulating on his face, rapidly aging 20 years, transforming from a young man to a middle-aged man. But simultaneously, with each breath, a tremendous force reverberated in his body, expelling years of accumulated filth through his pores. Huang Zhongxiao sensed the newfound cultivation memories in his mind, looking dazed. As he exhaled, the shackles shattered. Mysterious factors rushed toward him, almost forming a funnel-sized vortex of several meters. Huang Zhongxiao quickly recovered, immediately stopping, and prostrated once more. With sincere devotion, observing all the changes in him, Zhang Fuxing nodded silently, naturally unwilling to experiment directly on himself, lest aging can't be reversed even if lifespan is gained. He could perceive that as Huang Zhongxiao suddenly aged by 20 years, his cultivation hadn't changed, nor had his spiritual strength grown, as he effectively did nothing, living those 20 years in vain. Yet those 20 years of temporal marks undeniably manifested on his being. With a thought, Zhang Fuxing took Huang Zhongxiao's 20-year lifespan for himself. He felt himself entering a strange state. As if time had stalled, Zhang Fuxing instinctively understood rejuvenation indeed had a limit capped at 16 years old. Any excess lifespan would automatically convert into slowing aging, and he could consciously control the nuances of rejuvenation, choosing whether to make the body younger or to accordingly slow aging, opting to roll back the age of bones, flesh, and organs, while leaving the skin unchanged or the reverse. This delicate level of detail could even be accurate to a single bone or drop of blood. Additionally, for some abstract concepts, such as the intensity of skin refining, the time of qi and blood tempering. Thus, one could completely avoid the scenario where rolling back the body's age also regresses its physical refinement level, opting instead to rejuvenate while keeping the appearance unchanged. Good. Very good. Zhang Fuxing decided to regress his bodily age by 2 years, returning to a 16-year-old state, the remaining 18 years of life to be used for slowing aging. Quietly swallowing star beast meat, the contract cooled completely. He asked. Huang Zhongxiao, still immersed in the shock of 60 years of breathing technique and grief from suddenly aging 20 years, now faced a sudden reduction of 20 years of life, inherently panicking. Yet upon hearing he could regain 10 years of life, he agreed without hesitation. The transaction concluded. The 10 years of contemplation peeled away. Huang Zhongxiao felt a terrifying void, realizing he lost the memories and consciousness of 10 years of cultivating the contemplation technique, his contemplation realm plummeting from great success to minor achievement, but his body, too, rapidly rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuxing quietly perceived his diminishing lifespan. His body aged a year, 2 years, 3 years, as if undergoing the baptism of years in an instant. His bones aged as well. By the 7th year of aging, his bodily age had advanced from 16 to 23. A certain bone undergoing a silent transformation finally metamorphosed after those 7 years. The remaining 3 years of lifespan extracted, Zhang Fuxing chose to subtract it from the 18 years stored under slowing aging. Thus far, a dead man's bone in his chest, complete. Inexplicable sighs echoed around him. Vitality surged at the birth of the dead man's bone. He underwent transformation, not only physically, but spiritually. A cataclysmic transformation was underway. Chapter 52, Half Dead, Half Alive. Chapter 52, Half Dead, Half Alive. It's merely the birth of a dead man's bone. Zhang Fuxing could clearly perceive that the bone density of his 206 bones was skyrocketing, with each breath leading to a multiplied intake of mysterious factors, all of which were just minor details. He could directly see the soul spirits. Even the soul spirit within his shell. Zhang Fuxing had a premonition. Not only could he see it, but he might even touch this ethereal entity. And those two residual souls in the divine realm, one belongs to the gunman, the other to Dean Long, were rapidly being eroded and degenerated into grim skeletons, both ethereal yet real, he naturally realized. Under the influence of Dead Man's Bone, the residual souls becoming grim skeletons would retain their previous cultivation realm, striking techniques, and could even step out of the divine realm, no longer needing to reside there, though only for a brief walk in reality. These seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Fuxing whispered in his heart, half dead, half alive. To living beings, he was a peer. To ghostly beings, he was still a peer. A massive amount of mysterious factors erupted from that piece of dead man's bone in the chest cavity. For refinement's perfection, breaking the second layer of muscle shackles, 5 refinements. The strength throughout his body had surpassed 6,000 genes. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the eyes of Huang Zhongxiao and Chen Wanyu, the mysterious old man, dignified and unfathomable, slowly opened his eyes, and a thick death qi emanated from his body. Huang Zhongxiao prostrated on the ground, bowing his head. The old man stood before him, at some unknown point, reaching out to gently stroke his head. In Chen Wanyu's horrified gaze, the cultist withered bit by bit, like a towering green tree wilting in an instant, his skin and flesh collapsing, spirit eroding, vitality flowing away like water. Yet he was still smiling. Huang Zhongxiao's eyes were full of hopeful light, as if he saw the gate to the afterlife opening for him. And then the vitality completely extinguished, first crumbling into a pile of rotten flesh. The rotten flesh shattered into dry bones, and the dry bones turned into a heap of white dust. Zhang Fuxing stared at the white dust, feeling the overwhelming vitality looted from Huang Zhongxiao, with 90% soaked into the dead man's bone, turning into its nourishment, the remaining 10% nourishing the whole body. 5 refinements, minor achievement, then great success, although not yet perfection, had added another 600 genes of strength. He looked at Chen Wanyu. The latter lowered her head. The old man calmly asked. Chen Wanyu shivered all over, kneeling with a thud. Zhang Fuxing answered for her. Chen Wanyu bowed down. For a long time. The old man leisurely opened his mouth. There were only 10 grams left of the star beast meat, not even enough to let the contract cool down once more, let alone conduct 2 trades in a short time. Zhang Fuxing was not in a hurry, calmly saying, Chen Wenyu knelt on the ground for a long, long time. When she rose, the dungeon was still the dungeon, and the white dust still piled at the side. The old man had disappeared at some point, like a dream or an illusion, silently returning to his uncle's house. It was already 7 or 8 in the morning. Zhang Xiaoxi was still sound asleep. In the small room, Zhang Fuxing, full of death qi, thought, and the dense death qi swirling outside was drawn back into the dead man's bone like a receding tide. Then he contemplated himself as white bone, and he became reclusive, ordinary. With a thought, a grim skeleton appeared behind Zhang Fuxing, clad in tattered clothes, standing there quietly. It was Huang Zhongxiao's residual soul, but the dead man's bone granted it a skeletal body, and it retained the previous realm and techniques. In other words, it was equivalent to a peak expert. Of 6 refinements, it knew all the moves and combat techniques Huang Zhongxiao knew. Moreover, because it no longer felt pain and fear in pure combat aspect, it might be stronger than Huang Zhongxiao. Gently stroking the bones on the grim skeleton, Zhang Fuxing thought of his master. The master must also have a dead man's bone. And in his master's divine realm, those grim skeletons, dense and countless. How many were transformed from ordinary human residual souls? How many were from 12 refinements, great martial artists, or even martial arts masters? Although the master's divine realm was just a prototype, not real, it did not affect the special function of the dead man's bone. Those grim skeletons could still descend into reality. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. With a thought, the grim skeleton disappeared, returning to the divine realm. He contemplated his divine realm carefully, still able to transform and change based on his thoughts at will. But now there was an added yin shi, and maybe it was a misconception. After plundering Huang Zhongxiao's vitality, the divine realm seemed more realistic. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Enough subordinate souls. That would require killing. Killing a lot of people. Ordinary law-abiding civilians. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately. What about Chai Gate? The Western sect? Zhang Fuxing swallowed his saliva. The more lives I take, the more souls I seize, the more grim skeletons will follow. Is this perhaps a bit too? He thought he had already understood Hongji, but now it seemed he hadn't. What about the master ancestor mentioned by his master? What kind of person was he, and how large a troop did he have in his divine realm? Zhang Fuxing's inward gazed at his chest cavity, where the xiphoid bone was replaced by an ash-gray bone, seemingly from the netherworld. Zhang Fuxing calmed his heart, puzzled. A special bone present in the body. Why would it interact with the spiritual world, even having far-reaching impacts? He didn't understand. Feeling the fusion rate of mysterious factors in his body, a smile spread across his face. 10:30. Zhang Xiaoxi was eating buns and drinking soybean milk. Looking at the little cousin walking out of the room, she was full of suspicion. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you aged a few years?" Zhang Fuxing didn't immediately react. Zhang Xiaoxi said fiercely, "You left the room, and I had to clean it. I don't want to enter and get a strong smell of sycamore flowers." Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized, feeling his teeth aching with anger, slapped Zhang Xiaoxi on the forehead. She first covered her head in pain, then lunged forward with claws bared. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoxi said pitifully, Zhang Fuxing holding her 2 wrists with one hand and her feet with the other, much like a pig awaiting slaughter, its 4 hooves tied to a wooden pole, hanging upside down. He tossed the girl onto the sofa and began to eat his bun with relish, asking casually. Chapter 53, Green Gang. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Green Gang. Zhang Xiaoxi angrily started. "Who knows, I'll go to the Public Security Bureau later and check." "It's not a fridge." They bickered for a while. Zhang Xiaoxi lay limply on the sofa, crossing her legs. Zhang Fuxing leaned back on the sofa, disdainfully pushing away Zhang Xiaoxi's foot that was next to his head. "By the way, Sister Cece, do you want to sign the contract this afternoon or tomorrow?" Zhang Xiaoxi was displeased, kicking Zhang Fuxing repeatedly. "Why stay so long?" Zhang Fuxing rolled his eyes. "I have some things to do. I'll go out in a bit, too." With that, Zhang Fuxing glanced at his little cousin with her disheveled hair, kicking around in slippers. Watching his little cousin bounce out the door, Zhang Fuxing shook his head. This guy? The phone rang at this moment, a series of messages. Curiously, he opened it, only to find Zhu Xiaoming had pulled him into a group chat. The group wasn't big. Including him, there were only 4 people, all acquaintances. Zhu Xiaoming, Lu Yao, and Zhong Yu. The 3 were chatting enthusiastically. Zhang Fuxing glanced at it. They were all over the place, one moment discussing how to improve the milk tea business, the next chatting about the Jiang banquet, in which big names were invited by Lishu Middle School. A while later, they started talking about where to play lately. Zhu Xiaoming tagged Zhang Fuxing. Zhu Xiaoming, "Old Zhang, is Dragon Boat City fun?" Zhang Fuxing, "Not fun, Zhu Xiaoming. Oh, I heard from Zhong your family is also in Dragon Boat City. Thought it might be fun." "Zhong Yu, they didn't go to have fun. They went to fight over my grandpa's house there." The group chat fell silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. Zhong Yu's family? Just in time, he planned to deal with it after returning to Jiangzhou City. Back then, when trading with Zhong Mountain, Zhang Fuxing voluntarily added to the trade content to help him clean house. Zhou Mountain's sons and daughters are indeed not good people. Calling them beasts isn't an exaggeration. Zhu Xiaoming shifted the topic, sending another message in the group. Zhang Fuxing. I guess it was Chen Wanyu. Lu Yao, huh? Old Zhang. How did you know Chen the great genius came? Zhang Fuxing. Asked her bring me some milk tea. She's in Dragon Boat City now, too. The small group chat fell into silence. Zhang Fuxing happily put away his phone. The feeling of being subtly sophisticated is really nice. Peace Hotel. Sitting on a large chair, Zhang Fuxing quietly watched Lu Mingzhu receiving punishment. The red stick, a solid iron rod as thick as a bowl, dark and reddish, obviously from accumulated old bloodstains. 80 hits with the red stick. That's 20 on the legs, 40 on the buttocks, and 20 on the back. Beaten until the skin splits, bones fracture, and flesh is mangled. Then comes 3 knives and 6 vices, a slender blunt knife, pressed against the flesh cracked by the red stick, slowly pressed in, until fully squeezed out from the other side of the flesh. This kind of pain, just watching, is chilling. Yet Lu Mingzhu didn't utter a sound. Zhang Fuxing sipped his tea, tasteless, watching Lu Mingzhu, who was gasping more than breathing on the punishment bed, calmly said. Standing beside him, Chen Wanyu replied. Several of Lu Mingzhu's loyal subordinates glared angrily. Zhang Fuxing maintained his usual calm. Apply medicine for Manager Lu. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the wooden box on the table. Inside was a pile of powder. He remained expressionless. Is there really such a strange thing? He was referring to his master's divine realm, that purgatory. Chen Wanyu slightly trembled but remained silent, not revealing a single bit about that mysterious old man. Zhang Fuxing put down the teacup and walked up to Lu Mingzhu, crouching down. Her body was already smeared with special ointment and injected with expensive medicine. The broken bones were quickly mending, the injuries rapidly alleviating, yet the pain was not diminished at all. She was silently enduring it, clenching her teeth. Zhang Fuxing asked. With difficulty, the woman squeezed words through her grit teeth. Zhang Fuxing continued, listening to Lu Mingzhu's words. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Green Gang. Someone handed him information. He briefly browsed through it, gaining a rough understanding of the Green Gang. It's merely similar to Chai Gate's underground forces, except they don't deal in drugs. Everything else is involved, closely connected with the Dragon Boat Public Security Bureau. Although Dragon Boat City is said to be the city with the best public security in the entire Golden Province, it's only relative. And although Green Gang is far inferior to Chai Gate, they still have nearly 10 offerings of 6 refinements or above. The leader's surname is Du, first name unknown, referred to as Mr. Du. He himself is a 12 refinements great martial artist. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, a 12 refinements great martial artist, with power exceeding 108,000 pounds. His skin, muscles, and bones have become extraordinary. Standing in front of a box of explosives, letting it explode would only make his clothes a little dirty. Even if he uses all his tactics, even employing the divine realm, at most he could trap and intimidate the opponent. Breaking through the defense will be difficult to estimate. Zhang Fuxing calmly instructed, the power of Peace Hotel and Dragon Boat is far inferior to Jiangzhou, but for him, it's even more advantageous than in Jiangzhou. In Jiangzhou City, he claims to be the 4th boss, but neither Master Brothers Peace Hotel nor Second Martial Sisters Money Shop would listen to him. He didn't trust those two either. Instead, in Dragon Boat City, Zhang Fuxing could act with open hands. Got it. Having arranged everything, Zhang Fuxing got up and walked out of Peace Hotel. Chen Wanyu silently followed like an attendant. Zhang Fuxing nodded and dialed a number for Sister Cece. He dialed his uncle next, still out of service. His aunt's side did connect, though. On the other end of the phone, his aunt's weary, deeply worried voice came through. Zhang Fuxing asked. On the other end, Aunt took a deep breath. Nothing, just summoned by public security. I'm waiting at the Public Security Bureau. Don't worry. Those were her words, but the fear and anger in her tone almost overflowed. After a moment of silence, he hung up the phone and, expressionless, flagged down a taxi. Chapter 54. You damn troublemaker. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. You damn troublemaker. Inside the taxi, Jean Fuching didn't let the people from the Peace Hotel take him. The information just now mentioned that the Green Gang has very close ties with the Dragon Boat Public Security Bureau, although it's unclear what happened. If the people from the Peace Hotel showed up, it could potentially worsen the situation. Jean Fuching pondered, his eyes slightly cold. Where in the world do such coincidences exist? Could it be that someone is targeting his family? If so, could it be the senior brother or the second senior sister? As for Lin Dongxi, she doesn't have that kind of influence, and she's still unconscious. Jean Fuching's face was gloomy as he first called his dad to confirm that both of them were safe and sound, even participating in a snowball fight, which slightly eased his mind. But to take precautions, he dialed another number. After a long, busy tone, the call went through. Chun Wanyu, sitting in the front passenger seat, instinctively glanced at the young man in the back seat through the rearview mirror, her expression frozen. Master, it's that person. On the other end of the phone, Hong Tianbao's warm voice came through. Encountered trouble? Hong Tianbao chuckled. On the other end, the old man pondered for a moment. The suddenly quiet background noise on the other end was as if the microphone had been turned off. In the taxi, both the driver and Chun Wanyu glanced at the seemingly frail young man through the rearview mirror. The driver shivered, almost losing grip on the steering wheel. After a few seconds, the background noise returned, and the old man's calm voice resumed. Jean Fuching seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. You've also completed the giant's observation? Hong Tianbao calmly spoke. He paused, took a breath. Oh, didn't I mention? Both Shi Jingyuan and cultist appeared directly in Jean Fuching's mind. Evidently, Hong Tianbao used special means to avoid mentioning these terms directly in the conversation. It's nothing, the old man suddenly asked unexpectedly. How could it? Well, it's indeed not minor perfection, it's true perfection. On the call, Hong Tianbao calmly said, after all, upon reaching minor perfection and giving birth to the divine realm, one needs to anchor the divine realm form as soon as possible. Jean Fuching tensed up, quietly into the call. The Public Security Bureau was approaching. The old man put down the phone and took a deep breath. He laughed 3 times, his voice echoing like a thunderclap. Hong Tianbao took a deep breath. He discarded the beard plucked during the call. The immortal-like old man scoffed. Hong Tianbao's old face blossomed with a smile, unwilling to explain further, and changed the subject. Hong Tianbao said indifferently. Hong Tianbao calmly said. He paused, then continued. The old man with an immortal demeanor raised his brows. He wouldn't lend it to me, but it's hard to say for my disciple. The old man looked skeptical. Hong Tianbao said emphatically. But then he sighed. But that's something for after my disciple achieves minor perfection. The old man with an immortal demeanor nodded. He sighed. Get off the car. The uncle driver didn't even take the money, bowed repeatedly, and drove away. As for the master, he still hasn't sent Shi Jingyuan's phone number yet. I imagine they're still talking or such. Jean Fuching muttered to himself. He originally planned to reach out to Shi Jingyuan, or rather this Governor Wang, but now it seems it might not be feasible. Master said, the other side is very difficult to deal with, implying he possesses a divine realm, possibly even a true divine realm, with contemplation achievement no less than mine. Someone like that, Zhong Mountain is better not to approach for now. One wrong move, and escape might not even be an option. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Zhang Fuching looked towards the Public Security Bureau, seemingly on fire, as the fire department was extinguishing the flames, thick black smoke obscuring everything. His heart sank, and he immediately dialed his aunt's phone. Zhang Fuching's face grew more tense. Sister Cece and Uncle had just been summoned, and then the Public Security Bureau caught fire. No, it's not a fire. He noticed a gaping hole, an explosion at the Public Security Bureau among the flames, as some officers discussed terms like explosion and wanted criminal in the distance. It's an explosion. If there was only suspicion before, Now Zhang Fuxing was 90% sure someone was targeting his relatives. This explosion, it might have been aimed at his uncle and the others. But why? Even if it's the wolves from Hongji, why implicate family? His divine thoughts swept out abruptly, scanning through the burning Public Security Bureau. No trace of his uncle in them. Either they aren't there, or... Zhang Fuxing felt a chill on his hands and feet, fury burning fiercely in his chest. He strode toward a security officer leaning against a tree, taking a deep breath. The officer glanced at Zhang Fuxing, patting his shoulder. He asked, picking up his phone to help Zhang Fuxing check. The officer paused. The officer touched his waist and then said amicably. He jogged away, turning back to look at Zhang Fuxing as he went. Why does this feel strange? Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow as his phone suddenly vibrated. He answered the call. Sister Cece's voice came through the phone. Zhang Fuxing. He glanced at the burning Public Security Bureau and then at the swarm of angered, hostile armed officers surrounding with their guns. No, this isn't right, is it? Chapter 55, Killing. Chapter 55, Killing Chief Inspector Chun. We have a suspect linked to a terrorist, likely a relative. Chen Yongji suddenly stood up. As a senior inspector in the 5th District Public Security Bureau, he was practically the second in command, holding command and decision-making power when the bureau chief was absent. And currently, the other senior inspector was also not present. Chen Yongji's gloomy expression softened slightly, and he let out a breath. He was extremely resentful. This was a big problem, and he had to give the Green Gang an explanation. The security officer reminded him. He emphasized the words, all the... Chen Yongji waved his hand. So what? Haven't you, or he taken money from the Green Gang? He sneered, the bullets remain in the heads, and the heads are frozen in the Green Gang's cold storage. Who dares to betray them? The security officer nodded submissively. Then he jogged away. Chen Yongji also stood up leisurely, heading to the scene of the incident. Although it wasn't the terrorist personally, a relative could still serve as half of an explanation. This time, an accident must be avoided. The pitch-black gun barrel pointed downward. Spiritual will was slowly withdrawn, and Zhang Fuxing rubbed his slightly aching temples. The consumption of spiritual will was becoming increasingly severe, and even the divine realm seemed to be having problems. Was it because of the so-called lack of a fixed divine realm form? Or was there insufficient subordinate soul to share the pressure? He felt a bit irritated, a strange aggression rising in his heart, but it quickly calmed as his thoughts turned. Green Gang? Black money? To get hold of this black money, one has to kill first? His mind turned quickly, realizing that the Public Security Bureau's firearms and bullets were all numbered and could be traced back. Bullets left in the head, with the head held by the Green Gang, serve as a solid handle, perhaps not just for the 5th District Public Security Bureau. Other bureaus might be no better. No wonder Lu Mingzhu said the relationship between the Green Gang and the Public Security Bureau was very close. On the phone, Zhang Xiaoxi was still shouting, "What? You went to the Public Security Bureau?" She decisively said, "Can you run? If not, I'll arrange to get you out." Zhang Fuxing interrupted her. On the other end, Zhang Xiaoxi was confused. How is it related to the Green Gang? Oh. She spit out a name. Zhang Fuxing frowned and asked, "Isn't the Research Institute in Dragonboat City having 3 candidates? He's one of them. I just blew up the Public Security Bureau and blew him away along with it." Zhang Fuxing understood and briefly inquired about the matter, his expression turning grim, silently remembering the name Chen Yongji. "Is uncle seriously injured?" he asked. Zhang Xiaoxi replied. Zhang Fuxing sighed in relief. Just as he hung up, coincidentally, accompanied by shouts of Chief Inspector Chun, a middle-aged man stepped down from a car. Chen Yongji shouted. A security officer jogged up with handcuffs and cuffed the 2 individuals. Zhang Fuxing asked, "Who is Chen Yongji?" Not far away. Chen Yongji sized up the frail-looking young man, but said nothing more, then turned to order. Chen Yongji raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat relieved, knowing now it was a clash between the Green Gang and the Peace Hotel, allowing him to step out of it. What needed to be done was to wait for the Green Gang to arrive, so the matter was... A deafening noise shook the air, and not far away, the ground was covered in dense cracks. Before any security officers could react, a figure had already appeared before Chen Yongji. The wind unleashed, and dust rolled up. You! Chen Yongji was still somewhat unresponsive, looking at the frail young man before him, his mind frozen. Being a senior inspector, he was himself a third refinement expert. Chen Yongji abruptly awakened, tapping his toes on the ground, and his figure swiftly retreated, having run into a steel plate. The Zhang family even had such relatives? He fluttered back like an autumn leaf in the wind, gracefully, but just as he lifted off, a hand clamped his throat like an iron grip, pulling him back violently. Chen Yongji struggled to breathe, trying to resist, terrified to find the young man's strength far exceeded his. Great success of the 5 refinements, adding 6,600 pounds of force. The security officers who had just relaxed pulled out guns again, and some shouted, some scolded, with gun barrels pointed down. Zhang Fuxing felt a prickling sensation on his skin, as a 5th refined martial artist could ignore most small-caliber firearms, but not the armor-piercing rounds used by the Public Security Bureau-issued pistols. One shot on the body could at least break the skin, lodging in the muscle, yet the bloodthirsty toxin above would take effect on sight of blood. But he was indifferent. Zhang Fuxing asked again. Chen Yongji gathered his remaining strength, thrust his toes through the air, and kicked Zhang Fuxing's abdomen repeatedly, creating clanging sounds as if striking steel. Zhang Fuxing nodded, loosened his hand, and the uplifted Chen Yongji fell, just as the tip of his toes touched the ground. The head was smashed with a single punch. He didn't even realize he was dead before he was dead, his last thought being regret over not having thoroughly investigated Zhang Wenhua's background. Zhang Fuxing, remaining calm, didn't forget to draw Chen Yongji's spiritual will into the divine realm before crushing him. In this way, another grim skeleton was added to the divine realm. Gunfire erupted together, countless sparks sprayed. Zhang Fuxing merely stomped heavily, clashed his fists, and the ground abruptly tore apart, splintered concrete and stones flying, forming a dense barrier-like whirl around his body under the howling wind of his punches. Bullets penetrated the stones, were blown and twisted by the vaguely tiger-roaring wind, and by the time they hit Zhang Fuxing, they couldn't even penetrate his skin, only leaving clear white points. But still hurt. Yet he didn't dodge, but savored the pain, simply stepping up stones repeatedly to block bullets. Since last time, with over 200 years of contemplation and cultivation, he pushed his spirit realm to perfection in one breath. Zhang Fuxing could feel his temperament becoming more irritable. Perhaps it was due to thousands of times of falling into demon. Perhaps it was due to the lack of sufficient subordinate souls to share the pressure of the divine realm. Or perhaps a combination of both, plus some other reasons. In short, he became more violent. Within moments, as the security officers ran out of bullets, as one by one began reloading, during the brief lull when gunfire completely ceased, from the smoke and dust created by bullets colliding with stones, came a gentle voice tinged with excitement. The smoke tore open, and a figure like a hungry tiger charged out from within. The tiger's roar erupted layer by layer. Chapter 56, Buddha's Mercy. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Buddha's Mercy. A pitch-black luxury car came to a sudden stop. The devotee, sitting in the passenger seat, adjusted his glasses and looked at the horrific scene. The Public Security Bureau was still ablaze, thick smoke billowing. Surrounded by a growing number of corpses, a ragged, bullet-riddled teenager stood silently, with a security officer kneeling in front of him, begging for mercy. "Please, don't take the money." He sobbed and sniffled. The teenager sighed softly, "Don't kidnap me." With this inexplicable statement, the young security officer bewilderedly found that the world turned into a wasteland, with grim skeletons standing like a forest. He too became a grim skeleton, his consciousness gradually dissipating. Back to reality. Watching the teenager's foot crush through the security officer's chest, the devotee from the green gang in the luxury car twitched at the corner of his mouth. The driver snapped back to reality, slamming on the gas. The engine roared, but the tires spun in place, producing wisps of white smoke. Somehow, the teenager was now in front of the car, pressing down on the hood with both hands. He grinned, suddenly pressing down with force, lifting the rear of the car high into the air. The Green Gang devotee decisively tore open the car door, trying to escape, only to see an expanse of vast wasteland. He too turned into a grim skeleton. Zhang Fuxing left the headless devotee's body behind, choosing not to kill the driver, instead wearily rubbing his brow. 39 people, 39 subordinate souls inhabiting the divine realm, yet just barely eased his throbbing headache. Were the subordinate souls too few, or was the root cause elsewhere? He opened his eyes, suddenly looking back, seeing the chaos, and Chen Wanyu staring at him like she was looking at a monster. The girl spoke softly. The Federation will classify you as a demon-possessed martial artist. Zhang Fuxing made a phone call. On the other end, Hong Tianbao asked, "It wasn't the killing that was the issue, but doing it so brazenly and not just one person. That's where the trouble lies." The Federation was still in its prime. The old man's voice came from the phone, without asking why Zhang Fuxing killed them, because it didn't matter. "I'll notify Shi Jingyuan. Ask him to suppress the matter. We'll deal with it properly when both you and I return to Jiangzhou. You shouldn't meet him yourself. I fear that if he learned your talent, he might break the rules and enlighten you. I'll explain what enlightenment means later." Zhang Fuxing said, uncertainly. Just as in the last call, the name Shi Jingyuan directly embedded itself in Zhang Fuxing's mind without any auditory presence. This technique was impressive, something he needed to learn from his master. But enlightenment? Indeed, a Buddhist. Tao, Buddha. Just need a Confucian. Zhang Fuxing whispered silently, extending his hand to let the girl wipe the blood from his knuckles. The pain in his head persisted. The old man stood atop Dragon Boat City's tallest building, overlooking the bustling city. "Why are you so intent on caring for him?" A grumbling voice came from the other end of the phone. The old man sighed lightly. On the phone, Hong Tianbao paused. The old man laughed. He hung up the phone. After a moment's contemplation, the governor dialed several numbers one by one. Use your channels to investigate the name Zhang Fuxing. Zhou, I'm aware of the situation in the 5th District. Wang, restart the Dragon Boat City's Sky, satellite and delete recent records, especially concerning the 5th District. After some thought, the old man said, then explode the Sky satellite, ensuring the data is wiped. Replied the voice from the other end. He hung up the phone. The old man sighed gently, murmuring a mantra of Buddha's compassion, and asked where Ling Mountain was. The once vast Ling Mountain lineage had dwindled to just the last Buddha country in Dragon Boat City. Peace Hotel. In the hotel room, Zhang Wenhua turned off his phone, and Qin Xiong's eyes were bloodshot. She asked. Zhang Wenhua nodded confidently. Staying at Peace Hotel, anyone can get 10 days of protection. Qin Xiong rubbed her temples, looking worriedly at her daughter. Zhang Xiaoxi's slender fingers danced over the keyboard. I'm trying to apply for protection from the Institute and check on the situation at the 5th District Public Security Bureau. She displayed an expression of surprise. Her parents quickly asked. Zhang Xiaoxi's face was filled with confusion. Nothing, it's just the Sky satellite's signal suddenly disappeared. I only connected halfway through. Did they notice me and shut down the satellite in a hurry? Before she could finish, Zhang Wenhua suddenly pointed out the window. Zhang Xiaoxi looked out and saw a flicker of fire in the sky, descending. It was a fireball. No, that wasn't right. It was debris. The fireball crashed into the nearby, bustling area, followed by screams, cries, and thick smoke. Zhang Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. The two parents exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wenhua asked, Perhaps you should call Fuxing again? Knock, 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 the sound of knocking, followed by the turning of a key in the door. The three of them tensed up, Zhang Xiaoxi silently placing her hand on her watch, staring at the door. The door opened. and a delicate young cousin walked in, followed by a beautiful yet cold great demon. The three of them all exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 57. Genius Zhang Xiaoxi. All is prepared. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Genius Zhang Xiaoxi. All is prepared. Zhang Fuxing greeted them with a smile and introduced, "This is my friend, Chen Wanyu, a seed-level student from Jiang University." His uncle and aunt nodded blankly, while Zhang Xiaoxi asked in surprise. Zhang Fuxing replied naturally, "Besides, the matter is resolved. You don't have to stay at Peace Hotel anymore." What does it mean that the matter is resolved? The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Huh? Zhang Fuxing patiently explained. You? Chen Wanyu silently glanced at her. His uncle nodded. "I know about this." Zhang Fuxing cheerfully explained. The three of them were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaoxi mumbled as she tapped on the computer, and shortly after, this time, Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. "Hongji." Zhang Xiaoxi quickly browsed on the computer. "Oh, it's simple. I checked the financial records of Peace Hotel, and they transfer large sums of money every month to a place called Hongji." She continued to examine. Hongji is associated with a martial arts dojo, a trading company, a loan shark company. Zhang Fuxing frowned. He stepped forward and saw the dense information rapidly scrolling on Sister Cece's computer screen. Zhang Xiaoxi pouted and said, before she finished speaking, her laptop suddenly went black. Zhang Xiaoxi fiddled for a moment, raising her eyebrows. Zhang Fuxing narrowed his eyes. How could Peace Hotel be closely connected with Chai Gate? The wolf is already looming. His uncle and aunt were still unclear about the situation. The former asked in confusion. Zhang Xiaoxi confirmed. Although I didn't look closely, Hongji seems quite formidable, and each financial transaction is shockingly large. His uncle and aunt breathed a heavy sigh of relief, still dazed. His uncle didn't know about Hongmin, but was well aware of the status of Peace Hotel in Dragon Boat City and knew how monumental the Green Gang was. An amazing martial arts dojo that's even more formidable than the Green Gang. He blinked, feeling a bit dreamy. He was aware of his nephew's situation. Could that master really have eye problems? Zhang Fuxing had no idea he was being criticized by his uncle, who was looking at Zhang Xiaoxi like she was a monster. When did you learn all these skills? Zhang Xiaoxi swayed her hips triumphantly. I'm not good at martial arts, but my brain is quite sharp, huh? I don't know. It depends on how fast they cover their tracks. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. The door was violently pushed open, and staff members from the hotel flooded in. Lu Mingzhu came limping in, and when she saw Zhang Fuxing, she was stunned. Zhang Fuxing's tone was somewhat displeased. Lu Mingzhu responded respectfully. When she called him Boss 4, Zhang Fuxing showed no reaction, but his uncle and aunt had already widened their eyes, then instinctively straightened up, especially his uncle. As a small factory owner, he had to deal with all kinds of people, and the name Lu Mingzhu from the Peace Hotel was one he had heard of, a name that resonated like thunder, just like Mr. Du from the Green Gang. Boss 4, here's the situation. The big boss just called, saying there's a hacker tracking down the hotel and Hongji's data online. He said calmly, please convey to Master Brother that I am actually a genius in computers. Lu Mingzhu waved her hand, and 2 rows of staff in black suits uniformly withdrew from the door. She herself also retreated, limping slightly, not forgetting to close the somewhat damaged door. The room fell into a dead silence. For a long time, Zhang Fuxing gave a sidelong glance. Zhang Xiaoxi rolled her eyes but was still excited and thrilled. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead, ignoring this overly excited cousin, and said to his uncle, Uncle, Aunt, I've thought it over. How about you stay at Peace Hotel for the next few days? His uncle and aunt naturally nodded. Vigorously, after chatting for a while, from the three's inquiries about Hongji to Sister Cece's explosive tactics, then about the Research Institute and the elderly couple far away in Dongling Snow Mountain. After signing the external student contract with Jiang University, they left the room. Walking down the corridor, Zhang Fuxing instructed, spend some time with your mom these days. Chen Wanyu was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, Zhang Fuxing didn't say anything, just pinched her cheek. Think carefully about how to pay back the money. Chen Wanyu left quietly. By evening, the incident at the 5th District Public Security Bureau didn't cause any waves, and not a single bit of information appeared online. Even the Peace Hotel was unaware of the dozens of security personnel who died. Lu Mingzhu reported. In the afternoon, regarding the purchase of Star Beast meat, the Green Gang unexpectedly cooperated. As for other types of Star Beast meat, there is currently only some news about level 3 Star Beast Fearless Lion. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes, quietly listening. Lu Mingwei reported in an orderly manner. She handed over a photo depicting the unfilial son and daughter of Zhong Mountain and Zhong Yu's stepmother. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the photo, which was taken on the street. In the distance, there seemed to be a white van. The Investigation Bureau? On the day he left Jiangzhou City, Zhong Mountain had appeared in front of the Investigation Bureau. He exhaled and stood up. Lu Mingzhu respectfully withdrew. Watching Lu Mingzhu limping away, Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself. His eyes were deep and distant. Master Brother was a great martial artist of the 12 refinements, with the owner of Chai Gate and the Western sect behind him. Perhaps by now, having received the news that he is the hacker, he has already taken action? Zhang Fuxing licked his lips. His heart suddenly sank. The next moment, a voice filled with amusement sounded. Shi Jingyuan asked curiously. Chapter 58. Arhat Reincarnated Bodhisattva Descends. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Arhat Reincarnated Bodhisattva Descends? In the darkness, one martial artist team after another set foot on the territory of Dragon Boat City. The captain lit a cigarette, gently flicked it, and a photo of a frail-looking young man fluttered to the ground, to be crushed into the mud underfoot. Someone sighed, Captain, this employer is really generous. 50 million plus a great medicine. The captain grinned. All right, let's make it quick. We play by the rules. Stop thinking about shady stuff all the time. Of course, mainly because the employer issued this task through the Western Sect line. In the moonlight, groups of figures silently infiltrated the city, yet tacitly did not head straight for the Peace Hotel in the 4th District. For massive fireballs rose simultaneously from various places in the 3rd District, buildings collapsed, thick smoke billowed, screams, cries, chaos ensued. The entire city's Public Security Bureau, almost over 80% of the officers were redirected to the 3rd District. The captain exhaled a smoke ring casually. Peace Hotel. Sustained external release of spiritual will is incredibly exhausting, but if it's only a few meters away, it's still within an acceptable range. The moment the old man appeared, Zhang Fuxing already noticed him. But the problem is this old guy appeared in an instant. He took a slight breath, stared at the old man in front of him, and cupped his hands. The old man had no hair. His head was smooth like Zhu Xiaoming, wearing very plain clothes, looking compassionate, indeed like a venerable monk from the past life. He looked curious now. Shi Jingyuan's interest was piqued. Zhang Fuxing said calmly, desperately contemplating himself as a skeleton, restraining all qi and spiritual will. This old guy, at the very least, was someone who had mastered the true divine realm. According to what his master said, when a martial arts master comprehended the divine realm and pushed the contemplation technique to minor perfection, they had the qualification to verify as grandmaster. The difference between the two lies above the divine realm. Thoughts swirling, Zhang Fuxing slightly bowed his head. A grandmaster. A flawless grandmaster. Not like old Huang's incomplete version. Shi Jingyuan spoke calmly. At first, I didn't take it seriously, but I found some interesting information. He looked full of curiosity. Zhang Fuxing's heart throbbed with a jolt, but soon understood. There must be surveillance records from the incident at the Public Security Bureau in the 5th District. A person like him, reviewing the records to gauge his current cultivation realm, wouldn't be difficult. His thoughts turned quickly, and he replied calmly. Shi Jingyuan smiled. Our sect's 4 major contemplation techniques: Tathagata observation, pure observation, great compassionate observation, and Hell Observation, each one profound and boundless in its own way. The White Bone Observation is the Hell Observation. Zhang Fuxing nodded cautiously, not answering directly. His master said that this old guy could enlighten. But truth be told, if this person's spiritual realm is only at the realm of perfection, they probably can enlighten him. But at that time, exposure would be inevitable. A faint sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Although Zhang Fuxing had been under disguise, trying hard to hide, the traces left in the past could not be erased. Like those with intentions like Shi Jingyuan, a check could reveal his mysterious progress. Shi Jingyuan asked with a smile. Zhang Fuxing replied without changing his expression. Shi Jingyuan was clearly stunned. His brows knitted, flashed forward, and a palm covered Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing resisted the urge to unfold the divine realm. There was no killing intent or malice from the opponent. The old man's wrinkled fingers paused on his forehead. It truly is a body of fifth refinement, pure, flawless, excellent. And with a special constitution? He stepped back, a look of astonishment on his face. Dead man's bone. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the surrounding environment had changed. It was the divine realm. An 800-mile stretch of mountain, skeletons like ridges, bones like forests. Within sight, human hair matted into sheets, human skin and flesh rotted into red mud, human tendons twisted around trees, human skulls boiled in pots. The old man sat cross-legged on a mountaintop, his voice as vast as rumbling thunder, full of wonder. He folded his hands in prayer, chanting loudly Namo Shakyamuni Tathagata. Zhang Fuxing saw Buddha's light. 10,000 rays pierced the endless blood cloud created by the evaporated human blood. Saw Shi Jingyuan respectfully present a Buddha's staff. The Buddha's staff was solemn, inlaid with copper and iron, with 9 rings, wrapped in 9 sections of immortal vine, flowing with cloud smoke, divine and sacred. What is that? What is that? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. When the Buddha's staff was presented, his sight was occupied by it, himself seemingly infinitely weak, infinitely small in comparison. He felt a sense of trembling. On the mighty peak, on the white bone lotus platform, Shi Jingyuan looked reverently at that Buddha's staff, the supreme treasure of the Ling mountain lineage. He looked down at the tiny figure at the foot of the mountain, his voice like a great bell. Buddha? Is there really a Buddha in this world? Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, discovered in the divine realm. Isn't the divine realm a spiritual world of one's own? How could it be discovered? He didn't understand. The person on the mountain continued to exclaim. As for not bowing, the old man didn't say, and didn't intend to say. Even a bodhisattva must bow before the Buddha. Those who do not bow to Buddha, only Buddha himself is. He shouted hoarsely, rising, stepping onto the white bone lotus platform, using all his might to bang heavily on the Buddha's staff. The 9 rings clashed, emitting a booming Buddhist sound. Zhang Fuxing chewed on the term, felt it somewhat familiar, as if he had heard of it before. Whose treasure is it? He didn't have time to think more, for he was already engulfed by the Buddhist sound. Chapter 59 Buddha, Living Buddha. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Buddha, Living Buddha. The sound of the Buddha echoed like the chaotic, absurd, and fearful noise heard for the first time outside the mother's belly at birth. Zhang Fuxing felt as if he had fallen into a boundless place. In a trance, he saw a monk leading a white horse, crossing mountains and rivers, fighting tigers and killing bandits, walking barefoot on a westward path, devout and compassionate. The cicadas chirped among the fallen willows, and the great fire flowed westward. He saw the monk passing a great river of 800 li, wide and fierce, turbid like flowing sand, and then a wicked demon leaped out from the river, consumed the monk's flesh and blood, and took his head to make a bead. Before dying, the monk was still looking devoutly towards the west. Then came the second monk, the third, the fourth, a total of 9 monks, all headed west, dying by the river, dying in the mouths of wicked demons, strung together into 9 skull prayer beads. Shi Jingyuan's voice sounded by his ear. Did you see it? Immersed in the Buddhist sounds and the illusions of the Buddhist staff, Zhang Fuxing was somewhat speechless. He suddenly recalled where he had heard of the nine-ring scepter before. Monk Tang's staff. Isn't this illusion about how Golden Cicada retrieved Buddhist scriptures through 9 lifetimes, being consumed by Sha Wujing 9 times? The past stories of this world's Buddhist sect, fragmented and broken. Taoism is the same. They don't even know about the 6 Ding divine fire. And the roots don't seem to lie in the true Buddhist scriptures, Taoist canon, but in those ethereal, mythical stories. The old scenes reflected by the Buddha's staff shattered, and the sound of the Buddha grew louder. Zhang Fuxing became more and more immersed in it. An indescribable devotion and fanaticism surged in his heart, with an unstoppable urge to kneel and bow, as if facing a true Buddha. He was about to kneel and bow. The contract within his ancestral acupoint suddenly heated up. His mind cleared once again. Buddha sound, devotion, fanaticism, all were incinerated to fragments by the heated contract. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, still in Shi Jingyuan's divine realm, in the 800-li mountain range, where human skins were scattered and flesh turned to mud in the mountains. The elder stood on the mountaintop, the Buddhist staff hanging high in the celestial vault. Shi Jingyuan's gaze locked onto him, wanting to see what the young man would do. But Zhang Fuxing just sighed and spoke with compassion. On that 800-li high mountain, in the enormous lotus platform made of gathered human skulls, Shi Jingyuan seemed to be struck by lightning. The colors of devotion, calmness, and curiosity on his face vanished, and the original calm demeanor completely disappeared. This young man just stood there, seeing the 9-ring scepter as an ordinary object in hand, without awe or disturbance. What, then, is Lane Temple? Shi Jingyuan didn't know, but only felt it seemed to be something mysterious, something he had pursued all his life. The residence of some Buddha? Or is it the temple on Ling Mountain? He breathed heavily, his limbs shook like sieves, and he whimpered. The elder flashed, disappeared from the white-bone lotus platform, descended from the lofty peak, and landed in front of the young man. Zhang Fuxing saw him crying. The elder cried, wiping his tears, mumbling. Zhang Fuxing just stood there calmly, with an expression that seemed somewhat desolate. After a long time, he looked puzzled. Shi Jingyuan sobbed. He swung his palm in a chop, and the white-bone lotus platform atop the high peak cracked open, from within which a lotus seed stirred. As soon as the lotus seed appeared, the perplexed Zhang Fuxing smelled a rich fragrance, so mystic because the lotus seed was still 10,000 meters high, a long distance away. No, that's not right. Zhang Fuxing realized that this lotus seed's fragrance was not sensed by the nose, but distinctly perceived by the spirit, detected by his own spiritual will, and 3 souls and 7 spirits. This fragrance, remarkably, directly permeated into the spirit, penetrated into the soul. Shi Jingyuan clasped his hands together, his gaze bright and fiery like 2 great sun golden lamps. He reached out, and the lotus seed gently fell. Zhang Fuxing looked at the lotus seed, his face unchanged, but his mind was a chaotic mess. TSK. It seems like I'm pretending to be in trouble now. He exhaled and took the lotus seed offered by Shi Jingyuan. This thing grew out of the white-bone lotus platform. Why does it feel a bit off? But seeing Shi Jingyuan's expectant gaze, Zhang Fuxing knew that not eating it was not an option. He gulped it down in one go. As soon as the lotus seed reached his stomach, it vanished instantly. No matter how he tried to sense it internally, he couldn't detect it. In just a moment, he felt an incredibly penetrating and pleasant sensation from the depths of his spirit. His spiritual will seemed to be expanding. 300 years of spiritual accumulation, in the blink of an eye, had added another 100 years. 400 years. Shi Jingyuan's expectant murmuring. The young man opened his eyes in a mysterious mountain range of 800 li. Suddenly, there appeared a desolate land, a wasteland centered around the young man. The young man was full of confusion. Shi Jingyuan did not answer. The joy in his expression subsided, and his body calmed down. He just chanted, then respectfully bowed to Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing had no expression, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. It worked. The Ling Mountain lineage. He had heard of it. Just as Taoism is internally divided into the Eastern and Western sects, Buddhism and Confucianism are the same. Although he didn't know the specifics, the second senior sister had said that the ancient saints sect in Confucianism, as well as the Ling Mountain lineage in Buddhism, are like the Taoist sect. They're considered evil sects, but unlike an evil cult, they do not primarily rely on life soul cultivation. How powerful is Buddhism? Zhang Fuxing didn't know, but he knew that this sect had remained unscathed despite countless years of the Federation's siege. This kind of evil cult, to be blunt, just isn't weak. He spoke calmly. Ling Mountain lineage. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fuxing saw Shi Jingyuan break down into tears. Zhang Fuxing almost let his old face fall. A thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, fell into a pit. No wonder Master wanted to leave the sect. He forced a smile. Before he could finish, Zhang Fuxing saw Shi Jingyuan respectfully offer the nine-ring scepter to him, carefully holding it in his hands. Zhang Fuxing, after repeatedly making sure he had perfectly hidden the more than 40 grim skeletons within his divine realm, asked curiously. Shi Jingyuan gazed at him with devotion and excitement. Softly explaining, he pointed to the 800 Li mountain range behind him. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Damn, the ridge on the back of a lion. It should be Lion Camel Ridge? That's what he thought, licking his lips. Although he didn't know the exact meaning and use of anchoring, the anchored scene should be as impressive as possible, right? The nine-ring scepter can see the Lion Camel Ridge from a myth, because Monk Tang walked through this place holding the nine-ring scepter. Wonder if the six-ding divine fire can also be used to anchor related mythical places? Chapter 60. Anchor. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Anchor. The Buddha of great merit is naturally the same as the sandalwood merit Buddha. He considered this thoroughly, just as Taoism refers to the plague emperor as the god of plague. Without knowing the name, LVU, the Buddhist sect does the same. This world seems to be obtaining mythical information from the so-called different dimension, but the information is inaccurate or incomplete, and they fill in the gaps themselves. Mentally, deep in thought, Zhang Fuxing tentatively asked. He paused, then added, Shi Jingyuan meticulously explained for the living Buddha. He sighed softly. Unfortunately, of all the treasures of our Ling Mountain lineage, only this staff remains. The same item can be used to anchor a different dimension scene only once per person. Zhang Fuxing was deep in thought. Shi Jingyuan sighed deeply. The nine-ring scepter can anchor to the different dimension related to this treasure. Zhang Fuxing pondered, then asked out of the blue. Shi Jingyuan nodded. Having received a definite answer, Zhang Fuxing's brow smoothed out. Shi Jingyuan focused on the living Buddha before him. Why don't you try to see if you can wield this treasure? Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped a beat. One knows oneself best. He's not a real living Buddha. But facing Shi Jingyuan's earnest gaze, Zhang Fuxing steeled himself and took the nine-ring scepter. The Buddha staff in hand was not as heavy as imagined. It was light, like a floating feather, the touch as cold as iron or copper. The nine-ring scepter showed no reaction. Shi Jingyuan sighed regretfully. As expected, according to the old scene shown by the Buddha staff, only by enduring 9 tribulations can you seek the respect of the Buddha. Zhang Fuxing silently gave him a thumbs up. He loves this kind of auto cover-up. There were footsteps coming from outside. It was Lu Mingzhu bringing roasted star beast meat. Just as she pushed open the door, an intangible ripple enveloped the entire Peace Hotel, and everyone inside was temporarily immobilized. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback, then exclaimed. Shi Jingyuan clasped his hands together, offering a disclaimer. Living Buddha Fuxing, you have yet to experience the 9 tribulations, and your Buddha body and Buddha wisdom are absent. I shall guide you. Just as in the past, the Arhat who subdued the celestial dragon guided the great belly Venerate to become the future Buddha. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a few seconds before understanding. The dragon suppression Venerate, or Cassiopeia venerate with a flower-picking smile, awaits the birth of Mithriya to guide him into the path. Shi Jingyuan continued. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently, committing this technique to memory, then asked, "When I talk on the phone with my master, he's always able to pass some words directly into my mind." Shi Jingyuan answered every question. That is spiritual thoughts. Zhang Fuxing listened intently, for what he lacked was relevant knowledge and information. He earnestly sought guidance. After the contemplation technique has reached perfection, it proceeds to breaking the limit. Regarding cultivation and combat, all techniques in the world are divided into 5 categories: contemplation, breathing, fistwork, weapons, and arts. Zhang Fuxing spoke bluntly. Shi Jingyuan smiled. 800 miles of lion-camel ridge unfolded again, and this time countless souls appeared between the mountains. 10,000, 100,000, million. Millions in total. Shi Jingyuan, having been the governor for decades, enlightened more souls than the current population of the entire Dragon Boat City. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. Since the souls of the deceased enter Shi Jingyuan's divine realm, what about the security officers I killed during the day? He looked at the humble Shi Jingyuan, feeling a chill down his spine. Did he find out or not? I don't know. When the living Buddha has experienced 9 hardships and returned to his original position, this monk will naturally offer up the Buddha country. The elder softly chanted. The 9-ring scepter left his hand, taken by the old monk, who shook the Buddha's staff, with the 9 rings clashing, the immortal vine swaying. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, Brahma sound echoing in his ears, cooperating to unfold the divine realm, but not forgetting to hide the essence of the divine realm having transformed into truth. Suddenly, in his eyes, there was only this divine realm moving with his heart and mind. Zhang Fuxing muttered in confusion, thoughts revolving, the divine realm now an endless wasteland, then transforming into 72 snow-capped mountains, and then into raging waves, knife mountains, and sea of fire. Yet there was no sight of the so-called different dimension. A crisp sound. The 9-ring scepter struck from above, piercing into Zhang Fuxing's divine realm, nailing deep into the earth. Buddha's light exploded, Brahma's sound chanting. Zhang Fuxing followed suit, the ever-changing divine realm stabilizing suddenly, breaking into a mass of formless chaos. In his eyes, there was only the 9-ring scepter. The sound of tides roared, revealing the past. Shi Jingyuan's voice came from beyond the divine realm. Living Buddha. Zhang Fuxing did not answer. In a trance, seeing a vast great world, where he couldn't see the full picture of the great world. Is that a different dimension? He saw a fragment of scene, with a man clad in a dragon robe, exceptionally brave, laughing and speaking about something. Who is this? Zhang Fuxing thought. Could it be the creator of the Xuanwu Gate inheritance technique? Most likely. He sensed that he could choose to connect his divine realm with this scene. If he did so, perhaps what would be anchored is the likes of the Great Tang Imperial Palace. Zhang Fuxing immediately abandoned this thought, because he did not know the position of this mythical era's Tang Imperial Palace, whether it was an ordinary palace or a place where the earthly fortune of kings gathered. Shi Jingyuan said, the higher the anchored scene's position, the greater the benefits. The blurred, incomplete images continued to flicker, all reflected by the 9-ring scepter. Sometimes it was a riverbank, sometimes a wooden bed, now showing a verdant corner of trees, the next second turning into a dark seabed. Sometimes living beings would also appear in the scene, like a noble and calm queen, or 2 nodding and snorting catfish demons whose lower lips were cut off. The most frequent appearance was of a furry monkey hand, a plump pig ear. Zhang Fuxing chose none of these. The monkey hand and pig ear were naturally Monkey Brother and Beiji, but the problem was the anchoring was of a scene, not living beings. Who knows where Monkey Brother and Beiji were swaying in these incomplete scenes related to the 9-ring scepter. The scenes flickered faster and faster. Rocks, trees, an old woman carrying a basket, fruit like a baby, scattered white bones, and the 365 residual scenes were about to end. Huh? Huh? Did something just flash by? He suddenly raised his hand, and all the images came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 61. Heaven and Earth. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Heaven and Earth. Zhang Fuxing stared at the edge of the fragmented scene. Within the scene was a fruit, looking like a baby, vividly lifelike. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, fixing his gaze on the edge of the fragmented scene. Ginseng fruit. Most likely it was Five Mansions Temple, with a small chance of being the sandalwood merit Buddha holding the nine-ring scepter, attending some grand banquet featuring ginseng fruit. However, Zhang Fuxing felt it couldn't be such a coincidence. Almost certain it was indeed Five Mansions Temple. If I choose to anchor Five Mansions Temple, wouldn't my divine realm then have a ginseng fruit tree? But that's fake. It's a spiritual illusion. Yet I can let the divine realm briefly manifest in reality. Zhang Fuxing pondered in his heart. If this divine realm briefly manifests in reality, would the ginseng fruit tree become real or not? If it becomes real, how profound a spiritual will would be required to achieve it? Zhang Fuxing scanned the 365 scenes in contemplation, wondering if there's one surpassing the Five Mansions Temple. According to Shi Jingyuan, the nine-ring scepter would randomly reflect 365 related scenes, and at this moment they were all here. As he viewed scene after scene, he suddenly felt awakened. In a corner of a fragmented illusion, he saw a half-slanted plaque, not fully visible, but distinctly showing the characters for Lane. Beneath the plaque, although the scene was fragmented, one can still see within the hall a fortuitously observable half of a Buddha's head. Such good fortune! Among the randomly selected 365 scenes related to the nine-ring scepter, did it indeed reveal Lane Temple? Wait, no. Zhang Fuxing's old face drooped. He eyed the barely visible Buddha's head. Why are the eyebrows yellowish? Oh, is it the little thunder sound temple of the yellow brows, great king? Zhang Fuxing clutched his chest, thankful that this fragmented scene included half a Buddha's head. If it only showed the word Lane, then I would have been thoroughly deceived. He once more examined the 365 scenes, most of which were impossible to identify. In this situation, the safest choice was still the Five Mansions Temple. Zhang Fuxing reached out and gently touched the fragmented scene with the infant-like immortal fruit, letting his spiritual will permeate it through his fingers. The nine-ring scepter resonated 36 times, breaking through the divine realm and soaring skyward. At the same instant, Zhang Fuxing felt a cataclysmic change occurring within his divine realm. The divine realm, once subject to his whims and transformations, suddenly included an irreplaceable entity, a mountain. As the divine realm vanished, he found himself back in the conference room of the Peace Hotel. Shi Jingyuan, standing beside him, softly recited the Buddha's name, nervously asking. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand, the divine realm unfurled. The wilderness stretched open, enveloping both him and Shi Jingyuan, and in the center of the wilderness, there appeared a majestic, inconceivable mountain. It was an immortal mountain of Danxia, with cloud seas surrounding it, a palace asymmetrically situated at the summit. The palace followed the mountain's contours, harmoniously arranged. The palace gates were not forged of bronze or iron, but formed by two ancient intertwined pines. Beneath the trees was an uncarved natural giant stone, upon which were inscribed the characters Five Mansions Temple, flanked by a couplet. It read, Eternal abode of immortals, as long as heaven lives, abode of Taoists. At a thought, Zhang Fuxing and Shi Jingyuan appeared simultaneously before the couplet. He could feel that within the divine realm, apart from this immortal mountain, everything else could still change according to his mental projections, but this mountain and the Taoist temple upon it had become immutable. It's as if, in his private spiritual world, a foreign object was inserted seemingly without cause. The spiritual world naturally alters according to Zhang Fuxing's imaginings, yet the foreign object remains unaffected by his imagination or thoughts. He was bewildered. Nine-ring scepter, O living Buddha, how did it come to anchor on a Taoist temple of those evil cultists? Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath, calmly speaking. He turned to Shi Jingyuan and asked. Though puzzled, Shi Jingyuan contemplated earnestly for a moment before responding. After a pause, he continued with an assertive demeanor. Zhang Fuxing, with a headache, halted Shi Jingyuan's words, resisting the urge to retort. You're helping others. Is it about forcibly drawing others' souls into your own divine realm? He shook his head, coughing once, appearing profoundly mysterious. Shi Jingyuan respectfully requested. Zhang Fuxing stated with utmost seriousness. Shi Jingyuan was almost jumping. Share origins with those evil cultists? Zhang Fuxing stopped him with a gesture, adopting a contemplative manner, narrating softly. He spoke truthfully, as such an occurrence indeed transpired within the history of his previous life. Shi Jingyuan opened his mouth, somewhat weakly affirming. Zhang Fuxing solemnly nodded. Then it is as such. Shi Jingyuan felt something was amiss. Yet in presence of the living Buddha, the words of the living Buddha were inherently correct. He awkwardly asked. Zhang Fuxing solemnly shook his head. Is that so? Zhang Fuxing coughed once, ceased joking, and pointed with a finger. The two of them moved into the Five Mansions temple. Their eyes were dazzled. They saw in a front courtyard, the ground paved with blue stone, with a massive yin-yang symbol inlaid in the center. Shi Jingyuan pointed at it. Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched. He couldn't be bothered with this bearded, glaring old man and swept his thoughts, encompassing the entire Five Mansions temple. After all, this was his spiritual world. It was Shi Jingyuan who was touring around, speaking. He furrowed his brows. While he was studying the Taoist temple, Zhang Fuxing had already understood the layout of the Five Mansions temple. A main hall, 81 rooms, a courtyard, and a towering tree. He couldn't help but swallow. Ginseng fruit tree. It's a pity there were no ginseng fruits on the tree. Otherwise, even if they were fake, he would have to taste one. At this moment, Shi Jingyuan was already standing before the main hall, sighing lightly. He lamented. As he spoke, Shi Jingyuan had already pushed open the main hall doors. He murmured, looking into the depths of the hall alongside Zhang Fuxing. It was empty except for a meditation mat, an incense burner, and a massive shrine. In the shrine, there were no Buddha, Tao, gods, or immortals enshrined, only two words. Heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing didn't feel much, but Shi Jingyuan, who was lamenting, trembled 3 times, as if witnessing something irresistible and ineffable, stumbling, bowing in front of the words heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing asked in surprise. The bowing monk exclaimed, heaven and earth. He struggled to stand up, but even in existence at least a flawless grandmaster couldn't stand up, couldn't even move. He could only prostrate in front of the shrine, facing the words heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing watched this scene, lost in thought, his eyes flowing over the immense, indescribable shrine. The former master of this Taoist temple, whose shoulders stood alongside the 3 pristine ones in positions matched that of the Buddha, whose gods and immortals were all his juniors, only worshipped heaven and earth, and only bowed to heaven and earth. Shaking his head, Zhang Fuxing quietly withdrew from the divine realm, and the scene around them returned to a spacious conference room. Only then did the old man manage to get up, still trembling and awed, mumbling the words heaven and earth for a long time. You anchored this scene. Perhaps it's not ordinary. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, directly skipping over the topic, his eyes bright as he asked. Shi Jingyuan calmed his emotions. Zhang Fuxing's breath quickened slightly. He asked again in confusion. Before he finished speaking, Shi Jingyuan had already understood Zhang Fuxing's intention and shook his head earnestly. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. The old monk replied. Zhang Fuxing fell silent again, meaning as long as he progresses to a certain level in the future, this Five Mansions temple can become real and will remain the only one. Then wouldn't he become the master of the Five Mansions temple? But what about the real master of the Five Mansions temple? What about the beings in the different dimension? He still had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Shi Jingyuan, but the other suddenly raised his eyebrows and sighed. The Buddha, Shi Jingyuan smiled. He pointed, and spiritual thoughts reflected reality, casting a spiritual illusion of four small teams in black clothes rapidly approaching the Peace Hotel. Zhang Fuxing frowned, instantly realizing that this was what was happening outside the Peace Hotel. He stroked his chin, unwilling to risk himself. Zhang Yuan, can you help me deal with them? Shi Jingyuan gave Zhang Fuxing a strange look. Living Buddha, this is a trial you must face. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. Shi Jingyuan replied, as if it was only natural. Shi Jingyuan sighed. For teams, all with 10 refinements. Living Buddha, you've just formed the divine realm, and you're only at minor perfection. He chanted the Buddha's name and suddenly disappeared. Not through light manipulation, but, as Zhang Fuxing perceived, truly instantly teleported away. At the same instant, it was as if the pause button on the Peace Hotel was lifted. The noise and clamor surged forth. The conference room door opened, and Lu Mingzhu entered with a large bag of star beast meat, limping. She saw the fourth boss standing by the window, observing the night scene outside. Outside the window, it was raining. Chapter 62. Beneath the Torrential Rain. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Beneath the torrential rain, rainy night. Oldly glanced at the solitary white van parked by the roadside, with rain falling and no other people on the road. He puffed and huffed his way into the Hill Grand Hotel and politely knocked on the door. Is it Mr. Zhong Chengshi? Your delivery is here. Before he could finish, the door swung open, and a man with a heavily scarred face grabbed the delivery and cursed. 10 minutes. You're 10 minutes late. How am I supposed to eat this crap? Damn it. I'm definitely returning this order. Get ready to lose money on a bad review. The door slammed shut. The words that Oldly barely uttered were crushed back into his mouth by the dull sound. His face was full of bitterness, standing at the door for a full 2 minutes before hastily entering the elevator. In the elevator, Oldly silently calculated. Opening his phone, he hesitated for a moment before canceling the birthday cake he had ordered for himself. There were still small bread rolls at home. Add a candle, and it's basically the same. Walking out of the luxurious hotel, he returned to the deserted street, which was pouring rain. Oldly rubbed his eyes. Wasn't there just one white van earlier? How did it suddenly become two? Through the dense rain, he vaguely saw an old man standing in the rain. The two white vans opened, and one person after another rushed out. Then, Oldly saw the old man smash one's head with a slap, muttering at the same time, another head smashed. With each head smashed, he muttered a phrase, like a melancholic girl picking petals, asking he loves me, or he loves me not. After smashing the last person's head, the old man murmured. Oldly felt a chill all over and turned to flee, but as his vision blurred, he suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Old Li's head was gone. Shi Jingyuan smiled and nodded, glanced at the corpses of investigators scattered everywhere, 2 van loads of people, one monitoring the hotel, the other a hospital, forcibly moved by him. As for who exactly they were watching, Shi Jingyuan didn't care, just sighed. Peace Hotel, top floor. The youth leaned against the window, watching the intensifying rain outside. A 10th refined martial artist at the Bone 3 refinements level, even at the initial stage of 10th refinement, possesses a body of robust muscles and bones, with a strength equivalent to 50,000 pounds. What does 50,000 pounds of force mean? It can lift a dozen stacked cars, then with a hop throw them out, smashing through a building. Lu Mingzhu, with only 6 fingers and decaying skin all over, spoke softly. She was somewhat surprised. How had it suddenly started raining outside? Just moments ago, there was neither cloud nor rain. And Boss 4, not sure if it was an illusion, Lu Mingzhu carefully observed Boss 4's silhouette leaning against the window, always feeling that this frail youth suddenly carried an ethereal aura, yet simultaneously appeared quite substantial. This seemingly contradictory, conflicting, but harmonized. Zhang Fuxing asked calmly. He realized that after anchoring 5 mansions temple into the divine realm, his previously agitated mind seemed much calmer, as if the violent urges from thousands of times falling into demonhood were suppressed by the temple of giant stone and ancient wood. Boss 4 may not know, Mr. Zhang Fuxing silently extended his spiritual will within 10 miles, like observing palm prints. The 4 elite martial artist squads were no exception, 24 people in total, each with vigorous chi and blood. The weakest of them might even be stronger than himself. Zhang Fuxing's mind was a whirl. Sure, Zheng Yuan, that old guy, could be trusted and yet not. The thing that worried him most was the old guy's so-called Buddha country. Since anyone in Dragon Boat City who dies would have their residual soul enter his spirit divine realm due to the so-called Buddha country, then considering he took 30 residual souls from security officers during the day, how could Shi Zhenyuan not notice? If he did notice, he should know at least that he's in divine realm minor perfection. But previously, his father taught him a lesson from a young age. Trust people, but do not fully trust. The Buddhism in this world, even the relatively pure Ling Mountain sect, still carries some sinister air. Although Lu Mingzhu didn't understand why, she complied without uttering an extra word. After she left, Zhang Fuxing called his master. Zhang Fuxing said Hong Tianbao was puzzled. Decades ago, he was a grandmaster, and his spirit realm naturally at perfection level. After some thought, the old man continued, Zhang Fuxing. Hong Tianbao laughed heartily. Breaking the spiritual limit is quite a commotion. That old guy is probably still a grandmaster. Zhang Fuxing explained briefly. Then his master seemed to have some matter to attend to, and he hung up the phone. The rain was still pouring. In the downpour, a Maybach raced towards a distant overpass. The 4 squads waited silently in the darkness until it completely disappeared, until the street was utterly silent, just the sound of rain, before they emerged from the shadows. The 4 captains exchanged glances, all old acquaintances. A man built like an iron tower licked his lips. The other 3 bounty squad captains snorted coldly, as the long-legged woman in tight clothes, codenamed Beauty Snake, said flirtatiously, Giant Stone, and the other 2 captains nodded approvingly. The 4 teams, 24 people, dressed in black, walked in the rain, a chilling, killing intent spreading in the rainy night. They all headed towards the dark hotel building. Footsteps quickly sped up, then rushed. Codenamed Giant Stone, the 2-meter-tall Iron Tower man, each step cracked the asphalt road. He roared, stomping heavily. His figure charged forward, blasting a visible wave, shredding the rain curtain. Giant Stone first arrived at the hotel entrance, and the others quickly followed. Squeak! The old red wooden hotel door slowly opened. Lights illuminated. Every light in Peace Hotel turned on simultaneously. In the rainy night, this building stood like a beacon piercing the darkness. Giant Stone grinned, clashing his fists. An explosive force unfurled. He stepped forward 2 steps, then suddenly paused, realizing something. This street, Beauty Snake suddenly spoke. Emergency power? The 24 people simultaneously lifted their heads, looking at the fully lit building. The emergency power cannot sustain power for the entire building. Someone shivered and instinctively looked back, but saw only dense darkness. In the raging rain stream, suddenly no one dared to move closer to the wide-open door. A captain spoke softly, the others. Chapter 63. Now, 7 refinements. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Now, 7 refinements. Cold and damp. Sticky. Eerie. More than 20 bounty hunters suddenly had an illusion, as if the area around the hotel had become an isolated island. It seemed separated and isolated from the outside world. The Giant Stone squinted, and a woman in her 30s nodded slightly, tapped her toes, and floated towards the lobby. Entered inside. Silence. She only felt extreme silence. Alert and focused, she could hear a heartbeat on the top floor of the hotel. The heartbeat wasn't particularly strong or vigorous. Just like an ordinary person's, the heartbeat disappeared. No, something's wrong. It hasn't disappeared. It's behind me. The woman's scalp exploded. She turned around with a loud bang. Her internal tendons tightened, and her slender arm snapped back like a whip. The force at the end of her punch, driven by 20,000 gene of strength, exceeded 100,000 gene. She saw a frail youth floating down like a ghost. The fist passed through the youth's body, and the terrifying gust it stirred up shredded the wooden floor beneath her feet to pieces. Missed? No, this youth seems to be a holographic projection. But why can I hear his breathing and heartbeat? Zhang Fuxing marveled, extended his hand, calmly reaching forward, the woman's eyes sharp, hands intertwining, but blocked nothing. The youth's hand was like a phantom that didn't exist, passing through the woman's creamy smooth skin, through her prominent chest, and stopping inside her chest cavity. Seventh form and spirit, bone scattering form. The flesh has decayed completely. Bones have scattered, leaving only a soul. The woman shouted loudly towards the captain outside the hotel. In the same instant, she suddenly felt her heart was being gripped by something. The youth, transforming from virtual to real, sighed. He suddenly exerted force. The woman with a horrified expression let out a painful scream. Her hands intertwined and lashed out again. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Didn't crush it. He had just exerted 3,000 gene of force, but unexpectedly couldn't crush a single heart? At 7 refinements, have the internal organs already been strengthened to such a degree? He abruptly became ethereal again, avoiding the strike, and once more grabbed the woman's heart, this time using all his strength, delivering a fierce punch. A muffled sound accompanied by the roar of a tiger echoed within the woman's chest cavity, immediately enveloping blood energy emanating from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Retracting his palm, the heartbroken woman collapsed softly to the ground. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, standing in the lobby, looking towards the bounty hunters outside. He smiled and said, "This bizarre scene stunned everyone. A captain led his squad and immediately left. 6 figures broke through the rain curtain, their swift movements creating long white trails. But no matter how they escaped, how they advanced, they couldn't go far and eerily returned." Ghost Wall? The beauty snake, noticing this scene, felt her scalp explode. This is... Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, surprised at how knowledgeable they were, seeing through it immediately. How boring. This indeed wasn't his divine realm. The divine realm is essentially just a spiritual world. Before turning falsehood into reality, any harm received in the divine realm doesn't count, unless those subordinate souls interfere. The retreating squad returned, 23 people covered in cold sweat, staring intently at the youth. The beauty snake licked her lips, dryly saying, "He's not a grandmaster. Otherwise we would be dead already." The giant stone slightly lowered his body. Interesting, so what Gio and we saw were all illusions. No wonder it missed. He first let out a low roar, his skin turning a crimson red, the turbulent blood and energy within raging like a tide. Zhang Fuxing was surprised, suddenly finding his spiritual will burned painfully. He pondered, recalling ghost stories from his past life, where ghosts and spirits always feared those full of blood energy. The divine realm and spiritual power are two different things. The former is Zhang Fuxing's spiritual world. Achieving minor perfection can draw others' consciousnesses in. If perfected, it can directly reflect in the real world, even briefly truly manifest in reality. And spiritual power or divine thought, literally, can interfere with the reality of light and shadow to some degree, even affecting other senses, just like what Zhang Fuxing is currently doing. But at this moment, these people's vital energy was surging. Could they actually counteract the spiritual interference? He pondered, perhaps it's because he couldn't use the spiritual will of perfection level. Giant Stone shouted, with his vital energy surging. The false hotel before him started to flicker. The once vanished chaotic heartbeat and breathing noises reappeared. Over 20 martial artists swiftly closed in for the hunt, each with surging vital energy. Although they couldn't completely immune themselves to spiritual influence, they could partially break through the illusions. So young, yet already possessing the divine thoughts of a grandmaster. What a monster! Like an iron tower, giant stones slammed down with a force of tens of thousands of Jin. The hotel lobby shattered, and the massive force pushed the wooden floor to surge like waves around. Zhang Fuxing remained unharmed. It's empty? Giant Stone was taken aback. The next second, he saw the young man reach into his own chest, and then a fierce, squeezing feeling emerged from his heart. The burly man coughed out blood, with his chest feeling intense pain, but his tightly gripped heart suddenly thumped with great force. Zhang Fuxing was bounced away, his feet plowing out long trenches on the shattered wooden floor. He not only failed to crush this 10th refined martial artist's heart, but his hand was also cracked by the backlash, now bleeding. That's when we can touch him. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Are you kidding? Aren't you a bit too smart? Are you called Naruto Uzumaki? The martial artist swarmed forward. Zhang Fuxing maintained his pseudo-soul state of virtualization, ignoring most of the killing methods, but was still painfully scorched by the boiling vital blood. However, it was just painful and not to the point of injury. Zhang Fuxing completely set aside his underestimation. Is it possible he must leave first? In the pseudo-soul state, they couldn't possibly keep him. But just now, the spiritual thoughts heard, these people's goal wasn't only himself. They also aimed to kill everyone in Peace Hotel. Uncle's family is still upstairs. Zhang Fuxing stepped out again, his form suddenly expanding. The third form, Giant's Observation. He transformed into an inflated giant 3 meters tall. Foul-smelling air rolled out. The force of over 6,000 Jin surged up to 20,000 Jin. This scene was too startling. The bounty hunters briefly froze, and it was during this blink. Zhang Fuxing fiercely shook a fist. The sound of a tiger's roar rang out, sending 2 7th refined martial artists caught in a stupor into a mist of blood. But in the instant he killed, Beauty Snake approached unbeknownst, and her long left leg whipped out like a whip, brutally tearing open Zhang Fuxing's back and piercing into it. The force of 50 to 60,000 Jin surged. Zhang Fuxing coughed out green blood, suddenly virtualized, then backhanded the fist larger than a human head through Beauty Snake's body, before realizing. This 10th refined martial artist let out a miserable scream, all her insides squeezing against the massive fist that suddenly appeared, but she fiercely exerted her force, shaking her organs, squeezing Zhang Fuxing's fist into a shattered state, flesh torn, bones scattered, leaving only the darkened hand bone in the Giant's Observation state. If not for the significant enhancement of the entire bone structure by Dead Man's Bone, even the hand bone would have been crushed. Indeed, Zhang Fuxing panted. Without withdrawing his fist, nor virtualizing, he endured the intense pain, leaving the fist larger than a human head in the woman's chest cavity, then activated Dead Man's Bone to devour life force. Beauty Snake, who was preparing to fight off the decaying giant, suddenly weakened in both legs, feeling her strength rapidly waning. She whimpered. Instead of retreating, she moved forward, slamming fiercely. The giant's hand burst out from her back, with blood spraying, though she had already collided against the giant, entwining him, erupting with nearly 50,000 Jin of force, even though rapidly weakening. Zhang Fuxing let out an uncontrollable cry of pain. Forcefully holding back the urge to ascend to the divine realm, he allowed his body to be torn open. Seemingly indestructible bones absorbed most of the impact, gravely wounded, but far from on the brink of death, forcibly consuming this terrifying martial artist's life force. The beautiful and seductive woman gradually lost strength. By the time other bounty hunters reacted and surrounded him again, Beauty Snake had become a mummified corpse. She glanced at her fellow team members, spoke with difficulty, and her body suddenly disintegrated into a pile of white powder. An entire life force of a peak martial artist of the 10th refinement level, all infused in a Zhang Fuxing's body. Dead Man's Bone fiercely absorbed, while Zhang Fuxing desperately intercepted, ultimately clawing back 40% from Dead Man's Bone's mouth, the shattered viscera instantly mending, equating to half the life force of a peak martial artist of the 10th refinement, swiftly nourishing his body, the mysterious factor, originally needing months or even years to accumulate. Suddenly, sufficed. Peak of 5 refinements achieved. Spiritual while intervening in reality, forcibly breaking the final shackles within the muscles. 6 refinements. Minor achievement of the 6th refinement. Great success, perfection, 3 refinements of flesh completely realized. Spiritual will continue to assault the first shackle in the major tendons. The shackle shattered. 7th refinement achieved, adding 5,000 gene of force. A total force of 15,000 gene. Giant's observation tripled again. Good. The giant, now half a meter taller, closed his eyes, letting out a satisfied sigh. A breath of foul air expelled, and striking the pile of white ashes on the shattered floor. The white ashes, along with dust and shattered wood chips, spread out in a circular ripple. She was everywhere in the lobby now. The giant opened his eyes. Chapter 64. Sea Stabilizing Divine Needle Iron. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Sea Stabilizing Divine Needle Iron. The giant stone's eyelids twitched wildly. What kind of bizarre trick is this again? He was well aware of Beauty Snake's skills. Despite appearing frail, she possessed a strength of a full 60,000 gene, and her rate of explosive power conversion was as high as 7-fold. A single strike could unleash a force of 400,000 gene. He stared intently at the nearly 4-meter-tall decaying giant and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't let yourselves be taken down one by one. This guy has strange tricks, but his strength and body toughness are both lacking." The remaining martial artists cautiously formed a circle, slowly approaching. The intense vitality made Zhang Fuxing feel a slight sting. Yet he stood unmoved, towering like a mountain. During the skin 3 refinements, the toughness of the skin is greatly enhanced. In the flesh 3 refinements, muscles can roll like waves, birthing vital energy that flows through the body. And as for the 3 tendons refinements, Zhang Fuxing could feel it. The great tendons within his body were like dragon tendons, and with each tension and release, the explosive force more than doubled. He took a deep breath. Visible white air flows into his nose and mouth, and his great tendons tightened suddenly. One step. The momentum was like an arrow shot from a collapsing bow. Although the giant was nearly 4 meters tall, his figure was ghostly, and with one step, a cloud of dust soared, then shattered as he descended with his palm. His entire weight of 45,000 gene was stored in the great tendons, elevated layer by layer through the rolling muscles, finally gathering between the enormous palms, exploding with a bang. It was as if an arrow weighing 30 to 40 kilograms was shot from a tiger bone great bow. The force instantly unleashed exceeded 600,000 gene, over 300 tons. The 4 7th refined martial artists were right at the forefront. They joined forces to resist, facing him head-on. The shockwave swept across the entire hall. The dust scattered suddenly. The air visibly rumpled, stained with a bloody hue. A martial artist murmured, searching for the traces of the 4 7th refined martial artists. In the end, they only saw a slight blood mist lingering in the air. They were blasted apart, truly blown up. The hall suddenly fell silent. One martial artist after another turned to flee without hesitation. Yet they appeared trapped in a ghost wall. No matter how they tried to escape, they ended up at the same spot. The giant stone and the other 2 captains exchanged looks, hunting simultaneously forward. The 3 10th refined martial artists now exerted their full effort, bodies dragging out faint white air currents, charging at the giant. But they pounced on empty air. The giant had vanished. When he reappeared, Zhang Fuxing was already outside the hotel, standing among a dozen martial artists scrambling like headless flies. A dozen martial artists frozen in place watched as this rotting giant opened his huge mouth, inhaling sharply. In the booming sound like a tidal wave rolling back, a storm surged, the air furiously flooding into the giant's mouth. His body astonishingly swelled once more, 4 meters, 4.5 meters, 5 meters. Zhang Fuxing's voice was deep and resonant like a tolling bell. The fist thrust, his rampaging stomping, and the panicked escape of the martial artist erupted almost simultaneously. With every footfall, the 45,000 gene force completed a terrifying 15-fold explosion through the muscle rolls, tendon tension, and the tiger's roar. The concrete ground deformed, tore. With no rubble splintering, the surface was pounded into dust. A ninth refined martial artist roared as he charged forward. Then, with a pop, blood and brain matter scattered. Zhang Fuxing grabbed the headless body. The dead man's bone glowed, devouring its vitality. This time, he didn't fight tooth and nail with the dead man's bone for vitality, allowing 9/10 of it to be absorbed by the dead man's bone, because right in front of him there was more sustenance. Step, step, step. One martial artist after another had their heads blown apart, their bodies sucked into bone powder, progressing to 7 refinements minor achievement, 7 refinements great success. The 3 captain-level figures burst out of the hall, with the giant stone roaring ferociously as the other 201 on the left and one on the right. Boom! One captain was torn in half, another had his chest punched through. As for the giant stone, he had disappeared, totally scared out of his wits. Zhang Fuxing murmured, absorbing the entire vitality of the 2 10th refined martial artists, embedding the consciousnesses of the 2 captains into the divine realm as they were about to die. With the physical body perished, the remaining soul would remain forever in the divine realm. The ashes drifted in the air. A massive amount of vitality was absorbed, but clearly, the vitality absorbed in such a short time was too much for him. Zhang Fuxing already reached a saturation state. These vitality servings only pushed him to the 7 refinements perfection, with the rest entirely consumed by the dead man's bone. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, looking over the white bone ashes flying in the air and the ground plowed like with 10 heavy cannon shots. He grinned. The giant reverted into a frail young man, his clothing in tatters. In fact, only a few strips of cloth still hung on him. Turns out cultivation is this simple. A force of 20,000 genes surged within. In the divine realm, dozens of grim skeletons stood silently, the leading 3 as powerful as top 10 refines. Zhang Fuxing let out a satisfied belch. He stretched lazily, suddenly aware, glancing towards a dark, gloom-ridden corner, where the head of the fleeing brawny man rolled slowly towards him. Rest in eternal bliss, Shi Zhenyuan said compassionately. In the Hongji martial arts dojo, the senior brother asked calmly. The middle-aged man seated across from him spoke lazily. Neo Dali shook his head, dropping his eyelids. I should be on the brink of exposure. The middle-aged man sat up straight. Jiangzhou City was chosen by the church as the ideal venue. No one is allowed to disrupt it. He clasped his hands tightly. Neo Dali spoke in a low voice. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Without him, would Hong Tianbao spare Chai Gate? He paused, standing up, patting Neo Dali on the shoulder. Neo Dali replied coldly. Without the master, how could I face the Grandmaster? The middle-aged man gazed at him. Neo Dali nodded in acknowledgement, enunciating slowly. The middle-aged man squinted. Neo Dali fell silent for a moment. The middle-aged man scoffed, turning to leave. Chapter 65. The Impending Deal and the Mystery of 5 Mansions Temple. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. The Impending Deal and the Mystery of 5 Mansions Temple. The next morning, all traces of blood had been cleaned, and even the shattered pavement and lobby had been restored. No one would have guessed the shocking events of last night. The phone vibrated incessantly. Taking a look, it was a group chat started by Zhu Xiaoming, with 3 people casually chatting about Jiangzhou City's news. Zhang Fuxing glanced through it, mentioning that last night, the public security headquarters launched a raid on a hospital in the 8th district, and as a result, over 100 security personnel were killed. That area is now cordoned off, claiming the hospital was conducting some biochemical research, which leaked during the raid. Did my report work? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Biochemical leak. He answered the phone. Hello, Dad, it's me. If I return to Jiangzhou, I plan to do so in the next few days. After listening to his father's nagging for a while longer, he hung up the phone. After breakfast, he greeted his uncle's family, and when he returned to the room, Shi Jingyuan was still standing there. Shi Jingyuan turned around, his face full of compassion. Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless. Shi Jingyuan shook his head. Zhang Fuxing forced a smile. The old man asked. Shi Jingyuan said calmly. Zhang Fuxing crossed his legs, pondering for a moment. There's indeed something I want to ask you. He briefly recounted the incident with Huang Zhongxiao, then asked, what exactly are the talismans used by Huang Zhongxiao? Shi Jingyuan's expression grew slightly more serious. The so-called talisman is actually a medium to draw power from a powerful entity. Zhang Fuxing asked earnestly, can it really extend spiritual power so far? Shi Jingyuan shook his head. It's not closely related to the realm. Zhang Fuxing pursued further. Oh. Shi Jingyuan patiently elaborated. High-position scenes from different dimensions generally possess various incredible abilities. This bamboo forest seemed to be the venerable site of a great bodhisattva. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up. Shi Jingyuan shook his head. Zhang Fuxing inquired, if the position of the Five Mansions Temple is high enough, it could naturally work, Shi Jingyuan replied. Zhang Fuxing seemed to have a thought. Realizing that as the High Heaven Association grows, could it be possible to meet each other through Five Mansions Temple? He could only hope the Sixting Divine Fire gave him a nice surprise. After consulting Shi Jingyuan for further knowledge on cultivation and seeing him off, Zhang Fuxing hurried to the special hospital where Chen Wanyu's mother resided. This hospital was one of the most renowned among the numerous small cities in the Golden Province. Upon reaching the hospital's exterior with a sweep of thoughts, he found Chen Wanyu in a special care ward, accompanying a middle-aged woman. The woman's condition was dire, resembling dead wood, literally dead wood. Her legs were completely wooden, decayed, and rotting. Zhang Fuxing's steps faltered slightly. If he transformed into Zhong Mountain at this moment, it wouldn't be a problem, but he feared Shi Jingyuan might suddenly sweep over with spiritual thoughts, and then Zhang Fuxing would vanish into thin air. With a resolution in his heart, he didn't enter the hospital. Instead, he unhesitatingly returned to the Peace Hotel, and unsurprisingly, on the way back, Zhang Fuxing sensed being swept over by spiritual thoughts 2 or 3 times. Shi Jingyuan was very concerned about him. Well, he is a living Buddha. However, this old fellow had returned to the first district. From such afar, how was he able to sweep thoughts across this place? Because of Buddha country? Zhang Fuxing didn't know what Buddha country was, but since Shi Jingyuan could, through the wonders of Buddha country, enlighten all the residual souls of those who died in Dragon Boat City into his divine realm, he had reason to believe that Shi Jingyuan's divine thought could also envelop the entire Dragon Boat City when necessary, through the wonders of Buddha country. Zhong Mountain could no longer appear in Dragon Boat City. Carrying 4 pounds of Star Beast meat back to the hotel, Zhang Fuxing rushed to the top floor, lay on the bed, and sank his thoughts into the divine realm. He came once more to the Five Mansions Temple. The mountain gate was hidden by 10,000-year-old pines, and inside the Taoist temple were 1 hall, 2 gardens, and 81 rooms, all quiet and still. Thus, it was no longer an illusory divine realm, but a true divine realm. Of course, the Five Mansions Temple was still fake, just a projection of a different dimension. According to Shi Jingyuan, turning imagined things in the divine realm from fake to real wasn't hard, but turning things from a different dimension from fake to real required extremely high cultivation. Entering within, his thoughts scanned the room. Most of the 81 rooms were cluttered, with clothes and other items hanging in some rooms, as if they had recently been inhabited. As he walked into the main hall of the Five Mansions Temple, Zhang Fuxing suddenly paused. Something wasn't right. In the main hall, The shrine enshrined the tablets of heaven and earth, and before it, the bright yellow meditation mat was slightly sunken. In the incense burner, a stick of incense was burning. The smoke curled up gracefully. Last time, the incense burner was empty. A Tao scripture also appeared in front of the bright yellow meditation mat. Zhang Fuxing swallowed and walked forward, carefully observing the Tao scripture. There were no words on the cover, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. Each page of the Tao scripture seemed as heavy as a mountain. Aside from the Tao scripture, the shrine couldn't be moved, but the other things could be manipulated at will. Feeling a bit disappointed, he turned to stare intently at the burning incense. A minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After a full half-hour, the incense remained burning, not even diminishing a bit, seemingly frozen in time, yet still emitting smoke. He suddenly had a guess, exited the divine realm with a thought, and re-entered it 3 seconds later, returning to the Five Mansions temple. Sure enough, the incense had burned out, and the indentation of the bright yellow meditation mat had also disappeared. Even inside those 81 rooms, the arrangement of some clothes and household items had changed. Zhang Fuxing's heart pounded. He murmured to himself, and in the different dimensional Five Mansions temple, there are actually chilled to the bone. He repeatedly exited and entered the divine realm, and each time he entered and exited, there would always be minuscule changes within the Five Mansions temple. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, closing the divine realm once more, waiting briefly before reopening it. The position of the water bucket had changed. Tea leaves appeared in a teacup, and the Tao scripture was flipped open. As expected, let's focus on figuring out how to borrow from Five Mansions temple. The Tao scripture, it was open. Chapter 66, True and False Immortals, Immortal Thoughts. Chapter 66, True and False Immortals, Immortal Thoughts. Zhang Fuxing almost lunged forward. He pressed his eyes closely against the open Tao scripture, and at a glance, it seemed as if he saw the ultimate truth of the universe. Yet it also resembled the essence of the cosmos, because he couldn't understand it. Each character above was recognizable, but when he looked at them, he clearly couldn't comprehend the meaning of each word. This feeling was like staring at a word for so long that it began to feel unfamiliar, to the point where he couldn't recognize it at all. Zhang Fuxing had a thought. A piece of white paper and a pen appeared in his hand as he attempted to transcribe the characters from the Tao scripture. A horrifying scene unfolded. As he wrote down one word, it disappeared, along with his memory and understanding of that word. Zhang Fuxing wrote frantically, but in the end, he was left with a blank sheet of paper and an empty mind. He still gained nothing. Does this book not allow itself to be observed, or am I? Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, feeling that it was the latter. He attempted to exit the divine realm and re-enter. Sure enough, the Tao scripture had turned to the next page. The content became even more obscure and difficult to understand, yet he still observed it hundreds of times. Even though he remembered nothing in the end, at least he had seen it, experienced it, and felt it. Exit the divine realm. Enter. Exit, enter. Repeating this process, he carefully savored each page of the Tao scripture. Even though his mind remained empty, the feeling was pure bliss. Knowledge passed through his mind, leaving not a trace. He just enjoyed that transparent and refreshing sensation, just like attending a math class. Zhang Fuxing sighed and continued the cycle of going out, coming in, going out, coming in. Unknowingly, the Tao scripture was almost finished. Once again, he entered the divine realm, stepping into the Five Mansions temple, lethargically leaning over the Tao scripture, but suddenly he froze. The last page of the Tao scripture was a blank sheet of paper, written in brush strokes, the ink still wet, evidently just written. The content was just a few words. His hair stood on end, a tingling sensation spread across the back of his head, and a chill exploded from his tailbone, spreading throughout his body. Zhang Fuxing swallowed hard, forcing down his sense of horror. Make a deal? What kind of deal? Was this line written by Zheng Yuanzi? He jumped up, went out, came in. The Tao scripture remained on the last page. but the brushstroke characters that hadn't dried yet had changed. With the world, Zhang Fuxing knew, was the sacred title of immortal Jinyuan, but what on earth is the ancestor of land immortals? He remembered, Jin Yuanzi was indeed known as the ancestor of earth immortals. But earth immortal and land immortal, are these two the same thing? Could it be? A thought struck Zhang Fuxing. He closed the divine realm, then expanded it again, entered, and sat on the bright yellow meditation mat, looking down. The brushstroke characters had changed again. If you, young friend, are willing to sacrifice 3,000 blood shrines, you may also erect a magic altar, cast my golden body, and inscribe with the world ancestor of land immortals upon it. Zhang Fuxing stared at the characters filling the page, his eyelids twitching furiously. 6 Qings? The 3 pristine ones of the Eastern sect and the 3 pristine ones of the Western sect make the 6 Qings, right? 3,000 blood shrines for sacrifice. He frowned without speaking. Does someone like immortal Jinyuan need blood shrines for such sacrifices? A shrine? That sounds problematic from the start. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing recalled discussions with Huang Qiuxian from before. At the time, he mentioned the name Plague Emperor LVU, and Huang Qiuxian shook like a sieve, terrified that the Western sect had discovered the true name of the Plague Emperor. It seemed strange back then, but thinking about it now, it poses a big question. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a turbid breath, exited the divine realm, and re-entered. The Tao scripture had already closed, quietly placed in front of the shrine. The blood shrine, though unknown, obviously wasn't anything pleasant, filled with an eerie aura. Zhang Fuxing's throat moved. If his speculation was true, the implications behind it. He suddenly felt that this world was even more terrifying. After a long while, he calmed his emotions. Within the 5 Mansions temple, Zhang Fuxing wandered, repeatedly observing the giant tree in the backyard. There were no ginseng fruits on the tree, but on the table beside the tree, there was indeed a golden hammer used for picking ginseng fruits. Zhang Fuxing tried to pick it up and even attempted to turn illusion into reality, but obviously he failed. Almost exhausting his spirit, he still couldn't make the golden hammer become real, not even for a moment. It remained an illusory object dwelling in the spiritual world. He squatted down, and the root of this illusory large tree clearly showed a charred state. Upon closer inspection, even the trunk was laced with dense black lines, resembling lightning patterns. A lightning strike? Zhang Fuxing walked through all 81 rooms, but found nothing noteworthy. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 ancient books that could be opened, but the writings were completely unintelligible to him. A thought came to him, and he conjured piles of paper, transcribing all the text from the ancient books before returning to the main hall. Zhang Fuxing headed straight for the huge shrine exuding an indescribable majesty, wherein the heaven and earth tablet had no effect on him. He stepped into the shrine. Calming himself, Zhang Fuxing attempted to disperse his divine thought within the shrine. Surrounding the tablet engraved with the words heaven and earth, this shrine and the heaven and earth tablet were clearly fake, existing only in his spiritual world, yet they felt immensely real, immensely substantial. Thoughts immersed within, he faintly perceived a Taoist, through countless ages, bowing repeatedly to the tablet. The Taoist figure was blurred, wearing a purple gold crown, a crane robe, shoes gracing his feet, and a belt tied at his waist. Is this a reflection of past scenes? So, is this Taoist the self-proclaimed ancestor of land immortals, a mysterious figure, or the real Jin Yuanzi? In a trance, Zhang Fuxing saw that in the myriad of years depicted, the Taoist, continuously bowing to the heaven and earth tablet, lifted his head and glanced at him, and even smiled. Zhang Fuxing's scalp tingled suddenly, as the reflected scene shattered and vanished. He stepped back several steps, unconsciously gasping for breath. Did it? Zhang Fuxing swallowed his saliva. After a long while, once he calmed again, he perceived that his spiritual thoughts, which had immersed into the heaven and earth tablet, seemed to have absorbed some quality, becoming somewhat special. That part of the spiritual thoughts extracted from the tablet was clearly just a few wisps, yet they felt denser than his entire spirit, much denser indeed. The heaven and earth tablet is like a transcriber, or Zhang Fuxing could distinctly feel that these strands of spiritual thoughts that flowed once around the heaven and earth tablet seemed to have undergone some indescribable ultimate sublimation, endowed with an immortal and indestructible trait. But when he tried to withdraw these strands of immortal thoughts into his body, he couldn't help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. He completely couldn't do it. His body simply couldn't accommodate thoughts at this level, even if they belonged to him. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a while, conjured a wooden tablet, and then infused it with the immortal thoughts. Predictably, the wooden tablet disintegrated. A bold idea suddenly occurred to Zhang Fuxing. He once again immersed two strands of thoughts into the heaven and earth tablet and extracted them. One strand of sublimated thoughts was used to imagine a wooden tablet. Surprisingly, this wooden tablet retained an immortal essence, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression, and the other immortal thought was successfully stored within, without shattering the wooden tablet. Zhang Fuxing's heart pounded vigorously as he attempted the final step. He attempted to turn the imagined, purely spiritual world wooden tablet into reality. Like those snowflakes in a small inn, his spirit dwindled rapidly. Waves of dizziness hit. He almost vomited, and his vision darkened. Unknowingly, as time passed, Zhang Fuxing silently exited the divine realm, returning to reality, his face pale and bloodless, and his skin even cracked with countless fissures. Yet at the same time, a quaint wooden plaque, engraved with the words, "High Heaven," quietly lay in his hand. Chapter 67. Above High Heaven, Six Ding Divine Fire. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Above High Heaven, Six Ding Divine Fire. Dragon Boat City, 3rd District Special Hospital. Comprehensive Inpatient Building. Chen Wanyu wrung out the cloth and wiped the woman's body. The usually reticent girl uncharacteristically rambled on. "Mom, I can't stay long this time. I still need to earn money for the medical bills. You should eat more at each meal. Also, by whatever you feel like eating, don't be frugal." Listening to her daughter's chattering, the woman whose legs had turned to withered would force to smile, reaching out to stroke Chen Wanyu's long hair. Chen Wanyu glared at the woman. "Burden?" Chen Wanyu was momentarily speechless, then said helplessly. Before the woman, the coldness in her melted away, and she spoke warmly. The woman was puzzled, not quite understanding what her daughter meant. Chen Wanyu thought seriously for a moment, then said she knew her appearance. Although the little boss's behavior was sometimes strange, he had never really crossed any line. For her, it wasn't great, but it certainly wasn't bad. At most, she would just play along, pretending to be very scared. The woman said nothing, just grasped her daughter's hand worriedly. Chen Wanyu also held the woman's hand tightly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out. The door of the ward was pushed open, and a courier stepped in asking, "Is Ms.?" She frowned lightly and stood up. The courier shrugged. "The address is here, and the name matches." He handed over an envelope, confirmed receipt, then turned and left. Out of the hospital, the courier suddenly shivered. The cloudy color in his eyes faded. He looked around in confusion, muttering to himself. He patted his head, his memory fragmented, recalling nothing. Meanwhile, in the ward, Chen Wanyu examined the white envelope, sealed with wax, imprinted with two ancient characters. "High Heaven, what is this?" She scrutinized the envelope, feeling that it contained some indescribable essence. Clearly new, yet it seemed to exist for ages and would continue for many more years. No decay. Incorruptible, immortal, imperishable. Chen Wanyu tried to tear open the envelope, failed. Her heart tightened. She exerted sudden force. Nearly 3,000 pounds of strength tugged at the envelope, yet still couldn't destroy the thin envelope. Not even a sliver. It seemed she could only open it by removing the wax seal. The woman asked in confusion. Suddenly, she recalled that day, that terrifying and mysterious old man. Chun Wanyu furrowed her brows, attempted to remove the wax seal. With ease, opened the envelope. Inside was a piece of paper and a small wooden plaque. The plaque appeared ancient and dignified, exuding a flavor as if timeless through countless ages. This feeling was 1,000 times stronger than that on the envelope. Just staring at the plaque, she felt an involuntary shudder, as if gazing upon some inconceivable existence, some unspeakable thing. She took a deep breath. Chun Wanyu carefully examined the plaque. The front still bore the words High Heaven, while the back had a painting of vague significance. In the painting, flora and fauna, mountains and waters, all were present. Also a Taoist temple, a Buddhist temple, and a school, and also the sun, moon, and stars, but all beneath the Taoist temple, Buddhist temple, and school. What was most astonishing was that all these complicated scenes were housed within a palm-sized painting. With Chun Wanyu's eyesight, taking a closer look, focusing her vision, she could even see needlepoint-sized flora and fauna vividly carved. No detail or texture was missed. What kind of craftsmanship is this? She looked at the piece of paper. The top had 3 large characters. Invitation letter. Chun Wanyu carefully read. Above High Heaven, permission granted for your name. If willing to accept this letter, drop blood on the plaque. Can enter heaven interchangeable Tao. Chun Wanyu. Receive a mere 3 lines. Uncontainable excitement surged within Chun Wanyu. Heaven interchangeable Tao. It truly is the mysterious elder from that day. Mom's illness can be cured. Without hesitation, she cut her finger, letting a drop of blood fall. The blood flowed over the wooden plaque, strangely gathering around the words High Heaven, dyeing these ancient and dignified characters red. In the next second, the curtains in the ward closed automatically. The door suddenly locked, and the lights dimmed to an eerie gloom. Chun Wanyu and the woman on the bed glanced around in confusion, both sets of eyes landing on the corner of the room. There, without anyone knowing when, appeared an elderly man in his twilight years. Zhong Mountain. You. Chun Wanyu's heart pounded wildly. The elder's body was translucent, yet it exuded an immortal and undying aura, as if it had existed since ancient times and would certainly endure through the ages. He nodded slowly, speaking in a gentle, deliberate manner. Before joining my High Heaven Association, you must offer something, your eternal burning heart. After joining, you may engage with others who have made a name in the High Heaven, exchanging secrets of the Heaven Interchangeable Tao. Chun Wanyu agreed decisively. She didn't know what the High Heaven Association was, nor did she care. She just wanted to cure her mother's illness. The woman's face, however, showed fear. Heart? Heart. She cried out for help, yet her voice couldn't escape the ward at all. The ethereal old man approached the woman, soothing her kindly. I won't take her physical heart, only a certain quality from it. The woman gasped, calming down after a long pause. Ray? Her voice trembled. The elder nodded slightly, introducing himself. He reached out, gently touching the woman's forehead, and asked. The woman looked at her daughter in confusion. Seeing her daughter nodding vigorously, she finally nodded slightly as well. The elder's voice resonated like the clang of a great bell. A coin fell onto the bedside table, spinning slowly, spinning. During its spin, the wood-like and decayed condition of the woman's legs began to recede bit by bit. When the coin finally stopped spinning and lay quietly on the surface of the table, the woman's withered legs completely returned to normal. She quietly drifted off to sleep. Far away, a young boy was voraciously devouring star beast meat. A moment later, only then did Zhong Mountain look at Chun Wanyu. I will take your eternal burning heart as the prize for your mother's vicious disease. Chun Wanyu rushed to the bedside, gently caressing her mother's legs. Her eyes filled with tears. She responded without looking back. A barely perceptible wisp of flame quietly separated from her heart, melting into nothingness and disappearing from sight. Chun Wanyu felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. But in that instant, certain bindings upon her vanished as well. and the heart tempered by the little flame for 18 years, finally revealed its extraordinary brilliance. She lost it, yet the heart forged by the flame for 18 years remained. The heart began to beat fiercely, and with each beat, it unleashed the results of the fire's refinement. With each intense heartbeat, Chun Wan-yu, who had reached the perfection of the third refinement, ascended to the fourth refinement. With the next heartbeat, she achieved minor achievement of the fourth refinement. The third, fourth, fifth times. Great success, perfection, and then 5 refinements. The heart beat intensely 18 times, as if counting the 18 years. Muscles rolling, tendon stretching. 8 refinements minor achievement, yet merely scratching the surface. Her skin grew as radiant as divine jade. Her eyes became incomparably bright, radiating an imperceptible divine glow. Far away, Zhang Fuxing had 3 question marks appear on his forehead. Aren't you a destiny's chosen girl? Lucky you didn't consume some gourd-shaped golden cores, or you'd be like having a fire-eyes golden gaze forged into you. Meanwhile, in the ward, the elder watched this scene quietly, his expression unchanged, speaking in a low voice. The semi-transparent elder vanished. The blood on the plaque dried at that moment, and everything fell perfectly into place. The 6-ding divine fire hovered silently within the contract. Chapter 68. Anchor. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Anchor. Zhang Fuxing leaned back in his chair, looking half paralyzed, but his mouth twitched continuously. But this price. He refined 10 immortal thoughts at once, which was nothing but materializing the high heaven order. Honestly, the consumption was surprisingly huge. He almost crumbled. Fortunately, the immortal thoughts residing in the immortal wooden token could indeed be sensed and controlled remotely, and even used to complete transactions. The consumption was a bit much, but understandable. At worst, recover for 10 days or so. The biggest problem is the contract. Zhang Fuxing felt a toothache. He knew that the cooldown of the contract was determined by the transaction item. Buying off Chun Wanyu's mother's strange illness had a cooldown of 100 days. That was fine. Only 2 ounces of star beast meat. But then the problem arose. Buying the 6-ding divine fire. The contract's cooldown soared to 36,500 days. Not a day more or less. Exactly 100 years. Zhang Fuxing had reason to suspect that 100 years wasn't the upper limit for the 6-ding divine fire, but the cooldown limit of the contract. Over 30,000 days. His mouth twitched, wondering where he could get so much star beast meat in such a short time. The 4 pounds of one-horned giant rhinoceros meat that were once extremely abundant in his pocket suddenly seemed pitifully scarce. The only thing Zhang Fuxing could think of was the news reported by Lu Mingzhu. In a certain large city, a level 3-star beast meat called Fearless Lion was auctioned off by the governor of Dragon Boat City, Wang Yuan. That would be old sure. Headache. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The cooldown time reached its peak, requiring a full 100 years before the contract could be used again, and this was what brought about the 6-ding divine fire. The fire of Taishang Laojun. The fire of the Taiqing, celestial lord of Tao and virtue. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the sunset outside the window, summoned Lu Mingzhu, and instructed her not to let anyone approach this room or disturb him. After giving these instructions, he closed the door, then turned his thoughts, delving into the extremely dim contract, where 3 transaction results floated inside. One was 10 years of contemplation, another was Worldwood Marrow, and the last was 6-ding divine fire. This Worldwood Marrow is the root cause of Chun Wanyu's mother's illness. After the Worldwood Marrow was extracted, it became an ink-like fluid, chilling and eerie. As for the 6-ding divine fire, a small flame, appearing quite ordinary. But this was the fire that almost burned the great sage equal to heaven, and refined treasures like the golden cudgel and the 9-toothed nail rake. Zhang Fuxing had reason to believe that Chun Wanyu's heart had never been refined by the 6-ding divine fire, merely having the flame reside in her heart. The released afterglow, freed later, made her skin like jade, her eyes emitting divine light. seemingly adding a couple of special constitutions. He expanded his divine realm, thoughts triggering the contract. A minuscule fire seed descended from within the contract. The six-ding divine fire appeared dark purple on the outside, listed as flame, but looked more like a small mass of flowing sunlight, within which 8 trigrams symbols flickered with unclear meanings, appearing and disappearing. And when the flame burns, one can hear a deep, grand, and continuous humming, yet it is not violent. On the contrary, it seems very gentle. This fire used by Lao Jun to refine alchemy and artifacts belongs to mild fire. Thankfully, otherwise Zhang Fuxing wouldn't dare let the six-ding divine fire appear directly in his divine realm, for fear he would burn his spiritual world to ashes. But he also noticed that the moment the divine fire appeared, even though it didn't directly refine the divine realm, his own spiritual world began to undergo a kind of transformation, extremely slow, but very real. Zhang Fuxing cautiously moved his thoughts close to the six-ding divine fire. Upon nearing, he could feel his own thoughts ushered into an utmost sublimation different from the heaven and earth tablet. This sublimation was purer, more pristine, more rapid, and then it was incinerated. After pondering, Zhang Fuxing immersed 100 strands of thoughts into the heaven and earth tablet, transforming them all into immortal thoughts, once again approaching the six-ding divine fire with 100 strands of immortal thoughts. The flames danced gently. The 100 strands of formless thoughts were actually outlined by the firelight into shapes, like strands of dark purple silk thread. The immortal thought began to sublimate again, extremely swiftly. This time, immortal thought did not get incinerated, but it gave Zhang Fuxing a very bad premonition. He felt his own thoughts were detaching from him, or rather, those thoughts were developing self-awareness. Come on, bro, you're enlightening my thoughts here? Zhang Fuxing shuddered. If divine thought gained self-awareness, would it still be his? It already couldn't be recalled back into his body. He suddenly maneuvered 100 strands of thoughts, thrusting them wildly into the liquid sunlight like six-ding divine fire. In a flash, thoughts tainted with immortal flavor evaporated, but it was also at this moment Zhang Fuxing seemingly faced the 9-ring scepter once again. Everything before his eyes receded away, infinitely far away, replaced by rapidly flashing incomplete scenes, finally freezing on 365 frames. Zhang Fuxing perked up, examining them one by one. His expression grew gradually solemn. This wisp of six-ding divine fire seems to have experienced many places, many people, and many events. He saw in 6 fragmented images, each reflecting a female god, one with rabbit ears, one with snake tail, and others with horns, chicken feathers, and sheep's horizontal pupils. Ox, rabbit, snake, sheep, chicken, pig. This is 6-ding deities? The thought flashed in Zhang Fuxing's mind. 6-ding and 6 Jia, Taoist guardian gods, of which 6-ding are Yin god jade maidens, 6 Jia are yang god jade boys. These 6 scenes cannot be anchored. He continued looking, saw a corner of a mountain, burning with raging flames, stretching over countless miles. Flame Mountain? If it is Flame Mountain, this wisp of 6-ding divine fire would have fallen to the human world with the fire bricks after the great sage equal to heaven overturned the 8 trigrams furnace? He continued on. The rest of the scenes were mostly elusive, whether in a gourd or on an elderly palm, each being sifted through. Zhang Fuxing's gaze finally locked on 2 residual scenes. In the first residual scene, the 6-ding divine fire could be seen burning in a cyan lamp, behind which was a high-suspended Tai Chi diagram. Beneath the diagram sat an old Taoist, quietly meditating, with a green ox lying beside him. The second residual scene was a gray, dusty monkey, huddled in some dim place, surrounded by the flowing sunlight like 6-ding divine fire, roasting him. Zhang Fuxing felt a bit troubled. He pondered this, recalling Shi Jingyuan's words that scenes projected by artifacts and items are different and do not point to the same place. Choose the first one or the second. The second, perhaps. Just as Zhang Fuxing was about to make a choice, a sudden inspiration struck him, casting his gaze back to the first residual scene. In the scene, the ox still lay, but the once vague old Taoist had disappeared. Yes, disappeared. As if the Taoist previously seen was merely an illusion, a mirage. Yet this was unmistakably a fixed image of the past, not his own illusion or mirage. After a long silence, just as the thought was about to pierce into the second image, it swerved suddenly, falling into the first image. Before him was no longer the vast divine realm. In the distance was Longevity Mountain and the Five Mansions Temple. Beneath was an endless wilderness, and above his head, beyond the reach of vision, there floated a seemingly ordinary Taoist palace. Above the Taoist palace, a horizontal inscribed board hung. The strokes formed three characters, not particularly majestic, nor possessing a grand, timeless aura, just the simple, unassuming three characters of 8 Sceneries Palace. Chapter 69, The Taoist Palace Beyond Thought, Homeward Bound. Chapter 69, The Taoist Palace Beyond Thought, Homeward Bound 8 Sceneries Palace, one of the sites of Tai Ching, celestial lord of Tao and virtue. Unlike Delua Palace, which is for alchemy and artifact making, 8 Sceneries Palace is where the Tao is proclaimed and the teachings are delivered. At this moment, the legendary Taoist Palace is just above the heavens. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, which has a higher position, 8 Sceneries Palace or Delua Palace? Or are they on par? He didn't know. He only knew that he encountered a very serious issue. The divine realm is Zhang Fuxing's spiritual world, theoretically limitless, as far as Zhang Fuxing's mind reaches. So, what is the divine realm? One thought can shrink the divine realm to a mustard seed. One thought can expand it to the size of a galaxy. Ultimately, it's the limit of imagination, the limit of the spiritual and mental world. However, Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. After the 8 Sceneries Palace emerged, it immediately positioned itself at the infinite height of the divine realm, truly at infinite heights. In other words, it was above the celestial vault of the divine realm, truly up in the high heaven. His thoughts filled his own spiritual world, but he couldn't reach the 8 Sceneries Palace no matter what. Every time he expanded his divine realm a bit, this 8 Sceneries Palace moved a bit higher. It was clearly above the divine realm. No matter how Zhang Fuxing's thoughts chased after the 8 Sceneries Palace, it was always a bit higher, a bit farther. This is the infinite height. This is truly above the high heaven. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, feeling liver pain for frustration. If his spiritual world was likened to a bubble, his will, thoughts, soul, and all that he could imagine, including the Five Mansions Temple, were inside the bubble, yet the damned 8 Sceneries Palace was on top of the bubble. It was as if an impenetrable boundary lay between them. Boundary? Out of nowhere, Zhang Fuxing thought of the spiritual limit. Do you have to break the limit to touch the 8 Sceneries Palace? No, it's not. There must be a way to get up there, he muttered, frowning and pondering. The 8 Sceneries Palace is situated at an infinitely high and infinite height. The nature of its height seemed to become a concept, even further from the mind, that could instantly imagine the cosmic edges. What else is equally deep, broad, and high beyond belief? Perhaps the contract? With a thought, Zhang Fuxing slowly brought the contract from the ancestral acupoint in his forehead into the divine realm. He first attempted to contemplate the contract, to see if he could use it to anchor his scenery, but failed, as the contract seemed without a past, or perhaps did not belong to a different dimension. Then, Zhang Fuxing tried to imagine the contract extending into a sky-reaching bridge straight to the 8 Sceneries Palace. It nearly succeeded. Of course, it nearly did. Now it was in an even stranger situation. Thought limits contract 8 Sceneries Palace. The contract extended beyond thoughts, above the bubble. But when Zhang Fuxing's thought followed the contract to the front of the 8 Sceneries Palace, he still found it a hair's breadth away. This hair's breadth seemed like the ends of the earth. Zhang Fuxing frowned, standing on the contract, still pondering how to enter the 8 Sceneries Palace. And while pondering, he observed this Taoist palace. The Taoist palace was not large. its portal made not of copper or iron, but rather of a churning, heavy chaos mist that seemed substantial. Before the door floated 81 jade-white steps, surrounded by 8 vaguely large sceneries. Vast sea, crimson cloud streams, starry river, jade forest and trees. 8 vast sceneries, incredibly vague, incredibly ethereal. In deep thought, Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized he seemed a bit closer to the 8 sceneries palace. Though slight, it was more tangible. And closer indeed. It was the contract. Why was this happening? Thoughts turning over incessantly, he suddenly had a revelation. Is it? Zhang Fuxing felt great joy. Then his old face fell. 100 years. 100 years of cooldown. Gunlin Liang. He took one last deep look at the 8 sceneries palace. Thought moved, drawing the 6 Ding divine fire here, transforming in a flowing haze to obscure the 8 sceneries palace. So, if any life were to enter Zhang Fuxing's divine realm, looking up, they could only see the brilliant haze, but not the unspeakable Taoist palace. Moreover, the 6 Ding divine fire slowly emitted mysterious Taoist rhythms over time, indirectly tempering the entire divine realm. Zhang Fuxing unhesitatingly stowed away the contract, thinking leaving the divine realm. Continuing to waste time was useless. Even though he couldn't enter the 8 sceneries palace yet, this infinitely high alone, a trait surpassing thought limits, already made Zhang Fuxing alarmed. Yet he held a deep worry. Zhang Fuxing was uncertain in his heart, took out his phone, casually glanced out the window, and suddenly froze. Outside the window, the morning sun was rising. Why did it turn into dawn again? Wait a minute. How long have I been in the divine realm? He looked at his phone, July 9th. Zhang Fuxing was shocked. There were several missed calls on his phone from Chen Wanyu, his dad, and Zhang Xiaoxi. How could it be so long? He felt a bit startled. 8 Sceneries Palace seemed not only infinitely high in space, but also had certain characteristics in time. Thinking it over, Zhang Fuxing didn't rush to return the calls, but dialed Shi Jinyuan first. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Fuxing felt a breeze brush his face, and Shi Jinyuan suddenly appeared beside him. The elderly man asked gently. Suppressing his shock, Zhang Fuxing earnestly said, I need Star Beast meat. Shi Jinyuan nodded calmly. He bent a finger, creating a piece of raw meat the size of a fingernail from thin air. The raw meat glowed with light, emitting an unusual fragrance like the lotus seeds that day. The scent penetrated directly into the soul. Shi Jinyuan calmly handed over the fingernail-sized, fearless lion meat. Almost the moment he caught the lion meat, Zhang Fuxing sensed the contract trembling slightly, as if yearning? Indeed, unfortunately, it's too little. Shi Jinyuan spoke just then. Zhang Fuxing felt delighted but showed no hint of it on his face. Instead, he curiously asked. Shi Jinyuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. Shi Jinyuan replied gently. Zhang Fuxing nearly choked. He paused for a moment. Zhang Fuxing hesitated. Shi Jinyuan was surprised this time. You haven't certified as a martial artist yet? Zhang Fuxing scratched his head. He wanted to say more, but saw Shi Jinyuan suddenly frowning, then relaxing. Shi Jinyuan folded his hands. He explained gently. Shi Jinyuan's figure slowly faded at the spot, evidently going to meet the investigation bureau people. Zhang Fuxing stood dumbfounded for a long time. Coming to his senses, no wonder he was staring at Zhong Chengshi's van, now vanished. Presumably Zhong Chengshi and his group had returned to Jiangzhou. He muttered to himself, the investigation bureau has an eye on Zhong Mountain, naturally also watches Zhong Mountain's relatives. And within Dragon Boat City, it's difficult for him to assume the role of Zhong Mountain, given that old Shi is still watching. Best to return to Jiangzhou City and deal with it. Zhang Fuxing sighed with a complicated feeling, booking 3 tickets back to Jiangzhou City. For himself, Chen Wanyu, and Lu Mingzhu. He considered taking Lu Mingzhu back with them. He muttered to himself. He licked his lips, swallowed the fingernail-sized, estimated less than a gram lion meat sample into his stomach. A massive amount of mysterious material exploded, causing Zhang Fuxing to stumble. Brilliant golden light surfaced on his skin. The contract's 100-year cooldown suddenly reduced by a whole year. 1 gram. In the golden light, Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled. 3 tails of lion meat, if the effect doesn't diminish, would mean 150 years of cooldown reduction. And tomorrow or the day after, it will arrive in Jiangzhou. At that time, the golden light on his skin grew increasingly dazzling, his whole being engulfed by the golden light. Chapter 70. Prison Records. Homecoming Imminent. Chapter 70. Prison Records. Homecoming Imminent, my head. Lin Dongxi struggled to prop herself up in the hospital bed, her face pale and weary as she asked. Chen Yuk wiped Lin Dongxi's face. In the ward, the little child exhaled a breath of turbid air and pulled out the tubes attached to her. Chen Yuk nodded. The attack was aimed at our Hongji, just like what happened to junior brother. Lin Dongxi tiredly rubbed her brow. She had a congenital developmental halt. Both her appearance and height remained at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old. Although she had second refinement cultivation, the innate disadvantage was there, with residual traces of blood-suppressing toxin in her body. Lin Dongxi said bitterly. In a typical small city, the top experts are usually at the level of a martial arts master, and it's rare to have more than 2 grandmasters as in Jiangzhou City. But even so, Hong Tianbao still held almost absolute dominance over Jiangzhou. Conducting a thorough sweep across the city wouldn't be difficult. Master went to see an old friend and will return at the end of the month. Chen Yuk calmly said. The sentence was left unfinished. An abrupt voice suddenly arose. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi turned their eyes. The seemingly honest and straightforward young man had entered the ward at some point, his left arm wrapped in thick bandages. He calmly said. Chen Yuk also frowned slightly, clearly a bit unconvinced. The honest-looking young man calmly interrupted. Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi exchanged glances. Neo Dali threw a file over, saying coldly, additionally, there's information from Dragon Boat City. The Green Gang over there supplying Peace Hotel with a massive amount of low-cost star beast meat unconditionally. When I sent someone to inquire with Mr. Files were tossed onto the chair. Neo Dali exhaled. At that time, Junior Brother had no background whatsoever, so how did he know Mr. Du? And the attempt to hack into Peace Hotel to steal information. The final document was placed down with a slap, sending the ward into dead silence. For a long time, Chen Yuk asked solemnly. Neo Dali lowered his eyelids. Junior Brother should be returning soon. Fearless lion meat. Zhang Fuxing's fingertips brushed his skin, feeling a metallic sensation. He stretched his body, and as the blood and bones vibrated, a faint golden sheen appeared on his skin. What is this? The golden bell shield? Or perhaps the embryonic form of the Buddhist family's pursuit of the golden body? A mere thumbnail-sized piece of fearless lion meat, barely a gram, but it toughened his entire skin by at least 30%. Zhang Fuxing quietly pondered, what exactly is star beast meat? Why does it contain a special substance that can accelerate the cooling of the contract? It seems that this special substance also changes according to the type of star beast meat. The one-horned giant rhinoceros aside, the fearless lion already sounds quite mystical. He redialed the missed calls one by one on his phone. His dad's side was still usual. After a long explanation, he finally put his worries to rest. Hearing that he was going back to Jiangzhou, he was repeatedly urged to contact Uncle Yu once he arrived. Chen Wanyu and Zhang Xiaoxi had nothing particular. The former mentioned gathering the over 20 million needed to repay. The latter invited Zhang Fuxing to stroll around Dragon Boat City together, which he naturally declined. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiaoxi's lively voice came, "Go ahead." Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead. Huh? No, are you serious? Help, help, help. Who can say no when I'm your dear sister? After hanging up, within 2 minutes, 7 or 8 documents had already been sent to Zhang Fuxing's phone, along with a short message from Sister Cece. Burn after reading. If caught, don't rat me out. Knife, knife. Zhang Fuxing, 111, clicking open the documents and seeing the dents. And thorough information. A smile spread across Zhang Fuxing's face. Afternoon. Still train number CC 1000, departing from Dragon Boat City straight to Jiangzhou City. Chen Wanyu gently spoke. Zhang Fuxing, already appearing frail and bookish, now looked even more wan. Leaning against a pillar, he seemed ready to faint at any moment. There were already several bystanders asking if he needed help calling for emergency services. He didn't want Sister Cece to worry, so he didn't let her see him off. Standing in a blind spot of the surveillance, Zhang Fuxing feebly spoke. Mr. the girl, looking even more refreshing and with skin smooth as silk, softly replied. Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned. Huh. Chen Wanyu calmly said, I've already transferred the funds to the money shop account. Debt cleared. She seriously thought for a moment. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, habitually reaching out to pinch the girl's cheek. She frowned but didn't resist. He realized that this girl was no longer in debt, but he didn't hurry to release his grip, continuing to play with the tender cheeks, the pressure gradually increasing. Looking at the girl's face, both resisting and appearing somewhat enjoying, he curiously asked. Chen Wanyu's eyes turned cold, slapping away Zhang Fuxing's hand, carefully controlling her strength, now at 8 refinements, far beyond the past. The train soon arrived at the station. The bustling and noisy crowd surged. Though seats were assigned, everyone was still jostling to get off first. Hearing the annoying clamor, the extremely weak Zhang Fuxing frowned. Suddenly, he had an impulse to crush this noisy crowd into pulp. This urge was hard to suppress, nearly ready to be acted upon immediately. Zhang Fuxing spoke in a low tone, and Lu Mingzhu, with only 6 fingers, quietly followed with her luggage, as did Chen Wanyu. After the 3 left, a solo passenger from the train abruptly paused, as if entranced, walked to the pillar where Zhang Fuxing leaned, and rigidly rummaged in a nearby trash bin, retrieving a black plastic bag. Opening it, inside were 2 white letters, both sealed with the words High Heaven. Chapter 71. Traveling with Confucian Scholars. Finally arriving in Jiangzhou. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Traveling with Confucian Scholars. Finally arriving in Jiangzhou, the young man, carrying 2 letters, walked out of the train station like a puppet. He arrived at the 7th district, entered a small inn, called for a prostitute, and put down the 2 letters. The woman who came in suddenly seemed wooden as well. Clutching the 2 letters, she wandered aimlessly down the street until she handed them to an old beggar, after which she returned to the inn to enjoy a romantic encounter with the young man. Yet the letters continued to circulate. The beggar, a student, a female teacher, an incompetent husband, the delivery boy. Anyone who touched the envelope would fall into a strange stupor until they passed the letter on to the next person, upon which they returned to normal with no recollection of the incident. The 2 letters, having passed through the hands of over 100 people, finally landed in the hands of 2 young couriers, their origins no longer traceable. The 2 couriers entered 2 different buildings almost simultaneously. They spoke to different receptionists in different locations. It's for Mr. The white envelopes were put down, and the couriers left in a daze, their clouded eyes gradually returning to normal, looking around in confusion. CC 1000 train. Jiang Shutong sat down with a thud, complaining, I understand the reasoning. The cultured young man beside him smiled and said, 20-something Jiang Shutong pouted. His way of speaking suddenly changed, his throat vibrating, his voice forming a single line precisely reaching the middle-aged man's ear. Jiang Shutong looked displeased. I don't understand what's so interesting about these small cities. Kong Dongyan shook his head helplessly. He too deliberately focused his voice. Jiang Shutong rolled his eyes. Okay, so once this trip is over, senior brother, will you become a martial arts master? Kong Dongyan nodded gently. Bored, Jiang Shutong scanned the bustling passengers in the carriage, a faint sense of superiority welling up in his heart. These common folks have no idea who's sitting next to them, squeezed together in the carriage. He thought for a moment and discreetly pinned the Golden University's emblem on his chest, hoping someone would recognize it, though it was unlikely. Between a small town and a big city lies an insurmountable barrier. A violent cough reached his ears, and Jiang Shutong glanced over, seeing a pale, extremely frail patient boarding the train with the help of a beautiful woman and a fairy-like girl. His eyes brightened sharply, staring intently at the girl. How could anyone be this beautiful? Even the most outstanding girls in school, or the feminine elders in the sect, couldn't compare. Jiang Shutong made a move to stand, but a broad hand gently pressed him back down. Kong Dongyan frowned. Jiang Shutong smirked awkwardly, his gaze still drifting toward the cool, graceful girl. Then he saw the three of them approach and sit across the aisle from them. Unfortunately, the one sitting closest to the aisle wasn't the stunning girl, but the sickly man. The sickly man started coughing violently again, almost to the point of coughing up blood. Zhang Fuxing took a breath, feeling helpless as he realized that when buying the ticket, he hadn't noticed the seat class. Pressing his chest, he felt an immense fatigue washing over him like a tide. He had no other choice. Upon hearing Chen Wanyu mention that Mr. Du wanted to know his whereabouts, he sensed something was amiss. Old Sure wouldn't arrange things this way. The main issue was that he had keenly perceived a faint spiritual imprint placed on Chen Wanyu at some unknown time. It was meant to trace her movements. To achieve this, one would need a Grandmaster's level spirit realm, capable of constructing an illusory divine realm. Could it be Mr. Du who imprinted it? Zhang Fuxing keenly sensed something was off, questioning if Old Sure truly had complete control over Dragon Boat City. Instinctively, he created another high heaven letter, leaving it in a trash can. Such mental exhaustion almost made him faint. And that inexplicable feeling of rage in his heart grew even more overwhelming. Zhang Fuxing coughed violently again. A gentle voice came from across the aisle, and as Zhang Fuxing glanced over to see a refined young man sitting there. The latter spoke softly. "Young brother, you need to be careful not to exhaust yourself too much. When you return, you could get some medicine to regulate your essence, qi, and spirit." Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned, then nodded and thanked him, and then he saw a young man who looked about 20 sitting beside the refined youth leaning his head over. The refined youth pushed him back with a hint of ire. The young man named Jiang Shutong shrank back, dejected. Chen Wanyu kept her eyes straight ahead, not even glancing at him, while Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows slightly. The desire for food and sex. This was what Gaozi and Mencius debated in a past life. In this world, there is no such saying. Confucianism? He exhaled a breath, feeling overextended and powerless. He really didn't have the energy to create another high heaven order. Zhang Fuxing patted his chest, stifling his cough, and adopted an inquisitive demeanor. "Brother, you seem to know something about medicine?" The refined youth gave Jiang Shutong a stern glare, then turned to reply warmly. His speech was scholarly, resembling that of a scholar. If this person is truly related to Confucianism, then he probably comes from the ancient saint sect? Confucianism is also divided into two factions, the ancient saint sect and the celestial principle sect. The former leans good, like the Taoist East sect and the Buddhist Ling Mountain lineage. The latter leans evil, akin to Western sect and mandala lineage. But having witnessed the millions of subordinate souls of Shi Jinyuan from the Ling Mountain lineage and the ruthless past followers of the Ling Mountain lineage, like his own teacher Hong Tianbao, he pondered that this so-called inclination towards good might only be a slight inclination. It has absolutely nothing to do with true goodness. Zhang Fuxing maintained a bewildered facade as he inquired of the refined youth on how to nurture the spirit, and the latter indeed patiently explained tirelessly. Kong Dongyan listed off a series of medicinal formulas and said with a smile. He was quite talkative, and the discussion with Zhang Fuxing extended to the pros and cons of maintaining the spirit, comparing biotechnology and ancient remedies, and even moved to critiquing the exploitation of ordinary people by modern pharmaceutical companies, almost pointing out the evils of the Federation. Fortunately, the refined youth seemed to think better of it and swallowed the words back, opting for hints and metaphors instead. But if one listened intentionally, they could perceive a sense of disdain for the Federation in his words, as well as some underlying Confucian principles. As they conversed, the train quietly decelerated, with Jiangzhou Station already in sight. Zhang Fuxing's phone vibrated, and he smiled apologetically as he answered. Kong Dongyan paused appropriately, casting a side glance at Jiang Shetong, who was rolling his eyes, utterly confused as to why he was given so much instruction on medicinal remedies. While reprimanding, Jiang Shetong chuckled, completely baffled as to why his senior brother engaged in such discussions with these ordinary folk. It would be acceptable in a metropolis, but these are merely mud-legged folks from a small town. Is there another thought of killing? In the past, those who did not heed senior brother's teachings were all killed. This sickly guy is quite lucky. He smirked and looked out the window. So this is Jiangzhou City? Utterly unremarkable. Yet another small city that doesn't even have a couple of martial arts masters. Jiang Shetong raised his head slightly, straightening his chest, regretfully glancing at the stunningly beautiful girl. She has no idea that sitting across from her is an elite from Golden University, a martial artist of 6 refinements. No, she probably doesn't even know what Golden University is, or the significance of reaching 6 refinements at the age of 20. Jiang Shetong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 72. Facing Directly. Chapter 72. Facing Directly Train Station. Before parting, Zhang Fuxing casually asked, "Brother Kong, you guys aren't from Jiangzhou City, are you?" Kong Dongyan gave a gentlemanly smile. "Sort of, we've toured all the small cities in the province, and this is the last one." Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. As he seemed to think of his children, a doting smile appeared on Kong Dongyan's face. Zhang Fuxing. The 6-fingered woman and the young girl beside him also had question marks on their foreheads. Huh? Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but ask further. "You're talking about actual biological children?" Kong Dongyan chuckled. "I'm 27, and my oldest child is already 12. Zhang Fuxing. The Golden Province has over 60 small cities, a few kids in each city. Hundreds of children? You're truly blessed with kids? The elegant youth bid farewell to the confused Zhang Fuxing and his companions, leaving the station with Jiang Shetong. After just a few steps, he glanced at a beggar by the roadside. Kong Dongyan gave him a sidelong glance, speaking warmly. Jiang Shetong blinked. Kong Dongyan shook his head in disappointment. "You still haven't grasped the principles of benevolence and righteousness." He walked up to the beggar and dropped a coin into the tattered tin box. The beggar quickly thanked him. Kong Dongyan smiled and nodded at him, then casually grabbed the rest of the paper money and coins from the tin box and stuffed them into his pocket in the beggar's bewildered gaze. He turned his head, instructing Jiang Shetong. Jiang Shetong suddenly understood, nodding vigorously. Kong Dongyan's expression turned serious, filled with righteousness. The beggar, angry to the point of tears, shivered, got up, but quickly shrank back down. In the distance, Zhang Fuxing witnessed the entire scene. He twitched the corner of his mouth, initially wondering what sort of evil technique Confucianism might involve. Now he had a vague guess. Wait a minute. Filial piety comes first above all virtues. This guy having hundreds of kids in over 60 small cities. Is he planning to have the kids show filial piety to him? As for how exactly, Zhang Fuxing didn't dare to imagine. The body, hair, and skin are received from the parents. He frowned. Could such a pure and kind Confucian teaching be distorted like this? Shaking his head, Zhang Fuxing turned to Lu Mingzhu. "Lu Mingzhu, go to the Peace Hotel in Jiangzhou now." She was very sharp, vaguely sensing something, and being taken away from Dragon Boat City, she naturally knew she had to take a firm stand now. It seemed like she was caught in some kind of whirlpool. There was still a chance of survival by firmly taking a stand, but being indecisive meant certain death. The 6-fingered beautiful woman left with her luggage, and Qin Wanyu also temporarily parted ways with him. Zhang Fuxing exhaled, feeling the countless gazes both inside and outside the station, numbering in the hundreds, observing him. Under the focus of various gazes and cameras, Zhang Fuxing seemed oblivious, stepping out of the station and immediately, a sense of being watched emanated from far above his head. Sky satellite. Zhang Fuxing murmured silently, dialing the phone. All right, 6 o'clock tomorrow night, right? After setting up a dinner time with Uncle Yu, Zhang Fuxing, alone, calmly blended into the crowded street. In his perception, dozens of people immediately followed. Men and women, old and young. Even the street vendors glanced at him from time to time, and even at the moment he stepped out of the station, out of the dozens of taxis parked on the roadside, whether sitting in the cars or leaning against the doors smoking, every driver glanced at him almost simultaneously. TSK. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes. These people were not intent on killing. It seemed their orders were merely to monitor him. But such surveillance, needing so many people and openly staring as they were. Was this a demonstration from his senior brother? Then why not just attack directly? Was it because those 24 missing bounty hunters left the senior brother uncertain? A surge of oppressive rage welled up in Zhang Fuxing's heart, an impulse to tear everyone on this street to pieces. He breathed deeply repeatedly, got into a taxi, and spoke softly. The driver wearing white gloves smiled as the taxi slowly drove away, but the dozens of taxis parked outside the station also started simultaneously, merging into a stream of traffic, silently following behind. Zhang Fuxing sat in the front passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror. The driver smiled. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids. Nearly an hour later, the taxi convoy arrived at the checkpoint entering the 3rd District, but strangely, the inspector didn't stop or check at all, just allowed the dozens of taxis to pass, entering the tightly controlled 3rd District. Yet these taxis all stopped simultaneously nearing the Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. Only the taxi with Zhang Fuxing continued forward until it reached the dojo's entrance. Zhang Fuxing ignored him, opened the car door, got out, and walked straight through the open dojo gates. All the workers and reception on the 1st floor were absent, but the trainees upstairs were still there. He could clearly hear their breaths and heartbeats. The senior brother stood, sitting at the reception's original position, looked up, and said gently. The two exchanged glances. A tingling sensation went up Zhang Fuxing's spine, as if he were an ordinary person again, being stalked and chased by street dogs. He asked. The senior brother spoke gently. His tone was gentle, yet his face carried no trace of emotion, his gaze intensely aggressive towards the skinny youth. Both knew the other already understood, but neither actually tore the facade. The senior brother changed the topic. What do you want to eat tonight? He enunciated the words assailant with emphasis. Second senior sister is 12 refinements. An assailant who could injure the second senior sister. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. Everything just now had been the senior brother's warning to him. Once he mentioned anything about him to second senior sister or third senior sister, this senior brother would choose to go all out, perhaps even killing second senior sister and third senior sister to conceal the secret. Yet similarly, the senior brother also didn't truly understand what he knew. Actually, he had understood nothing. That day at the Peace Hotel in Dragon Boat City, Sister Cece had just coincidentally learned a few things, without even making a backup, nor clearly seeing anything. But the senior brother didn't know. The senior brother maintained his smile. Chapter 73. You Don't Respect Me. Chapter 73. You Don't Respect Me. Before dinner, I received a call from Lu Mingzhu. She said that more than half of the staff in the hotel are loyal to the big boss, making it difficult to take over. Zhang Fuxing didn't say much. He just asked her to organize some information and send it over. At night, dinner was as usual in the small quiet room on the 4th floor. But this time, the meal was eaten in silence. Chun Yuk's left hand was limp, and the pale skin on it occasionally throbbed, as if some unique power was wandering within, destroying vitality. She frowned, enduring the pain, silently eating vegetables. Little Child was also uncharacteristically silent, burying his head in his meal. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. On the contrary, Neo Dali, with a usually honest appearance, was constantly expressing concern for Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing responded to every sentence, a faint smile on his face. The two seemed inseparable. Chinyuk put down her chopsticks and stood up to leave. Little Child also pushed his bowl aside, hesitated for a moment, and said she stood up to leave as well. In the quiet room, only Zhang Fuxing and Niu Dali remained. The senior brother took a big bite of rice. He was probing. That night, all the hotel staff were on the rooftop, influenced by Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will, unaware of what had happened, leaving them with only a shattered lobby and a cement ground outside that seemed plowed by artillery. Zhang Fuxing nodded. The senior brother asked. He didn't know what the senior brother planned to do next, but Zhang Fuxing himself also needed time. Behind the senior brother was the Western sect. He needed the fearless lion meat to be delivered tomorrow, needed to reach some deals with the felons at Jiangzhou prison. Before the contract could be used again, Zhang Fuxing didn't even intend to activate the high heaven order held by Shi Jingyuan and Mr. Du. The senior brother's pupils slightly contracted, and he said, Zhang Fuxing put down his chopsticks, shook his head, and said, the senior brother didn't even lift his head. Junior brother, I'm helping you teach your people how to do things. Zhang Fuxing stared at his senior brother, clearly sensing a killing intent as thick as tangible substance. The second and third senior sister's attitudes towards him obviously changed. The senior brother didn't have someone attack him immediately, seemingly not just because he feared someone behind him, but as if waiting for something. Zhang Fuxing stood up. Take it easy. The senior brother still didn't lift his head. After his junior brother left the martial arts dojo, Chinyuk returned to the quiet room at some point. With a naive, honest appearance, Niu Dali lightly sighed. Chinyuk lightly sighed. Upon hearing this, Chinyuk paused for a moment. Meanwhile, in a taxi that had already left the martial arts dojo far behind, Zhang Fuxing whispered silently, afraid of Master thoroughly investigating. So they want to pin an irremovable charge on me, like colluding with the Western sect? Well, you do. And how could the living Buddha collude with the Western sect? Zhang Fuxing smiled. 9th District, Peace Grand Hotel. Unlike Dragonboat City, in this city, the Peace Hotel holds half of the voice in the underworld. The other half belongs to the Chai Gate. Bang! Bang! Muffled noises echoed in the bustling hotel lobby. A beautiful woman was pinned down on the punishment bench, the dark red, solid, heavy rod striking again and again. The guests watched with interest, treating it as a little sideshow between meals. Manager Zhang, responsible for managing the hotel, squatted beside the punishment bench, speaking gently in a voice only they could hear. Lu Mingzhu gritted her teeth tightly, saying nothing. The red rod, laced with subtle power, fell on her body, the brute force entering her body, instantly transforming into intricate piercing power, stabbing deep in her bone marrow and internal organs. Each strike felt like 1,000 needles stabbing in her body. The pain was beyond ordinary imagination, surpassing even death by 1,000 cuts. Manager Zhang spoke gently. Lu Mingzhu remained silent, her eyes tightly shut. After 50 strikes, all her bones shattered. Manager Zhang injected her with 3 extremely expensive serums, one to sustain her life, another to quickly mend her broken bones, and a third to enhance her perception several times over. Then, they continued. Another 50 strikes, under the influence of the serum, she couldn't pass out, her barely healed bones shattering again, and her enhanced perception multiplied her pain several times over. Lu Mingzhu still gritted her teeth tightly, her entire mouth filled with fine cracks from clenching too hard. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds resonated. A guest wearing a top hat leaned against the wall, surveying from a distance, holding a glass of wine, clicking his tongue in wonder. Beside him, another guest asked softly. The middle-aged man in the top hat glanced at the pale-faced young man, smiled, and nodded. Yes, the power burst forth like 1,000 piercing needles. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently, waiting quietly. 150 strikes, 200 strikes, 250 strikes. Lu Mingzhu's bones shattered and healed repeatedly, even with the extremely expensive serums being injected one after another without regard to cost. Such a brutal punishment. Aside from her head, Her limbs and torso were nearly reduced to sludge. She barely held on her last breath. Yet, Zhang Fuxing simply watched quietly, listening to the thuds. 270 strikes, 280 strikes. Lu Mingzhu still bit down hard, revealing nothing, though she knew nothing. But since she didn't surrender, it was enough. She could be used, greatly used. All 300 strikes were done. Manager Zhang stood up, marveling. Before he could finish, applause sounded from afar. Turning his head, Manager Zhang paused, seeing a slender young man clapping as he walked over, the guests curiously watching. Mustn't be simple. Amidst the murmurs, Zhang Fuxing walked up to the punishment bench, standing firmly. Bo! Lu Mingzhu managed to speak, before completely fainting. Zhang Fuxing said softly. The boy's delicate arm suddenly swelled to a blue-green hue, sweeping across with a hand larger than a head. Manager Zhang's body below the neck was blasted into a mist of blood by the tremendous force. His head crashed to the ground, rolling twice, blinking madly, his mouth trembling, trying to speak, but unable to make a sound. In a last second of consciousness, his head was stomped and exploded. The noisy lobby suddenly fell silent. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the bewildered hotel staff, each loyal to their senior brother. Zhang Fuxing asked, "Do you?" He licked his lips, the violence suppressed in his heart fully unleashed. Chapter 74, Technique and Method. Chapter 74, Technique and Method. No life force absorption, nor any divine realm capture. Just the simplest tearing, and more tearing. The teenager's torso remained unchanged, but both of his hands swelled violently, turning green-blue, exuding a rotting stench. Every swing of his massive hands stirred up a piercing shriek capable of tearing through eardrums, followed by dismembered limbs. Viscera, blood mist. Lu Mingzhu was competent. In just one afternoon, she contacted most of the hotel's internal staff and accurately assessed the general situation. She organized the data information she sent over and listed who could be recruited away, who could be utilized, and who is unshakable and loyal to the big boss. Not entirely accurate, but sufficient. Zhang Fuxing identified each employee's face. Regardless of whether they were in the 3rd refinement, 4th refinement, or 5th refinement, he captured them with simple brutality, tearing them apart with a roar. The violent feeling accumulating in his heart did not dissipate, but grew even stronger. He couldn't help but recall the countless times he'd fallen into a demon state, and 7 words surfaced in his mind. Kill, 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 kill. The killing intent almost engulfed him, almost turning him into a demon again. An old hand suddenly pressed on Zhang Fuxing's swollen, green-blue arm. His eyes were bloodshot, and with sudden force, he wanted to throw off this mysterious old figure, but the opponent remained utterly unmoved. Mr. The martial artist who managed to escape called out with voices almost on the verge of tears. The elder scanned the tragic scene in the hall with a solemn expression. Due to the execution, 90% of the staff were gathered in the hall to watch, and now nearly half were dead. The floor was covered with blood, pooling in the low spots, and dismembered limbs were everywhere. The guests had long fled in panic. Zhang Fuxing stared at him, only using the strength of 6 refinements perfection at this moment, but with the partial giant's observation amplification, his strength doubled, still amounting to 20,000 gene in force. But the old man's hand just lightly pressed on his arm, and he couldn't move at all. The old man said in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, but coldly asked. Liao Xianji raised his eyebrows and locked eyes with the young man, a hint of bloodlust still lingering in his gaze. His heart pounded suddenly, an unexplained chill running through him. After a moment of silence, Liao Xianji exhaled. If you kill them all, the hotel will not be able to continue operating. Zhang Fuxing suddenly asked. Liao Xianji shook his head. Zhang Fuxing's expression grew colder. 7 refinements. Strong enough for his master to personally arrange for him to be stationed here. 7 refinements. Even at perfection, is only 20,000 gene of force. How could he so easily suppress me like this? Zhang Fuxing's body swelled bit by bit, fully unfolding the giant's observation, transforming into a 3-meter giant, still restrained, releasing only the 10,000 gene strength of 6 refinements perfection, tripled to 30,000 gene under the amplification. 7, 8, 9 refinements. Each refinement could cumulatively add 10,000 gene of strength. 30,000 gene is already the peak of 8 refinements. But the frail old man pressed his palm on Zhang Fuxing's massive arm. He couldn't even lift the old man or move his legs. There seemed to be some peculiar power in the old man's hand, gluing him in place. Zhang Fuxing coldly asked. Liao Xinji seriously regarded the 3 to 4 meter tall giant. With his height of only 1.60 meters, he was like a toy in front of him. He smiled. Liao Xinji casually released his hand, and Zhang Fuxing smashed a fist at him. The little old man's skin turned light silver. When this punch hit him, 30% of the force rebounded, tearing Zhang Fuxing's arm. The remaining 70% flowed along his skin, vibrating to the end, finally seeping out from the soles of his feet, shattering the floor with a bang. Flicking his hand, Zhang Fuxing stared at Liao Xinji. Liao Xinji smiled. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow and launched another punch. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger, a faint green mist flowed from his towering arm, gathering into the shape of a tiger. Liao Xinji's expression became more serious. His palms suddenly took on the color of jet-black jade, pressing together and pushing forward, suddenly echoing with the sound of waves. Zhang Fuxing's fist struck his palm. A pale white shockwave erupted, and his brow tightened sharply as he sensed the opponent's strength surge like ocean tides, one wave following another, each more powerful than the last. The seemingly frail old man with only 10,000 gene of strength, within the layered echoes of the tides, unleashed a final wave that actually erupted with palm power, exceeding 300,000 gene. Zhang Fuxing retreated 3 steps, shaking the hall with each step. He licked his lips, his eyes bloodshot, the ferocity having subsided, or rather, covered by excitement. The skinny old man grinned. A middle-grade palm technique, which I also perfected. Zhang Fuxing marveled. Liao Xinji said flatly. Zhang Fuxing grinned. Liao Xinji spoke slowly. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. Mud swamp? He burst out laughing. Mr. Liao, right? Technique? To think it could be wielded to such an extent. Others might spend a lifetime to achieve great success or perfection in one technique, already dominating a region, while this old fellow has 2 perfected techniques, one breaking the limit. Like the tiger roar fist, which requires breaking the limit to attain true intent. This old man's mind must be very clever indeed. I want it. Zhang Fuxing slowly returned his body to normal, pointed to the unconscious Lu Mingzhu on the execution bench. Liao Xinji pondered for a moment and nodded. Liao Xinji nodded readily. Zhang Fuxing smiled, scrutinizing the skinny and short old man, walked forward bare-chested, gently patted his shoulder, and whispered. Liao Xinji raised an eyebrow. 4th young master jests. I will only stand by master. Zhang Fuxing smiled meaningfully. He reached out, placing his hand on Liao Xinji's chest. The latter's expression remained calm. The hand pressed against the old man's gaunt chest suddenly trembled, ignoring the shining silver skin and the tide-like continuous power, plunging straight through the old man's chest, appearing inside his thoracic cavity. Then the ethereal hand suddenly solidified into reality, grasping the old but still powerful heart. Zhang Fuxing stared at the terrified and motionless Liao Xinji. No matter how many means the other had, they were now useless. If the heart was crushed, he would still die. Zhang Fuxing smiled. He withdrew his hand and turned to leave decisively, even too lazy to throw on a piece of clothing, walking through the hotel over the blood, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Chapter 75. They Call You Celestial Venerate. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. They Call You Celestial Venerate. The 6 refinements? How could that be possible? Neo Dali listened to Mr. Liao's report over the phone, taking a deep breath. That's truly remarkable. He hung up the phone and looked at old Ghost Chai in front of him. Elder Chai, killing Zhang Fuxing isn't the hard part. Old Ghost Chai said indifferently. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me or the Western sect. Neo Dali stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Only I can help you acquire the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. Old Ghost Chai looked up, his eyes suddenly emitting a tangible divine light. The fierce-faced Neo Dali staggered back as if struck by lightning, knocking over his chair. Watch your attitude, Old Ghost Chai said coolly. Like I said, we don't care who wins between you and Zhang Fuxing. Neo Dali was silent for a moment before speaking. My stance is the same. My master must not die. Without him, how will I find my dear Grandmaster? Old Ghost Chai furrowed his brow. After a long pause, he got up and left, leaving one last sentence. Furthermore, there will be a minor divine descent at the end of the month. Neo Dali stood there, watching Old Ghost Chai leave, his fierce expression suddenly calming down. He even leisurely brewed himself a pot of tea. The seemingly honest and simple young man chuckled and drank the steaming tea in one gulp. Neo Dali dipped his fingers into the tea and shakily wrote 2 characters on the table. The water traces gradually dried up. In a villa area, number 19 was no longer as bustling as before. Though the door was wide open, the place was now quiet and deserted, with only a bartender standing straight behind the bar. Zhang Fuxing walked in. Mr. Changing into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Zhang Fuxing sat on a bar stool in front of the bar, flicking a coin that landed on the tabletop, spinning lightly. Black Eye poured a glass of strong liquor, gently pushing the glass over. Zhang Fuxing picked it up and took a big drink. He exhaled the alcohol contentedly, saying calmly. The bartender poured himself a glass of strong liquor too and laughed. Zhang Fuxing looked intently at the bartender, taking out his phone and shaking it. However, since it's not the agreed time, the Fearless Lion meat is temporarily stored at number 19 bar. The bartender's face showed a look of surprise. The Fearless Lion meat is actually for Mr. Zhang? Zhang Fuxing stared at the bartender. Something worth 30,000 life souls is just stored here with Mr. He. Mr. Zhang Fuxing did not know if enlightenment could be obtained or stacked multiple times, but he knew that root bone could. Or rather, special constitutions could. The bartender shook his head, not answering. Zhang Fuxing did not press for more. Swirling his liquor, a lot, the bartender said elegantly. What exactly is the Western sect planning to do, and what's the relationship between my senior brother and the Western sect? The bartender was silent for a moment before speaking. He said calmly. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He became even more intrigued by this mysterious bartender and asked again, Minor divine descent? Divine descent? Zhang Fuxing's pupils contracted. The bartender wasn't surprised that Zhang Fuxing knew about the god of plague and nodded with a smile. As for the relationship between Neo Dali and the Western sect, as Mr. Zhang Fuxing was suddenly taken aback. Sea-stabilizing divine needle iron? He had indeed heard of it. In his previous life, as a little kid, his family collected quite a few of them. They were made of plastic. He calmly said, No. Could the bartender's expression grew more serious. He said softly. Zhang Fuxing asked. The bartender didn't answer directly, but leisurely said. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow, listening quietly. The bartender's voice rose and fell. Zhang Fuxing's pupils suddenly contracted. So, the Western sect wants to approach my master through Neo Dali? The bartender said unhurriedly. To whom? Naturally, to one of Yuan Feidao's disciples or grand disciples. He clicked his tongue in wonder. However, to conceal the information, the Western sect didn't dare send any high-ranking emissary to Jiangzhou City. Zhang Fuxing stared at the bartender. The bartender smiled and shook his head, pointing to his own pitch-black, abyss-like eyes. Zhang Fuxing exhaled. The bartender continued to point at his eyes and said gently, I can see many things beyond ordinary perception, such as a fragment of the past. And also, Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. The past? And the future? What kind of eyes are these? Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask, "What did Mr. For once?" A look of reverence appeared on the bartender's face. And before you at that time, stand four equally blurred figures calling to you, calling you. Zhang Fuxing stood up abruptly, while Black Eye began to cough violently, his aura suddenly plummeting. Zhang Fuxing wondered, bewildered. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Used to it? He gazed intently at the bartender, pondering just what those eyes really are. Moreover, since he's used to it, how many times has this guy painted glimpses of the future for others? How many levels of realm has he fallen through? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fuxing asked. The bartender smiled. The future I saw is destined to happen, but it might be hundreds or thousands of years, even longer. He praised. Zhang Fuxing fell silent for a moment. The bartender shook his head. Neo Dali is very powerful. After a pause, the bartender took out a box made of some unknown metal and carefully placed it on the bar, then warned. Zhang Fuxing silently nodded, bid farewell, and left with the metal box, making his way back to a home he hadn't visited in a long time. He opened that metal box, and a peculiar fragrance that penetrated the soul suddenly filled the air for 10 miles. 3 pieces of fearless lion meat, shimmering with a precious light, lay quietly inside. Zhong mounted. Chapter 76. I gently knock on the past. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. I gently knock on the past. Zhang Fuxing dared not gulp down the mysterious star beast meat all at once. He took a deep breath, glanced at the window without glass, rubbed his forehead, once again forgetting to have someone come and repair it. Oh well, the house was almost cleaned out by thieves. TV, computer, even the dining table and coffee table were not spared. But fortunately, the pots and pans in the kitchen were still left. He turned on the stove, poured the oil. With precise skill, he wielded the kitchen knife and sliced the first piece of fearless lion meat into 50 perfectly even thin slices. Each slice's weight was controlled to 1. After a light stir in the oil, Zhang Fuxing attempted to swallow a slice. The lion meat melted in his mouth, breaking down into a vast number of mysterious factors in an indescribable Buddha's golden light. The mysterious factor rampaged within his body, while the Buddha's golden light needed no guidance, naturally purifying his skin. Meanwhile, the contract's cooldown reduced from 99 years to 98 years. Then came the second slice, the third slice. Swallowing the entire portion of cooked lion meat, Zhang Fuxing let out a painful moan. The mysterious factor was too abundant, nearly bursting him. Silently, he circulated the great sun scripture, but despite the glow from the dead man's bone, over 99% of the mysterious factor still escaped his body, directly causing the concentration of mysterious factors in the whole neighborhood to increase by 50%. Through the refining of the Buddha's golden light, his skin now had a unique essence, giving Zhang Fuxing a more Buddha-like and compassionate aura. 49 years. Excitedly, he licked his lips, enduring the aching veins. He evenly divided the second piece of lion meat into 50 slices. He continued to eat. After finishing 50 slices, he collapsed to the ground. The second shackle within his main vein had been broken through, symbolizing his progression from the 7 refinements perfection to the 8th refinement. His strength increased by 5,000 pounds. The contract's cooldown now lacked 2 years. Zhang Fuxing panted heavily. 1 gram of lion meat from a year cooldown, approximately attenuated to 300 days. From the last portion of lion meat, he cut 3 grams, eating them raw. The contract in his brow's ancestral acupoint radiated brilliantly. Cooldown completed. He could enter the 8 Sceneries Palace. But Zhang Fuxing could not move. The great sun illuminates 72 Snow Mountain scripture was uncontrollably circulating. Yet what the scripture channel was not the mysterious factor, but light, a thick layer of Buddha's presence, suffusing between his skin in the form of golden light. Zhang Fuxing heard a deep, resonant sound of a morning bell. That was his heartbeat. His heartbeat had unbeknownst transformed into the morning bell and evening drum. With each heartbeat, a bell tolled, and the Buddha's essence took root in his skin. With the second heartbeat, two bells tolled, the Buddha's golden light intertwined within his epidermis, taking the form of a sapling of the Bodhi tree. With the third heartbeat, three bells tolled, the sapling flourished, unveiling its first green leaf. His heartbeat returned to normal. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing felt infinitely ethereal, infinitely serene. As he stood up, his skin had returned to normal, but when he tried to contemplate the great sunlight snow mountain, his fair skin seemed to genuinely resemble sunlight pouring over pristine snow, manifesting a gentle gold. He flicked his palm with a finger. A grand sound spread out, like the striking of a bell, settling the mind into a serene state. "Is this?" Zhang Fuxing muttered, hearing the clamor coming from outside. Within the whole neighborhood, the concentration of mysterious factors had more than doubled. Many residents cultivating the breathing cultivation technique and contemplation technique were awakening from their dreams, all greedily inhaling the rich, mysterious factors. Calming his breath, Zhang Fuxing sank his consciousness into the divine realm. Longevity Mountain remained, 5 mansions temple rustic and solemn. The endless wilderness, traversed by dozens of skeletal beings, he looked towards the celestial vault, 6 divine fire like a flowing rosy glow, obscuring the sky and sun. The rosy glow parted, rolling back to both sides. The contract extended, transforming into a golden bridge, directly reaching towards the infinitely high 8 Sceneries Palace. In just a moment, it had arrived. The faintly glowing contract also bore the attribute of infinity. Zhang Fuxing stood on the contract, himself also imbued with the infinite property. The previously untouchable Taoist palace suddenly now stood right before him. He gazed at the 8 wonders floating beyond the Taoist palace, reached out his hand, lightly placing it on the door formed by chaos mist. He had yet to exert force. The door opened on its own. The chaos chi billowed, retreating to either side. Inside the door was neither hall, nor universe, nor temple, just a stretch of darkness. An endless void, akin to an absolute emptiness. Zhang Fuxing cautiously entered within. Just as he stepped inside, he suddenly felt like he was engulfed by a grand silence. Everything around him, shrouded in shadows and darkness, suddenly collapsed into an ordinary, silent room. Stretching 100 feet across at the far end, there was a meditation mat, and on the white jade wall behind the mat, the place where the Tai Chi diagram should have hung was empty. Zhang Fuxing walked inside, came before the lone meditation mat in the Taoist palace, crouched down, and gently stroked it. Plain and simple. The 5 mansions temple still had heaven and earth tablets and a ginseng fruit tree struck by lightning. He furrowed his brow in confusion, circled around the white jade wall, and found 3 more silent rooms behind it, each with double doors. Except for the rightmost door, which was tightly closed, the doors in the left and middle had a half-finger width gap in between. Zhang Fuxing attempted to push them open with his hands, but couldn't move them. He knitted his brow, walked to the silent room in the middle, leaned close to the door gap, and squinted to look inside. He saw a face and an eye on the other side of the door gap, glaring round-eyed at him. Zhang Fuxing shivered in fright, recoiled abruptly, and retreated 3 steps in shock. He gasped, feeling his hair stand on end, his spine trembling, but suddenly leaned against the door gap again with squinted eyes to spy. On the other side of the door gap, there was still an eye staring, with a hint of panic in it. Zhang Fuxing shivered, blinking his eyes. The eye on the other side also blinked, shivering slightly. He blinked, and so did the other side. He rolled his eyes, and the other side followed suit. Mirror? Zhang Fuxing extended his hand and gave a knock on the door, and from the other side there was also a knock. A mirror wouldn't knock on the door. Zhang Fuxing slightly moved his head back to gain a bigger perspective, trying to see the face behind the door, but as soon as he moved slightly away, the door gap turned hazy and chaotic, nothing visible. He suspiciously moved to the left door, crouched and placed his butt against the door gap, readying his mind, squinting to look inside. This time, Noah was staring back at him. On the other side of the door was a luxuriously decorated hotel room. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded. How could a hotel room be inside the Eight Sceneries Palace? And why does it look so familiar? The person lying on the bed was also quite familiar. Isn't that himself? He was stupefied. This was clearly the Peace Hotel in Dragon Boat City, with himself lying on the bed. Wait a minute. This is the past. Zhang Fuxing swallowed his saliva. The left door represents the past, so the middle door just now is the present, so he could see himself. Then the door on the right. Wouldn't it be the future? Zhang Fuxing's heart quivered. He crouched before the door gap, watching himself lying there, unable to discern the exact day because he had been lying there all week, immersed in the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing thought thus. The scenery inside the door gap abruptly collapsed into dim chaos, quickly died into vibrant colors. It changed. It turned into the small room he had lived in for 10 years, back when he was an ordinary person, burning the midnight oil prepping for the college entrance exams. Zhang Fuxing's heart pounded, his fingertips tingling. He continued to imagine each past time point of his life, from his birth to his first birthday, then elementary, middle school. The scenes within the door repeatedly collapsed into dim chaos and were dyed in vibrant colors, mirroring his various past moments as per Zhang Fuxing's heart and mind. At this moment, it mirrored the point when he and Chen Wanyu had just entered number 19 bar, the bartender with pitch-black eyes discussing special constitutions. Zhang Fuxing observed silently, even discovering that his perspective could elevate to a higher level. From being confined in a small room, elevated to a 40-meter radius centering his past self, reaching its limit. This high perspective was quite peculiar. The room walls were still ostensibly there, yet they could be simultaneously seen through. This wasn't clairvoyance, but a hard-to-describe, unique perspective seemingly in a higher dimension. At that time, everything in number 19 bar was presented before Zhang Fuxing's eyes through the door gap, vividly detailed. Even the dust on the bar counter on the first floor, the conversation of every guest, the smiling bartender standing behind the counter. He attempted to project his spiritual thoughts into the door gap, but was blocked by a thick, indescribable barrier. Zhang Fuxing suddenly recalled the gentle knock at the present door earlier. He extended his hand, tentatively giving a knock at the door. Outside the door gap, Zhang Fuxing, with the unique, high-dimensional perspective, saw guests, bartenders, waiters, as well as Chen Wanyu and his past self. All subconsciously lifted their heads slightly, looking towards this way through the door gap. Chapter 77. So that's how it is. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. So that's how it is. Number 19. The bartender looked at the man and woman in front of him, chatting away. The young man was listening intently. He seemed to hear a soft knock. Perhaps it was an illusion. It was not a sound in his ear, nor was it a sound resonating in his spiritual thoughts, but rather a peculiar feeling. He felt as if he had heard a thump. Zhang Fuxing subconsciously looked up and saw only the dust dancing in the light from the ceiling. It seemed like a hallucination. He lowered his head, dismissing it, but saw the bartender lowering his head too. In front of the door seam, Zhang Fuxing silently sensed a new memory that appeared in his mind, making his scalp tingle. The past had changed. Although it seemed insignificant, it was real and tangible. Two slightly different memories appeared in his mind at the same time. Was he the only one aware of the change in the past, or was everyone in the bar at that time? Zhang Fuxing guessed that probably only he was aware. He swallowed his saliva, as this was truly a gateway to the past. If he had the ability to open this door, or his spiritual thoughts were strong enough to pierce through the barrier, wouldn't he be able to descend upon the past at will? Zhang Fuxing pondered. In the corner of the future seen by the black eye, was that Taoist palace the Eight Sceneries Palace? If so, how could he see it? Could it be that the position of those eyes could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eight Sceneries Palace? And since the future self could be called infinite celestial venerate, he must have been incredibly powerful. Thus, Zhang Fuxing recalled the scene reflected by the heaven and earth tablet from the past, where Zhang Yuanzi looked at him and the old Taoist who disappeared in the Eight Sceneries Palace. Something was amiss. Zhang Fuxing continued to gaze through the door seam. The past him and Chen Wanyu had been led by the waiter to the second floor into a room, but due to the perspective encompassing a 40-meter range around the past self, through the door seam, Zhang Fuxing could still clearly see the bartender. He carefully observed the pure black, completely whiteless eyes, and suddenly realized the person was trembling slightly? Yes, trembling. In this higher-dimensional perspective, Zhang Fuxing could see everything within a 40-meter range with clarity. He saw the bartender unlock his phone and open Feishin, sending a message to someone marked as Old Bull. Black Eye, the junior disciple, Zhang Fuxing, peeping from the door seam, went rigid. He silently watched the past, observing the content on the phone. Old Bull, I only believe in the present. Old Bull, publish a public commission open to all bounty hunters. The bartender's brows furrowed. Black Eye, whether it succeeds or not, Hong Tianbao will investigate thoroughly. Old Bull, he'll ask me to investigate, just to frame it on the Eastern sect. Remember to send me the hunter's information. I'll handle everything. The bartender's brows furrowed deeper, clearly hesitating, and that person called Old Bull sent one last message. Mr. Everything was witnessed by Zhang Fuxing at the door seam. He stood upright, touching the door to the past, his gaze flickering nonstop. But why would the senior brother want to kill the self destined to become a deity? Was the future truly predetermined? Zhang Fuxing turned towards the door on the far right. The door was tightly closed. Unlike the other two, which had gaps, he tried pushing the door again, even hitting it forcefully, but the door remained immovable. Returning to the right side's gate of the past, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, muttering to himself. Morse code can convey messages through simple knocking. After standing silently for 10 minutes, Zhang Fuxing moved back to the door seam. With a thought, past scenes appeared in the portal. In the scene, he saw himself 5 minutes ago, standing in front of the main door dazed. Reaching out, Zhang Fuxing rapped the door in a rhythmic manner using Morse code. As he knocked, he grabbed his jacket, and with a burst of power, the jacket was torn to shreds by his power, scattering to the ground. Simultaneously, a message was knocked out completely. Leave the clothes on the ground. The memory changed. With an entirely different memory segment added, Zhang Fuxing subconsciously looked down. The clothing fragments on the ground disappeared, replaced by an undamaged jacket. Zhang Fuxing's heart thumped violently. The changed past had altered the present. His scalp tingled, the back of his head felt numb. And then he started laughing heartily. But as he laughed, the smile eventually waned. Zhang Fuxing recalled a movie he watched in a past life called The Butterfly Effect, which was about changing the past. If the past is changed, the future isn't necessarily better. Sometimes, even a small change leads to significant alterations in the present. He silently set a rule for himself. Because it could lead to my current self? Zhang Fuxing's expression turned serious. If a minor change could lead to his death in the past, the current self wouldn't even be able to make any remedy. He would just follow along to death. Zhang Fuxing looked at the gate of the past with reverence. Without truly matched positions, without the legendary power to transcend time, the ability to change the past might not necessarily be a good thing. He quietly exited the Eight Sceneries Palace and left the Divine Realm, walking to a window without glass. Looking at the moonlight outside, Zhang Fuxing exhaled. Zhang Fuxing opened his phone, found a prison record sent by Sister Cece, and started checking the files of those sentenced criminals one by one. The records were detailed, not just names and ages, but family information, cultivation level, favorite cultivation techniques, all recorded in detail. He looked through them one by one, selecting and comparing. The process was extremely tedious. Unknowingly, the sky became bright. The phone vibrated. It was the group chat Zhu Xiaoming created. Zhu Xiaoming at Zhang Fuxing. Old Zhang, are you back? Zhu Xiaoming at all members. Jiang banquet is coming soon. I'm planning to visit school this noon. Are you going? Lu Yao. Messaging nonstop while sleeping. Go die. Zhongyu. I can't, my dad and they are back called last night. Told me I must go home for lunch. Zhongyu, probably not good news, Sai. Zhang Fuxing looked at the messages in the group chat in deep thought. He had dinner with Uncle Yu in the evening, so he happened to be free at noon. He turned slightly pale, holding a high heaven order, Sure Jingyuan, Mr. Du, Chen Wanyu, all held the orders. This fourth one was naturally for Huang Qiuxian. The High Heaven Association must be convened once. Before that, Zhang Fuxing faded into the shadows, and when he reappeared, he was on a long street. Zhong Mounta muttered to himself. Chapter 78, Cleansing the Household. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Cleansing the Household o'clock noon. Zhong Yu cautiously entered the home she hadn't returned to for a long time. Her father Zhong Chengshi, stepmother Qin Hohat, and Aunt Zhong Qingyu were all present. At the sound of Qin Hohat's shrill voice, Zhong Yu retorted bluntly. Qin Hohat slapped the table and glared, about to curse, but Zhong Chengshi stopped her. This middle-aged man with a face full of flesh said in a deep voice. Zhong Yu looked at him in astonishment. Her father had never been like this before. Why? Has he changed his nature? Sit down and eat first, Zhong Chengshi said. Zhong Yu sat down heavily, glanced at the table full of fish and meat, and just picked up the chopsticks when she heard Qin Hohat say in a shrill voice. She ignored her, picked up a piece of fish for herself, and buried her head in eating. Qin Hohat restrained her anger, speaking in a piercing tone. Zhong Yu raised her head, speaking coldly. First, I don't have a brother. Zhong Chengshi slapped the table hard. Beside him, Zhong Qingyu put down her chopsticks and said slowly, Enough. I'm tired of watching your family go around in circles. Zhong Yu was taken aback. House. Zhong Qingyu laughed coldly, saying, The house the old man left behind. Zhong Yu widened her eyes, pointing at herself. She was momentarily bewildered, then immediately questioned. Zhong Qingyu slapped the table. Zhong Yu said nothing, just felt her head buzzing, filled with heat. She stared blankly at the bickering stepmother and aunt, lips quivering slightly. The two arguing were surprised, looking at Zhong Yu as if she were an idiot. Zhong Yu seemed unaware, clutching her fist tightly, her nails digging in her flesh, drawing blood. She trembled slightly, knowing the grandfather, who came back, wasn't truly her grandfather, but some terrifying creature wearing her grandfather's face. Grandfather is still dead. Zhong Chengshi coughed, forcing a smile. Zhong Yu said nothing, stood up, and was about to leave. Zhong Chengshi suddenly erupted in anger. Patience spent, grabbed Zhong Yu's hair and yanked hard. Zhong Yu cried out in pain, her scalp bleeding. Though guided by that mysterious creature, she had only begun learning the contemplation technique, but a martial artist she was not yet. She was still just an ordinary person. Zhong Yu broke free from the middle-aged man's grip like a vice, rushing toward the door, ready to escape. The sound of knocking emerged. Zhong Chengshi bounded forward, grabbing Zhong Yu's hair, cursing. Who is it? Why knock? Before he finished speaking, the door opened by itself. With tears in her eyes, Zhong Yu instinctively looked, stunned. Zhong Chengshi, about to curse, was also stunned. The old man walked into the room slowly. The bowl Qin Hohat was holding fell to the ground and shattered. Zhong Chengshi released his grip on his daughter's hair in fear, retreating to the wall. Old, he murmured, terrified. The old man remained silent, gently touching Zhong Yu's cheek, checking the wound on her head, and said calmly, In a few days, someone will probably come looking for you, whether from Jiangzhou's government or the Anti-Cult Investigation Bureau. Zhong Yu nodded dumbly. Nearby, Zhong Qingyu stood, frightened, tentatively saying, Suddenly, she slapped her head, acting as if she understood. Onkong Hospital was demolished. I heard they were conducting special experiments. Zhong Chengshi also realized. Before he finished, the old man raised his hand, interrupting. With tranquil composure, Zhang Fuxing glanced at the three in the room, and then spoke to the tearful Zhong Yu. After all, he was her father. Zhong Yu obeyed, closing her eyes after. Zhang Fuxing walked to the dining table, picked up a chopstick. Qin Hohat smiled ingratiatingly. The old man, swift as lightning, stabbed, the wooden chopstick piercing the woman's throat, went through and out, so fast it left only an afterimage. Chin Ho-Hot clutched her throat, emitting incomprehensible gurgling noises, blood foaming out between fingers. Zhong Chengshi and Zhong Qingyu were stunned. A second later, Zhong Qingyu's face distorted, mouth wide open, was about to scream. The old man stabbed again. The chopstick pierced her throat as well. The scream turned into a splash of gushing blood. Zhong Qingshi's face twisted, scalp exploding, heart racing, madly fleeing toward the door. The aged hand holding the chopstick gently stabbed, embedding in the middle-aged man's skull, then smacked the chopstick's end, driven into the base, followed by a heavy fall. The old man said calmly. He led the eye-closed Zhongyu out the door quietly downstairs. On the street, a white van parked, door open, with a pale-faced middle-aged man standing beside. May I call you? Having just completed spiritual healing, freed from those 7 murderous words, Lu Zhengbang cautiously asked. The old man smiled indifferently, gently patting Zhongyu's hand. You can open your eyes? Zhongyu was dazed, suddenly detecting something had appeared in her pocket, like a letter. She wanted to speak, but found herself unable to, not even control her body, just stiffly departing, heading towards Snake Fist Hall. Lu Zhengbang glanced at the departing girl, said nothing, but bowed to the old man. Zhang Fuxing extended his divine thought 20 kilometers, sweeping circularly. After confirming there were no issues, the old man nodded slightly. Investigation Bureau? He paused, voice calm yet deep. Lu Zhengbang's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 79. Night Watcher. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Night Watcher. The previous chapter was blocked and sealed inside the white van. Zhang Fuxing sat quietly, with only Lu Zhengbang in the car. He asked with interest. Lu Zhengbang wiped his sweat and cautiously said. Zhang Fuxing smiled, calm and composed as he said. Lu Zhengbang's expression turned serious, nodding vigorously. Of course I know. He sighed, his expression grave. If the true name is discovered, or if there is the legendary sea-stabilizing divine needle iron as a guide, it might even result in... Zhang Fuxing remained emotionless and said indifferently. Lu Zhengbang's eyelids twitched intensely. I will report this matter and request support from the action team. Zhang Fuxing looked at him. Lu Zhengbang nodded decisively. The old man scoffed. Cultist? Heh! Lu Zhengbang was ready to face death, only hoping to obtain as much information as possible. This was his mission. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. He looked intently at Lu Zhengbang. Lu Zhengbang saw the old man smile meaningfully, his form slowly fading until he disappeared. Just like that, he was gone. Only then did cold sweat burst out on his back, evaporating instantly. Lu Zhengbang mulled over these 2 names, his finger pressing the earpiece. Releasing his hand, Lu Zhengbang's terrified expression turned blank. He murmured confusedly, Snake Fist Hall. Huang Xiuxian took the white envelope from the girl's hand. Glancing at the girl who had fallen asleep, his brow furrowed. He looked at the letter filled with a faint immortal aura, opened the wax seal, and a piece of paper and a wooden token slipped out. From high heavens above, you are permitted to leave your name. Upon receiving this letter, you are allowed to enter the heavens at midnight. Huang Xiuxian, recipient. The letter contained only 3 short lines, with a signature at the bottom. Zhong Mountain. Huang Xiuxian's hair stood on end. It was the person who knew the true name of the god of plague. He murmured deeply. 5 in the afternoon. Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua, both wearing human skin masks, arrived early at a small restaurant in the 5th district. Better safe than sorry, since they were meeting that kid Fuxing, it was better to change their faces. Coming with the steward's face might cause trouble for that kid. It might also cause trouble for themselves. In the private room, Li Qiuhua spoke softly, watching people come and go through the floor-to-ceiling window. Yu Chengzhong said nonchalantly, These matters are all handled by old Ghost Chai. 2 of the 4 hidden stewards of the Western sect in Jiangzhou City were chatting casually, just like ordinary people. Glancing at his watch, estimating that Kid Fuxing was about to arrive, Yu Qingzhong said in a low voice. He sighed. The woman furrowed her brows, lighting a cigarette. She squinted. How much longer does the Bureau plan to have us stay undercover? Yu Qingzhong shook his head. Li Qiuhua sighed lightly. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the private room knocked, and a waiter led a delicate-looking young man in. The young man greeted cautiously. Yu Qingzhong laughed heartily and looked Zhang Fuxing up and down. He really looked like the obedient type, gentle and delicate. He nodded with satisfaction. Come, sit down quickly. No need to be so restrained. Li Qiuhua also wore a smile on her face. Zhang Fuxing smiled shyly, sat down with some restraint, and curiously observed these old friends of his father's. Uncle Yu looked rough, an unremarkable middle-aged man. As for Aunt Li, she was a mature woman with a lingering charm, exuding an air of elegance. Plates of hot dishes were quickly served. Yu Qingzhong got straight to the point. He gazed at the young, delicate-looking Zhang Fuxing. Fuxing, pack up in the next few days and leave Jiangzhou. Zhang Fuxing was somewhat startled. The control between different levels of cities was extremely strict, moving upwards from a lower level. Almost impossible. A level 1 pass allows travel between small cities. A level 2 pass represents the ability to freely enter and exit medium-sized cities. This thing, no matter how much money you have, can't be bought. And Uncle Yu can get one? Seems like he really is with the Investigation Bureau. Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful. His dad had mentioned before that Uncle Yu worked at an anti-cult organization. If not the Investigation Bureau, then what else could it be? With thoughts churning, he simply asked directly. Yu Qingzhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, a place called the Anti-Cult Investigation Bureau. Your dad is in it too. He's been a night watcher for 10 years now. Oh, also tell old Zhang not to come back. Night watcher? Zhang Fuxing asked in confusion. Li Qiuhua served a dish to the young man. The more she looked at the delicate young man, the more she liked him. She paused and lightly explained about the night watchers. The Investigation Bureau personnel who lose their combat capabilities retire to live in a city's lower 3 districts, and upon discovering any cult clues, they report immediately. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. Li Qiuhua gently tapped Zhang Fuxing on his forehead. Chiding, she sighed softly. These things shouldn't have been told to you, but your dad agreed. Aside, Yu Qingzhong also smiled and said. Zhang Fuxing nodded, truly starting to ponder. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This black eye issue isn't small. The senior brother seems to have even bigger problems. Plus, there's that bizarre divine descent matter. Maybe it's better to just run away? As for the master, contact him when possible and run together? All right, let's do it. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself. Only a fool would stay in Jiangzhou City, stubbornly clinging to it. But Zhu Xiaoming and the others, they should be moved to another city. Dragon Boat City with Old Sure, there's a good choice. After finishing the meal, before leaving, Yu Qingzhong smiled and said, I'll submit the application tomorrow. The review should take a little over a week. Zhang Fuxing smiled bashfully in response, suddenly raised his eyebrow, and asked. Yu Qingzhong waved his hand for a night watcher's family. The review is very relaxed. Zhang Fuxing replied with an oh, then fell silent. Social interactions. Did I just report Nyo Dolly? He wouldn't bid farewell to Uncle Yu and Aunt Li. Just over a week. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. Under no circumstances should past actions be altered without absolute certainty. Isn't there absolute certainty now? Telling my midday self not to report Nyo Dolly is a minor change, and an afternoon won't produce any butterfly effects. Changed. As long as nothing unexpected happens over this week, I can leave this messy situation, and I should avoid unnecessary trouble. Time. He needed time to develop. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Fuxing exhaled deeply and silently transformed back into Zhong Mountain. Simultaneously, the thought communicated with the 4 commands of high heaven. Chapter 80. Infinite Celestial Venerate. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Infinite celestial venerate Kong Dongyin stroked the little girl's head, gently saying. The little girl nodded blankly, kneeling on the ground, earnestly uttering. She grabbed the dagger, sliced open her chest, and presented her heart. Other children stepped forward, took the still, beating heart, and sadly glanced at the lifeless body on the ground. 4 or 5 children placed the fresh heart into a stone bowl and pounded it repeatedly with a wooden mallet. Jiang Shutong whispered softly, "Senior brother, is this the 60th heart?" Kong Dongyin said compassionately, "From a city, I only take the filial tribute from one child. The rest will be left for the future." He educated his junior. Jiang Shutong nodded, slightly understanding, watching in some sense his nephews and nieces vying to make medicine. He sighed compassionately. Kong Dongyin nodded in agreement, wanted to say more, but suddenly became aware, subconsciously turned his gaze. A divine-looking young man stood in the shadows, his face full of compassion. The young man, bald, dressed in a magical robe sewn from bone fragments, held a bowl made of a skull, crystal, and gold. At this moment, he spoke, ethereal, profound, distant, restrained, full of contradictions. The divine-looking young man asked compassionately. Jiang Shutong was stunned, unable to react, but Kong Dongyin's scalp tingled, his refined demeanor replaced with seriousness. Although he was asking, his tone was extremely certain, body tense, ready for combat. But the divine-looking young man merely smiled. Kong Dongyin, who had been bending over, clenching his fists, and gathering strength, suddenly relaxed, not breathing a sigh of relief, but directly giving up resistance. He performed a grand gesture, his voice trembling. The divine-looking young man smiled faintly, sighed great black heaven above, then turned to leave, without a trace of hesitation. And at this moment, Kong Dongyin and Jiang Shutong saw the frail woman lying on the young man's back. The frail woman turned her head, glanced at the two. She smiled enchantingly, her tongue sticking out, hanging nearly half a meter long. The divine-looking young man walked away, disappearing from view. Kong Dongyin's legs went weak, sweat poured like a waterfall. Jiang Shutong swallowed. Kong Dongyin breathed lightly. He said his name is Silent Fury. The refined young man wiped his sweat, clearly a top martial artist of the 12 refinements. Yet his eyes showed deep fear. The mandala lineage has only 6 Buddhist sons. Sweat dripped onto the ground, soaking into the mud. Dragon Boat. Du Mingsheng sat on a chair, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city's night lights illuminated the sky brilliantly. A subordinate reported, Du Mingsheng toyed with the letter paper and the wooden plaque, which wasn't heavy but exuded a unique charm. He squinted his eyes, pondering with mental control, manipulating dozens or even hundreds to transfer it. What does the person behind the scenes intend? Why do they find me? Mental control, even if it's just controlling ordinary people, requires a spirit realm of great perfection level. This signifies a grandmaster. Could it be Wang Yuan? This 12 refinements great martial artist, Green Gang leader, murmured to himself. He clutched the high heaven order tightly, almost having the urge to flee Dragon Boat City. In a head-on struggle, sure Jingyuan may not be able to kill him, but this is his Buddha country, not to mention Shi Jingyuan, seemingly wielding the 9-ring scepter, a supreme treasure from different dimension. The wooden plaque in his hand suddenly vibrated. Du Mingsheng's pupils shrank sharply, shocked at the escalating immortal and eternal aura within. He stood up, stared at the wooden plaque in his hand, realizing this plaque was leading him. No, to be precise, it was guiding a thread of his consciousness to some unknown place. Du Mingsheng instinctively glanced at the letter. Above high heaven, allow you to leave a name. Once this letter is received, permit entry to heaven. True man, just these brief 3 lines. It's going to lead me. Curiosity ballooned. After all, it's just a thread of consciousness. Even if it perishes there, it doesn't matter. He simply let go of resistance. A thread of consciousness followed the vibrating wooden plaque, entering some dim place, ascending. Like an instant, yet like lengthy times of years. Du Mingsheng saw far above, beyond the limits of thought, a majestic Taoist palace that existed and yet didn't. Traversing, he was infinitely close to the Taoist palace, yet infinitely distant from it, ascending but also like falling. Another instant. Du Mingsheng suddenly appeared before the Taoist palace, stepping on a white jade staircase. Suddenly feeling he seemed to grow tall. Not physically tall, but a unique feeling, a change in a way difficult to describe. Another level of growing tall, as if the world is small, humans like dust, as if entering clouds, as if witnessing great truths, as if ascending. He suddenly realized, this is a change in position, not himself upgraded, but standing before this Taoist palace equals the Taoist palace. Position has been forcibly elevated for a moment. Du Mingsheng shivered in shock, further looking, suddenly noticed outside the door of the Taoist palace, structured by chaos mist. It's not just him. There are also three others. Three blurred shapes shrouded in darkness, only faintly visible as human forms. Just like him, now shrouded in unknown darkness. Du Mingsheng spoke, realizing his voice pierced through the darkness. Altering tone, stiff, wooden, yet grand. Three blurred figures shifted, seemingly about to speak, but saw the Tao Palace gate entwined by chaos mist quietly open. The four exchanged glances, cautiously stepped forward into the interior. Stepping into the Taoist palace, they each heard a subtle, loud sound approach, suddenly appearing in a vast hall stretching hundreds of feet. They subconsciously looked up, gazed ahead, saw before the white jade wall an infinitely profound, immeasurably vast, towering silhouette, sitting quietly on an ordinary meditation mat, surrounded by dimness, seemingly floating with countless layers of star-sea universe. The grand Tao sound echoed, the figure seemingly far above the human world, reaching unreachable heights, softly spoke. Du Mingsheng, Qin Wanyu, Shi Yuan, Huang Qiuxian. For blurred figures first silently, then tacitly and simultaneously, each performed a ritual, crying out. Chapter 81. One offering, one seat. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. One offering, one seat, celestial venerate. Infinite, celestial venerate. No matter which one it is, at this moment, Zhang Fuxing can bear this lofty title, only because beneath him is a seemingly ordinary meditation mat. Not long ago, Zhang Fuxing had sat down on it and immediately sensed something was amiss. He had been elevated. His position was violently elevated, yet he couldn't comprehend the transcendent abilities at that high position. But this didn't prevent Zhang Fuxing from appearing as a true deity or celestial venerate in the eyes of others. Only, Zhang Fuxing looked at the four people before him, listening to their chants of infinite celestial venerate, and a thought stirred in his heart. Why does this scene seem somewhat familiar? The thought barely arose. It was at that split second, as the four chanted infinite celestial venerate, that Zhang Fuxing was enveloped in a faint and obscure pall, surrounded by a heavy universe. He caught a glimpse of a scene, a person, a pair of pitch-black pupils, peering upwards from a boundlessly low place, observing this spot. This pair of eyes, suddenly appearing, truly startled Zhang Fuxing, making him react in an instant. Was it Black Eye? No, it was Black Eye from the past. Could he truly see a corner of the future? Could he truly see a scene within the Eight Sceneries Palace? Even if it was merely a projection or a reflection of the actual Eight Sceneries Palace. Was my future truly visible? Doesn't that mean the future is predestined? Doesn't that mean everything has already been arranged? Then what do my efforts signify? What do my diligence signify? Is the hard work I endured over these long 10+ days, relying on astonishing perseverance and extraordinary talents, all for nothing? Is it worthless? Is it a joke? Why is the future predestined? Zhang Fuxing stared at those pitch-black eyes. Look and see. Look at your mother. At this moment, Shi Yuan, while observing this self-proclaimed celestial venerate before him, saw the celestial venerate suddenly reach out and poke towards a certain spot. At that instant of finger-poking, Shi Jingyuan, in a daze, seemed to see a pair of pitch-black eyes, saw one of them being directly poked by the celestial venerate. That eye exploded, becoming a void. The mysterious celestial venerate retracted his finger, speaking calmly. The four remained bewildered by the eyes that had suddenly appeared and were then poked and burst. Upon hearing the celestial venerate's words, in a daze, they saw a figure slowly emerge, an elderly man, standing like a servant before the celestial venerate. He spoke. This phantom quietly conjured by Zhang Fuxing scanned around and said mildly, "Executor?" Shi Jingyuan, also hidden in the shadows, instinctively spoke, his voice naturally becoming obscure and indistinguishable. He saw that in front of the mysterious celestial venerate stood the servant called Zhong Mountain, self-proclaiming as true man, who slowly began to explain. Offering blessings, heaven interchangeable Tao. Zhong Mountain explained, this was also the reason Zhang Fuxing manufactured this illusion. To have the celestial venerate personally explain non-stop was somewhat degrading. While Zhang Fuxing manipulated the illusion for a detailed explanation, he swallowed his saliva. The past had changed. The moment that I was poked and burst, he gained a new, slightly altered memory. It was from the first time he entered number 19 bar, the first time he met the bartender Black Eye. Black Eye became a one-eyed dragon. Yes, he directly became one-eyed, rather than blowing up an eye when gazing at him. The implication behind this was somewhat terrifying. So, that poke of mine wasn't it during his spying on me, but Zhang Fuxing subconsciously glanced at the meditation mat beneath him, this thing. When being spied upon, Zhang Fuxing could clearly feel that the 8 sceneries palace and the meditation mat beneath him bestowed upon him some unimaginable might. Unfortunately, this might beyond imagination was limited to this place, limited to the projection of the 8 sceneries palace. Zhang Fuxing had reason to suspect that the 8 sceneries palace felt affronted, and thus used that finger to lightly punish a bold and reckless guy. But the strange thing was, Black Eye single, I gave Zhang Fuxing a sense of familiarity. Why was it familiar? What did that eye's traits originate from in mythological stories? Zhang Fuxing mused. He did not know. At this time, Shi Jingyuan, Huang Qiuxian, and Du Mingsheng had roughly understood but still found it unbelievable. Longevity, root bone, enlightenment, cultivation, and even all tangible and intangible things could all be exchanged or traded. How is that possible? They cautiously looked at this mysterious celestial venerate, and Huang Qiuxian was the first to ask, "Why did you organize this?" The celestial venerate glanced up indifferently and said slowly, "The heavenly path deprives the excess to supplement the deficient." Huang Qiuxian probed further with another question. "Are you?" The celestial venerate chuckled lightly and replied casually. The crowd was shocked. What does it mean to usurp the celestial positions? Is it saying that in the different dimension, the divine positions of deities are stolen? Zhong Mountain, generally standing in front of the celestial venerate, spoke gently. What you offer is up to you, a technique, a past cultivation experience, or even lifespan cultivation treasures. He glanced around. Zhong Mountain's voice rose and fell, while the celestial venerate sat cross-legged, gazing down upon it all with indifference, like a supreme being overlooking the vast mortal world. After a pause, Zhong Mountain continued hoarsely. Zhong Mountain recited what seemed like ancient rules existing for countless years, concluding, in a prolonged silence. Du Mingsheng stepped forward cautiously to ask, since anything can be offered to gain a seat. Zhang Fuxing, shrouded in darkness, frowned. Information? What's the use of that? However, he needed to set the stage. These people, except for Chen Wanyu, were likely still half-believing, half-doubting. Once the first step was completed, they would naturally trade with each other and bring in more people, and trades would naturally increase in a cycle. And he needed to do nothing, or rather just sit by. The star beast flesh was provided by them, and whatever they traded, they owed a tax of 30%. With this tax, it was enough. While thoughts churned, the celestial venerate remained silent, quietly manipulating the phantom resembling Zhong Mountain to speak. Zhong Mountain replied indifferently, "My master is all-knowing, so how can information count as an offering?" The celestial venerate suddenly spoke, with a voice vast as the wilderness. Zhong Mountain bowed. He then nodded lightly towards Du Mingsheng. Du Mingsheng pondered, while the other three quietly watched him, observing the situation. A moment later, Du Mingsheng took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and revealed what he considered the most important secret information. Zhong Mountain interrupted coldly. Du Mingsheng pondered briefly, then rephrased, sitting on the meditation mat. Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched, and Shi Jingyuan suddenly lifted his head. In the dead silence, Zhong Mountain spoke coldly. Du Mingsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Trade. He was quick-witted and wanted to verify its truth, so he straightforwardly said. Huang Qiuxian stepped forward. Du Mingsheng replied. Huang Qiuxian, though nearly dying of age, sensed that this guy seemed to have a lot of lifespans. He offered up 100 years without hesitation. Du Mingsheng indeed nodded without hesitation. Then, Huang Qiuxian immediately looked at the mysterious celestial venerate and the attendant, or acting person, called Zhong Mountain. It must be a sincere offering. Zhong Mountain nodded indifferently. Huang Qiuxian pondered, a technique over 10 years? 5 Thunders technique? No. What if I can't use the 5 Thunders technique after offering it? Then, he hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and struck a fist that actually stirred the sound of a Yin snake hissing, unleashing a strand of Yin snake true intent. On the meditation mat, in the darkness where sight could not penetrate, a brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 82. Hunting the Living Buddha. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Hunting the Living Buddha. The true man's voice rose and fell with cadence, as he lightly pointed his finger, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow. He thus inquired. Huang Qiuxian swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. The crowd saw the true man turn around and bow to the celestial venerate. The celestial venerate slightly raised his head, the chaos mist rolling, emitting a sound as solemn as a grand bell. The Yin snake true intent swirling around Huang Qiuxian abruptly dissipated, and he frighteningly realized that his memories regarding the snake fist, or rather the Yin snake fist, were being erased and stripped away. Truly offered away? In the Taoist palace, it suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing's trade this time was not for cultivation time of technique, but for progress, because he felt his enlightenment might still not compare to Huang Qiuxian's, at least before planning to acquire Liao Xinji's enlightenment. It was not comparable to Huang Qiuxian's. This sort of thing, directly acquiring progress, is better. The limit-breaking level Yin Snake Fist was thus stored within the contract, ready for retrieval at any time. He first checked the contract's cooldown, 90 days, then under the cover of the chaos fog, he quickly swallowed nearly 200 grams of one-horned giant rhinoceros meat, at the same time as the contract's cooldown completed. Zhong Mountain bowed to the celestial venerate, then turned to face everyone, and spoke lightly. Zhong Mountain pointed at Chun Wanyu. Before entering the high heaven, she had already completed her offering. The 3 of you each hold a seat in the high heaven and may exchange among yourselves. Du Mingsheng took a deep breath, looking at Huang Qiuxian. They were shrouded in darkness, unable to see each other's appearances, discerning only male or female voices, thus not knowing each other's ages. Huang Qiuxian nodded without hesitation, the two saluting that dim and mysterious celestial venerate, following the words of the true man. Zhang Fuxing quietly drafted the 3-way trade on the contract. Du Mingsheng pays 100 years of life. Huang Qiuxian pays 50 years of spiritual cultivation, and he extracts 30% from both items. Then, the two exchange with each other. The contract was drawn successfully, all 3 parties willing. Thus, he nodded, 30 years of life, 15 years of contemplation technique cultivation time, quietly fell into Zhang Fuxing's pocket, while under Shi Jingyuan's sharp gaze, the person who purchased the life, though unclear in appearance, could evidently be sensed as being full of vibrant life. As for the other person, Du Mingsheng, he closed his eyes, then opened them. With a faint sigh, Shi Jingyuan's pupils constricted, the spiritual limit. It seems he is also a grandmaster. Du Mingsheng and Huang Qiuxian respectfully bowed to the mysterious celestial venerate. Beside, Shi Jingyuan exhaled a deep breath, mind racing 100 thoughts. The offerings seemed to be anything, but the true man had said it must be sincere. The celestial venerate seemed dauntingly high, if casually fooled, even if he didn't care, yet. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Shi Jingyuan stepped forward. This was the most suitable offering after much consideration. Upon becoming a grandmaster, the breathing technique was rendered useless, no longer needed to guide the mysterious factor through it. Although the breathing technique could also serve as a means of warfare, he didn't lack this particular skill. On the meditation mat, the celestial venerate, who had quietly finished gnawing over 100 grams of one-horned giant rhinoceros meat, nodded again. The contract was drawn, the trade completed. Shi Jingyuan completely forgot the breathing technique, as if he had never cultivated it in memory or body. Zhang Fuxing compiled the terms of trade, not for the breathing technique progress, but the cultivation journey. The figure startled him. 273 years. Old Shi has lived for nearly 300 years. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows slightly. If he remembered correctly, a grandmaster and a great sect grandmaster only gained 200 years of lifespan. 300 years. Old Shi should be nearing the end of his life. How is he not at all worried about his lifespan? And then there's Du Mingsheng. Others can't see it, but Zhang Fuxing could see it clearly. This guy, having lost 100 years of his lifespan, yet he hasn't aged a single bit. What's going on? Zhang Fuxing suppressed his doubts, and, controlling the Zhong Mountain illusion, asked Shi Jingyuan. Shi Jingyuan shook his head. I haven't decided what I want, nor what I can offer. He looked at Du Mingsheng. Zhang Fuxing's spirit lifted. This was something he wanted to know as well. Du Mingsheng stared at the dark figure before him. Shi Jingyuan did not hide. Huang Qiuxian and Chen Wanyu pricked up their ears. Both were in Jiangzhou and were dealing with Buddhism's, Buddha's son, and living Buddha, matters of very high order, naturally focusing intently. After pondering briefly, Du Mingsheng made a decision in his heart. Shi Jingyuan's expression tightened, while Zhang Fuxing, seated on the meditation mat, was full of questions. This Green Gang leader, the guy under Old Shi, how did he suddenly become one of the Mandala lineage? Zhang Fuxing looked a bit strange. If these two discovered each other's true identities. Du Mingsheng suddenly changed the topic. But I also understand now, upon ascending to high heaven and gaining the celestial venerate's attention, I am no longer the old me. He cupped his hands toward the three of them. Du Mingsheng pointed to Chen Wanyu, then pointed to himself. Huang Qiuxian and Shi Jingyuan nodded, one calling themselves Seat 3 and the other Seat 4. Du Mingsheng spoke in a deep voice. Frankly speaking, I am an upper envoy of the Mandala lineage, with great sect cultivation. Shi Jingyuan pondered momentarily. He spoke in a deep tone. I am also from the great sect. Du Mingsheng replied forthrightly. Chuanhe and Chongshan are small cities within the Golden Province. Huang Qiuxian, with the codename Seat 3, stood up. Shi Jingyuan and Du Mingsheng showed slight reactions. Then, the three simultaneously looked at the unknown woman who had already made a sacrifice before entering high heaven, known as Seat 1. Chen Wanyu softly spoke. I am a follower of the Western sect, and just happen to be in Jiangzhou City. On the meditation mat, Zhang Fuxing fought the urge to hold his forehead. This girl, how could she be so honest? For people, and you're the only one telling the truth. At this moment, Seat 2, Du Mingsheng, was speaking eloquently. A year and a half ago, my sect's venerate received divine enlightenment, indicating that within the Golden Province, a living Buddha of the Ling Mountain lineage was about to appear. His deep voice echoed in the Taoist palace. Zhang Fuxing was slightly stunned. They had pinpointed it a year and a half ago. Then, this living Buddha isn't me. Chapter 83. Senior Brother, Oh Senior Brother. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Senior Brother, Oh Senior Brother, the living Buddha of Jiangzhou City. Huang Qiuxian perked up his ears. Although the dispute between the two sects of Buddhism had nothing to do with him, yet it was after all a living Buddha. Everyone knows a living Buddha, once in position, is equivalent to a deity descending to this world. Moreover, it is the most supreme deity, ranking even above the god of plague of the Western sect. Du Mingsheng rasped. For seats, I can only assist you up to this point. For a moment, Shi Jingyuan contemplated silently, then sighed. Merciful Buddha, very well. If the living Buddha has not taken his position, this is merely one of his 9 tribulations. Du Mingsheng smiled, his intent unclear. Huang Qiuxian glanced at the mysterious woman who first entered the High Heaven Association and said, I will share one as well. It happens to relate to Jiangzhou City. Huang Qiuxian cautiously glanced at Zhong Mountain standing next to the celestial venerate, pondering his words. As his words fell, except for the bewildered Chen Wanyu, the other two were aghast. The true name of a deity? Over the years, how many divine names have the 4 sects and the Federation discovered in total? They all simultaneously looked towards that mysterious true man. The true man slightly lifted his eyelids. First, as always, respectfully saluted the celestial venerate, then softly said, their scalps tingled. Knows all of them. The always silent celestial venerate spoke calmly, his voice like 1,000 great bells being struck at once. The celestial venerate continued calmly. Zhang Fuxing, although talking nonsense, felt that even if it wasn't entirely factual, it wouldn't be far from the truth. Since those so-called deities from different dimensions need to discover their true names, how could they truly be them? Just like that ancestor of land immortals. Does immortal Jinyuan need a shrine of flesh and blood? Utterly absurd. The Taoist palace was deathly silent at this moment. For a long time, Shi Jingyuan let out a low sigh of the Buddha's name, his intent unclear. Huang Qiuxian and Du Mingsheng were also silent. As for Chen Wanyu, she was cautiously observing and gathering information. Zhang Fuxing realized that these 3, though perhaps not deeply nor devoutly, were believers. At this moment, they probably found it difficult to accept his words. They needed time to digest it. Deity. Zhang Fuxing knew that as long as he continued on his path of cultivation, he would eventually face those deities. Who on earth are they? Or perhaps it is more apt to say, who are they? What sort of entities are they? Zhang Fuxing did not know. The celestial venerate said lightly. Before anyone could react, they felt a lightness in their bodies. Their consciousness was expelled from the gates of the Taoist palace. They started to fall down, and the feeling of being elevated abruptly ceased. The 4 took one last look at that Taoist palace. Infinitely distant, infinitely majestic, untouchable, unimaginable. Even after falling out, the form of the Taoist palace eluded the horizons of thought, becoming unrecallable. The doors of the Taoist palace closed with a crash. Dragon Boat City. Shi Jingyuan abruptly opened his eyes. He had unknowingly become drenched in cold sweat. He murmured this term, his gaze obscure, somewhat distracted. Is my Buddha an usurper? Instinctively, Shi Jingyuan wanted to rebut, but he could find no ground for opposition. Before the decline of the Ling Mountain line, there were not a few divine favored standing in the innate realm, communicating with the deities. Various signs indicate that indeed the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas don't know their true divine names. Suddenly, Shi Jingyuan coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. His countenance withered, but soon returned to normal. He murmured, regardless of whether what the celestial venerate says is true or false, there is indeed a supreme Buddha. The same scene occurred simultaneously on Du Mingsheng and Huang Qiuxian. As believers, they all have faith, even achieving a spiritual realm through it. When faith wavers, they naturally suffer damage themselves. But they can also figure it out and understand it, not only without loss, but even excitement. Divine Realm. 8 Sceneries Taoist Palace. 200 years of breathing technique and limit-breaking level Snake Fist. Zhang Fuxing cheerfully peered through the crack in the door, spying on a snippet of the past. It was noon today when he met that Vanguard team captain, Lu Zhengbang. Zhang Fuxing was hesitating. When the incident happened, it was only half a day ago. A tiny bit of past alteration couldn't form a chain reaction. He was absolutely sure it wouldn't affect himself. It's just. Zhang Fuxing silently observed the white van through a high-dimensional perspective. Everything inside the car appeared in detail, even the tremor of Lu Zhengbang's fine hairs with each breath and the contraction of his blood vessels with each heartbeat. All seen clearly. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Why is Lu Zhengbang's brain not showing any activity? Under the high-dimensional perspective, he could see Lu Zhengbang's heart beating, blood flowing, all organs functioning normally, except the brain. The brain's nerves were dead silent, no bioelectricity, no activity whatsoever. His brain was dead, not a vegetative state, but completely like a dead person's brain. The only difference was that it was still nourished by blood. Is this? Zhang Fuxing muttered in astonishment. But where would such a special physique exist? In a daze, in the scene on the other side of the door crack, Zhong Mountain interfered with light and shadows, became transparent, then used bone powder form and spirit to make his body ethereal, passing through the car and leaving, creating the illusion of teleportation. Zhang Fuxing's perspective locked on his past self, but had a range of 40 meters, still able to see the white van. He saw Lu Zhengbang inside the car activated a device that emitted a tangible qi and blood capable of obstructing and burning divine thought. And then he opened a computer and played the recording of the conversation with Zhong Mountain. Immediately after, Lu Zhengbang deleted the short audio segment of the recording that mentioned Niu Dali before uploading the remaining recording to the investigation bureau. Zhang Fuxing straightened up. His expression was solemn. This Lu Zhengbang was clearly a living dead man. His brain was dead, so why could he still move, speak, and act so normally? Why cover for Niu Dali? Zhang Fuxing leaned again against the crack in the door, choosing to watch the time of the first contemplation class when he met Niu Dali. He meticulously observed Niu Dali. Very normal, heartbeat vigorous, and nothing strange inside his body. He chose another time point, one with Chen Wanyu present. Zhang Fuxing gazed through the crack at Chen Wanyu, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs of the other, all laid bare under this unique perspective, stared at Chen Wanyu's heart for a long time, and indeed saw weak, flowing rays of light. 6 Ding divine fire. In Black Eye's place, the interior of the opponent's eyeball flowed with a mass of darkness, wondering whether it was caused by something from a different dimension, similar to Chen Wanyu's special physique, or if it was just a purely natural eye. Then back to observing Niu Dali, still no anomaly, no signs of a special physique. He didn't believe Niu Dali had no special physique. After contemplating for a long time, Zhang Fuxing silently exited the divine realm, not rushing to use the limit-breaking level Snake Fist and the 200 years of breathing technique. He forcibly endured the intense fatigue and once again manifested a command of high heaven. In a short time, I can't refine the illusion into reality. Zhang Fuxing panted, silently putting the wooden plaque into an envelope tainted with the same immortal aura, along with a letter. There were only 2 lines written. Above high heaven, granted permission to leave your name. To Niu Dali, received. Zhang Fuxing did not rush to send the letter out, his gaze extremely deep. Chapter 84, Rushing About. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Rushing About, the elder with an immortal-like bearing curiously asked, given your current physical condition, although you are a grandmaster, it's likely you're on par with a top martial arts master and steadily declining, right? At the very least, you should ask for some calming tea to clear away the hostility, or rather, Hong Tianbao glanced at this senior brother and shook his head calmly. Me? I won't last much longer, so why seek those things? The elder with an immortal-like bearing shook his head. He quietly gazed at Hong Tianbao for a long time, then sighed softly and asked. Hong Tianbao nodded affirmatively, solemnly bowed toward the pavilion in the lake, and raised his head slightly. Chen Dowling chuckled. But for what I've heard, that little guy just joined recently. How can you be sure of his disposition? Hong Tianbao leisurely said, I'm not the master, nor am I like you all. I don't raise disciples in such a scheming way. He spoke calmly. Chen Dowling stayed silent, still gazing at this chubby old man. After a while, he clasped his hands behind his back and said, Hong Tianbao smiled and shook his head. He emphasized the words Investigation Bureau. Both were wise, each holding leverage over the other. The elder with an immortal-like bearing pondered briefly, then laughed involuntarily. Chen Dowling still found it somewhat unbelievable. Back then, the senior and junior brothers often fought fiercely, brains spilled several times, such as between himself and junior brother Hong. Many years ago, Chen Dowling killed Hong Tianbao's entire family, and Hong Tianbao once used his daughter as a cauldron, draining her to death. Among over 100 senior and junior brothers who fought endlessly, now only 3 remain. Although it was due to the master's fostering method and the hostility clouding the mind and spiritual sense, what was done was done. Every great cultivator has that kind of hostility. Consider it by putting oneself in others' shoes. Can such upbringing really result in harmonious disciples? Faced with the elder's doubts, Hong Tianbao raised his chest and held his head high. In a quiet room, Neo Dali silently sipped tea, staring at the one-eyed man before him. Black Eye shook his head. Neo Dali interrupted irritably. Talking nonsense with me? Do you see the future? Black Eye paused. He sighed softly. Old bull, why obsess over Zhang Fuxian? With the impending divine descent, swallowing even a fragment of the god of plague's life plate. Listening to Black Eye's words, Neo Dali licked his lips and hoarsely spoke. I just want to consume him. In the 7th district at home, Zhang Fuxian stroked his chin. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt his hostility intensifying recently. Even when contemplating, that hostility would surge and interfere, clouding his mind and causing confusion in his thoughts. Like a cultivator caught in tribulation tales, beset by tribulation chi. As soon as this thought emerged, it was shattered by the colliding and tearing hostility. A fierce red flashed in Zhang Fuxian's eyes, his body trembling slightly. After a long while, he returned to normal, discarding his recent thoughts entirely, and devoted himself to studying the matters within the contract. In the contract, the flesh plague and Een world would marrow lay quietly, as did the 30 years of lifespan and 15 years of spiritual cultivation extracted, all materialized as faint light clusters. Zhang Fuxian thought clearly. Once enlightenment improves, using this cultivation experience would maximize efficiency. For now, the only thing usable is the limit-breaking level Een Snake Fist. A thought touched the contract, and the limit-breaking level Een Snake Fist slowly merged with himself. It was almost in an instant. He could sense that a vast amount of memory, the memory of cultivating the Een Snake Fist over the centuries, mornings refining fist stance, evenings practicing fist force, day after day, year after year. The fist stance became increasingly substantial, and the fist force grew more sinister. Not only practicing the fist, but also observing snakes. Blue, black, white, green patterned, small snakes, large snakes, giant pythons. Hundreds of years of memories surged and rolled his mind, as if he was truly practicing fist techniques and observing snakes day and night. Entry level, minor achievement, great success, perfection. Move by move, stance by stance, ultimately all were mastered. Until breaking limit. The insights and realms of the limit-breaking level suddenly emerged in his body and mind. Muscles roiled, energy and blood surged. Thick calluses appeared on his fists, and even his spiritual thoughts carried a hint of cold intent. Any technique has 5 levels: entry level, minor achievement, great success, perfection, and breaking limit. The snake fist, a middle-grade fist technique. Unlike the limit-breaking tiger roar fist, the snake fist could possess true intent at the level of perfection, and at the limit-breaking level, the snake fist not only nearly doubled his body's flexibility and reaction speed, but also added a cold intent to his spiritual thoughts based on the snake true intent. Zhang Fuxing slowly opened his eyes, gently touched the calluses on his fists, and murmured softly. He stood up, the air around him hissing like a snake, his true intent and spiritual thoughts fluctuating within his ancestral acupoint. With just a slight tap, Zhang Fuxing sensed that his essence, energy, and spirit were all united by the true intent. He shook his muscles and bones, and the air compressed and rolled violently, faintly presenting a pale white color, then turned into a snake winding around him. Zhang Fuxing turned on the faucet, watching the stream of water fall, as his invisible and intangible, cold spiritual sense quietly extended out. Almost upon contact with the stream, the water froze, and even the entire faucet was iced over. He extended his hand, placed it on the wall beside him, and exerted force. It was a kind of force naturally mastered along with the limit-breaking level snake fist, combined with snake true intent, along with a low snake hiss. He released his hand, and the wall remained intact. Zhang Fuxing gently blew out a breath. A gentle breeze passed, and the entire wall silently turned into fine powder, collapsing on the ground, the dust dispersing. Zhang Fuxing fell into silence. Behind the wall was the neighbor's bedroom. Uncle Wang, who was sleeping soundly, drowsily woke up and just wanted to prop himself up. Zhang Fuxing lightly patted, letting the old man fall back peacefully asleep. Zhang Fuxing looked at the dust on the ground and sighed softly. He licked his lips and sent out a message. Soon, the phone rang. Lu Mingzhu's tired voice came from the other end. Zhang Fuxing asked. Zhang Fuxing waited quietly. Over half an hour later, the phone gently vibrated. It must be said, Lu Mingzhu's ability is indeed strong. After Zhang Fuxing cleaned up the hotel for her once, she dragged her heavily injured body, and within half a day, she had achieved initial control over the hotel, and now, in just over half an hour, she had gathered and organized detailed information on Liao Xinji. For loyalty, it can't be talked about yet, but she is discreet, decisive, ruthless, and highly capable. A talent worth nurturing. He stood up for his grandson several times, one of which he offended old Ghost Chai. Zhang Fuxing collected his thoughts, carefully observing the information on Liao Xinji, and quickly formed a preliminary plan in his mind. He leaped out of the window, feeling the faint sense of surveillance overhead, and immediately turned into a dark alley. Once he confirmed the satellite was not locked on him, he transformed into the appearance of Zhong Mountain, heading straight for the public security headquarters in the 3rd District. He traveled while looking up at the crescent moon hanging high in the night sky. The stars were twinkling. Chapter 85, The Living Dead. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. The Living Dead, the public security headquarters, in a sense, is the 2nd largest violent institution in Jiangzhou. The first is Jiangzhou Prison, where the only aerospace ship in Jiangzhou is stationed. Despite being past midnight, the building was still brightly lit, with people coming and going. In a reception hall on the 1st floor, a security officer called out to the elderly man who walked in, warmly approaching him. This is the upper 3 districts, and those who come and go are, if not wealthy, certainly not far from it. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. The security officer was taken aback. Director General. Zhang Fuxing didn't speak, only smiled at him. The security officer hurriedly guided him to a nearby seating area, quickly dialing a phone call. Director General, there's an elderly man here to see you. Yes, he didn't say. Should I bring him up? The security officer accompanied with a smile. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Working late into the night, hearing the calm words of the elderly, the security officer's smile became even more radiant, with a touch of respect. The elevator opened, ascending all the way. The silvery elevator doors opened again, revealing a massive office over 200 square meters. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, a huge tea table emitting a white mist, a mini golf green, and even a small bar stocked with various drinks. Without saying, no one would think this was an office. The middle-aged man sitting at the tea table raised his head, measuring the small old man walking out of the elevator, stood up and said, "Are you?" Zheng Yaoyang put on a smile. Zhang Fuxing spoke blandly. Walking to the middle-aged man, a chair not far away suddenly lifted into the air and swooshed down behind him. The old man leisurely sat down. Zheng Yaoyang's smile froze, manipulating matter with thoughts, mentally interfering with reality. A grandmaster. Sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The first thing he thought of was the ink that changed shape on a piece of paper that day, the line about reporting Kong Hospital. The old man said blandly. Zheng Yaoyang nodded respectfully, sitting upright as if facing a direct superior, half of his backside on the sofa, the other half deliberately suspended. Zhang Fuxing asked calmly. Zheng Yaoyang didn't hesitate. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Zheng Yaoyang hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said, his voice became lower and lower. A grandmaster, even in a mid-sized city above, belongs to the level of the top person. Only in the provincial government can they exceed double digits. In a broken place like Jiangzhou, suddenly having a grandmaster is incredible. Right now one, and that fallen into demon one. Zhang Fuxing didn't care about the director general's trembling. At this moment was still pondering, what a coincidence. The 7 killing words, of course, left by himself. He casually asked. The director general was taken aback. Death? Zhang Fuxing thought of Liu Xingbang's lifeless brain. If he is dead, then who was talking with him? How did that person control, or rather possess, a corpse? And why would they cover up for Nyodali? Zhang Fuxing's mind was spinning. For a long time now, he also figured out Jiangzhou City differs from other small cities, not entirely controlled by the governor. The reason is simple. One is master, the other is old Ghost Chai. Master is a grandmaster, but he seems to be in a bad state, whereas old Ghost Chai is a top-notch martial arts master, stronger than Jiangzhou's governor. The two forces are not only intertwined in the underworld, they probably also have thick roots in the official world. Zheng Yaoyang paused for a second, immediately replied. Zhang Fuxing paused, then laughed heartily. He stood up, stretched out his hand, and with a thought, took the in-world wood marrow from the contract, which in Zheng Yaoyang's eyes appeared as a pitch-black, ink-like object in the old man's hand. Chilling and eerie. Then he heard the old man let out a ha and point his finger. The flowing cold object suddenly burrowed into Zheng Yaoyang's body. Cold sweat poured like a waterfall from Zheng Yaoyang, and he immediately looked internally, clearly finding the ink-black, eerie object taking root in his legs. He felt slightly numb in his legs, with a sense of decay and decline. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. This object is extraordinary. Zheng Yaoyang was almost in tears. Senior, the old man said calmly. Zheng Yaoyang nodded vigorously. The old man's figure gradually became blurred and transparent. If something comes up, I'll find you. Zheng Yaoyang tremblingly reported the address, and the old man disappeared completely. The vast office fell into dead silence. Zheng Yaoyang began to breathe heavily. After leaving the public security headquarters, maintaining the appearance of Zhong Mountain, Zhang Fuxing headed straight for the first district. But this time he halted, just as he arrived outside the villa where the governor lived. Prickling sensation. A sensation like needle pricks spread all over his body. Spiritual warning. A strong warning. The contemplation technique at the perfection level, with spirit realm at the perfection level, could already sense the falling leaves of an autumn forest before the cicadas even reacted. If a premonition occurs, 9 times out of 10 it comes true. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Fuxing turned and left without hesitation. He vanished into the darkness, escaping from the first district, and appeared under a bridge pier. The last time I felt such danger. Zhang Fuxing wiped away sweat. What was in that villa? His mind raced. and he immediately made a decision, quietly entering the divine realm, entering the Eight Sceneries Palace. And then, peering through a crack in the door, observing the past, although his perspective was locked on himself, it extended 40 meters wide. Although he hadn't entered the villa at the time, he had reached the front door, just within the 40-meter range. The dim scene was rendered with vibrant colors. The past appeared before his eyes, and with a high-dimensional perspective, everything in the villa was vividly clear. Zhang Fuxing murmured, looking through the door crack, seeing two people. One was the governor of Jiangzhou City, with skin, flesh, and bones impeccably clear, but horrifyingly, the governor's brain was just like Liu Zhongbang, a living corpse. Zhang Fuxing was gravely shocked. A city's highest official is a dead person? His scalp tingled, and he shifted his perspective, gazing at the other person. This was a handsome young man, bald, wearing clothes made of bone fragments, with a hunchbacked and emaciated woman clinging to his back. Under the high-dimensional perspective, the other's flesh and viscera were exposed, every inch of skin, flesh, every bone and organ. Amazingly, all appeared like flawless, glazed glass. And there was more. The handsome youth had a small cloth pouch hanging at his waist, inside which was filled with various items and Dharma artifacts. Under the high-dimensional perspective, those Dharma artifacts were shrouded in unknown shadows. The handsome youth sighed, then abruptly turned his gaze toward the villa's exterior, exactly where Zhong Mountain had been standing. During that time, his own spirit had strongly warned him, and he had fled without hesitation. The perspective was pulled away, and the scene ended there. Zhang Fuxing murmured, choosing another past scene, carefully observing Zheng Yaoyang. Fortunately, the man's brain was alive. Eyes departed from the door crack. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow intensely, suddenly recalling Du Mingxing's words. Silent Fury Buddha's son, either arriving or already in Jiangzhou, came for the hunt. The next morning, going to Jiang University? Zhu Xiaoming's voice shouted over the phone. Zhang Fuxing flipped through the information on Liao Xinji's grandson, who worked at Jiang University, and said with a smile, "Meet you at Jiang University entrance at noon?" Chapter 86, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. I'm going to kill you. The agreed time was noon, but Zhang Fuxing still went back to the martial arts dojo first. He headed straight to the 4th floor. No sign of Niu Dali, while Chun Yuk and Lin Dongxi were eating breakfast around a small wooden table. Both of them looked over simultaneously, their gazes not quite right, with a touch of elusive coldness. Zhang Fuxing seemed oblivious, sat down by the wooden table, grabbed a meat bun from Lin Dongxi's plate, and stuffed it into his stomach in 2 or 3 bites. Previously, Lin Dongxi would have cried, "Pervert," and pounced like a wild animal. Yet now he was motionless. Zhang Fuxing took another piece of fried dough stick in front of Chun Yuk, eating while asking. He wanted to reach for the soy milk, but was held back by a fair hand. Chun Yuk stared at her little junior brother who had only recently entered. Zhang Fuxing tilted his head. Chun Yuk spoke coldly. Zhang Fuxing smiled. "That's what they say, but I'm afraid that before Master returns, senior brother will be impatient to act." Chun Yuk did not answer. Lin Dongxi suddenly spoke. Zhang Fuxing swallowed the fried dough stick and belched, the food quickly decomposing and digesting in his stomach. He lightly exhaled, turning the impurities into a breath of turbid air. Chun Yuk said mildly. Her icy voice of skepticism was extremely sharp, carrying force in the sound, tearing a crack in the wooden table. Even little child covered his ears. Silence. Still silence. A long while, accompanied by a light sigh. The young man sat upright and properly, legs crossed, hand placed on his knees, back straight. He spoke softly. The light voice echoed in the still room. Chun Yuk suddenly raised her brow. She brought her fingers together slowly, her eyes flashing sharp light, clearly intending to teach the ignorant little junior brother a lesson. 100,000 genes of force surged within, her fingers pushing the air to produce visible ripples. The young man remained upright, unmoving. The fingers approached, and eventually Chun Yuk withheld most of her force. lightly tapping Zhang Fuxing's forehead with her fingertip. She only meant to give a lesson. The tap missed. Her fingertip poked Zhang Fuxing's forehead, yet felt like poking through air. Chen Yuk withdrew her hand in bewilderment. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. Both senior sisters suddenly fell silent, lost for words. They hadn't even mastered the first form, life phase. Zhang Fuxing extended a finger, bent it, and lightly tapped the wooden table. He then stood up. Zhang Fuxing turned to leave, leaving one last sentence. The door to the quiet room closed, footsteps gradually fading away. In the silence, Chen Yuk regained her senses from the daze. The moment her fair fingers touched the youtiao. The fragrant youtiao, the silverware, the small table carved from Nama wood. In the blink of an eye, they were intact, and in the next moment, they all suddenly disintegrated into extremely fine dust. The dust held form for a second, then collapsed with a roar onto the floor, spreading outwards in a circular pattern. Noon, in front of Jiang University. Zhu Xiaoming awkwardly blew up a small balloon and stuffed it into the little girl's hand. The little girl said blankly, "This is a flower bud," Zhu Xiaoming said seriously, shoving the 5 yuan firmly into his pocket. The little girl cried as she ran away. Bystanders silently stared at the young man. Zhang Fuxing, who had just arrived, watched this scene, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Xiaoming ran over happily, and the death gaze of the bystanders followed him over. Zhang Fuxing made a decision within a second and took a step back. How could you be so shameless? He widened his eyes, full of grief and indignation. The death stare shifted back onto Zhu Xiaoming. The latter was initially bewildered, then widened his eyes even more, tremblingly extended a finger, pointing at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing pressed down his hand, speaking earnestly. He walked into the school gate with a calm face. Zhu Xiaoming belatedly noticed the gaze of the bystanders and fled, covering his face, into Jiang University. Catching up with Zhang Fuxing, he was so angry his lips were trembling. Old Zhang. Zhang Fuxing said disdainfully. Zhu Xiaoming silently covered his heart with one hand and his cheek with the other. He felt heartache and his teeth hurt. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand with amusement. Young Master Zhu, how did you end up selling balloons and deceiving kids? This is the 3rd district. Zhu Xiaoming showed a bitter face, complaining. He twisted his body slightly, lowering his voice. I just made a date with Lu Yao to have dinner the day after tomorrow, but then my card got frozen and I can't find a penny on me, so I had to think of a way myself. Zhang Fuxing twitched at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Xiaoming's face was ashen. I don't know what nerve my dad's got crossed. He shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, then remembered that in the accounts under Hongji's money shop, there indeed was Zhu Dashin, Zhu Xiaoming's dad's name. Anyway, Chen Yuk isn't going to share the profits with me anymore. Might as well write it off. Zhu Xiaoming sighed. Why are you joking at a time like this? I can tell. The two of them bantered a few more words, and the tenseness that had been tightly holding Zhang Fuxing's heartstrings slightly loosened, and the hostility that was about to erupt at any time also quietly subsided. For the past 2 days, he had been under extreme pressure almost every moment. Zhu Xiaoming asked curiously. Zhang Fuxing said casually. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer further, his gaze fixed on a familiar figure on the tree-lined path. It was a young man with a shaved head, handsome features, wearing a magical robe stitched from bone fragments. He also saw Zhang Fuxing, and then slowly walked over. Chapter 87. First Contact. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. First Contact. Zhu Xiaoming touched his own bald head and looked at the handsome young man walking straight towards them, nudging Zhang Fuxing with his elbow. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the young man. This time, the young man wasn't carrying that skinny woman on his back, but he was still holding a bone bowl in his hand. The bowl was inlaid with gold and crystals, which might not be recognized by others at first glance. But Zhang Fuxing recognized it. It was a bowl made from a skull. 90% probability it was the Buddha's son Du Mingxing mentioned. Zhang Fuxing stood still, silently gathering strength, his muscles tensing, with the snake true intent swirling within them. He was even ready to expose his divine realm. The handsome young man had reached them. The young man stopped, his face showing neither sadness nor joy, and with a flash, he stretched out his hand. He touched Zhu Xiaoming's bald head. He praised. With all his strength gathered, Zhang Fuxing almost couldn't catch his breath, and the hidden force almost made him cough up blood. The young man calmly replied with a smile. He couldn't stop praising. Zhu Xiaoming was bewildered by the speech. What gibberish are you talking about? Joining a cult? Are you a cultist? The handsome young man seriously replied. He looked at Zhu Xiaoming's bald head, praised it 3 times good, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it again. Zhu Xiaoming screamed in fear. He jumped back a step, horrified, crossing his hands to cover his own bald head. Stay away. Zhang Fuxing was speechless, feeling an urge to kick Zhu Xiaoming. Unexpectedly, the handsome youth genuinely looked at him, appraising him up and down for a moment, then gently said. Zhang Fuxing felt a shiver in his heart, his feet rooted firmly to the ground, able to attack or retreat in an instant. The handsome youth continued. Thinking for a moment, he added, Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched. Living Buddha is my companion. Living corpse technique, it must be related to the anomalies with Liu Zhengbang and the governor. Perhaps the living Buddha is Neo Dali? He revealed a smile. The young man seriously shook his head. Their conversation was mystical and confusing, leaving Zhu Xiaoming completely baffled. So you know each other then? Silent Fury looked to Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then decisively opened the payment code. Silent Fury paused for a moment. He glanced at Zhang Fuxing with a smile. Zhang Fuxing gave him a look, then transferred $200 to Zhu Xiaoming, who blinked in bewilderment. Silent Fury sighed. He looked at Zhang Fuxing, seemingly to repay the cause and effect of the $200, calmly said. Zhang Fuxing's expression slightly changed, just as he wanted to ask something. The handsome young man turned and left, swiftly. Zhu Xiaoming was silent for a moment. He touched his bald head, full of speechlessness. Zhang Fuxing temporarily ignored the caught in disaster matter, looking at him. The person I'm looking for? I suggest keeping today's matter secret. Buddha-son. The Federation maintains a strict watch against evil cults. Ordinary people don't even know their names. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse for you. Liao Zhong leisurely sipped his tea. He had a good grandpa, a grandpa who could call the shots in the lower 3 districts. Because of this, despite only having 4th refinement cultivation, not even as good as some seed-level students, he could still be the head of the martial arts department and do whatever he wanted in Jiang University. Her head was spinning, her face flushed red. She wanted to struggle, but her limbs were powerless. Liao Zhong put down the teacup, began to undress, and smiled. I heard your family sold the house to pay your tuition. Liao Zhong roughly grabbed her ponytail, yanked it hard, and threw her onto the sofa. Outside the door, footsteps and conversation could be heard. Liao Zhong wasn't panicked at all, but instead got more excited. That's why he chose the school, chose the office. He stripped completely naked. The girl wanted to scream for help, but in the end just closed her eyes, turned her head aside. Liao Zhong smiled and said, the smile on his face grew wider. He was even beginning to think about who to pick next. Someone without background, easy to bully. Last time, I almost got caught messing with a distant relative of old Ghost Chai. There's a seed-level student among the freshmen, Chun Wanyu. He thought while walking forward, grabbing the student's head, pulling her closer, pressing down. The footsteps paused suddenly outside the door. The head's office? The office door was kicked open. Liao Zhong shivered with fright, abruptly pushed the student's head away, turned around angrily, saw 2 students standing outside the door. Among them, the bald one was shouting, "Holy shit," while pulling up his collar to cover his face, trying to drag that little punk who kicked the door away. Liao Zhong was first dumbfounded, then his anger flared up. He felt that this scare had made him a bit impotent. He roared, putting on his clothes, seeing that the delicate-looking boy picked up a pen, dismantling it while speaking to the bald one. You never believe me, so I brought you here today to see it with your own eyes. Facts surpass everything. Liao Zhong's face twisted with rage. He took a step, his figure whipped up a gust of wind, suddenly rushed forward. The bald one's pupils contracted, only having time to let out an exclamation. Already at close range, Liao Zhong scowled, reached out to grab, thinking if they had no background, he would just crush them. His thick big hand was about to grab the two youths. Liao Zhong froze. He looked down, seeing the soft hollow pin core easily piercing through skin tough enough to stop bullets, penetrating into his heart. He bewilderedly watched the crimson blood pumping out of the hollow pin core. Liao Zhong heard the gentle voice of the delicate-looking boy, watched him lightly tap the pin core with a finger. A cold feeling followed the pin core into his heart, then spread throughout his body. Zhang Fuxing dragged the gasping Liao Zhong, tossed him onto the sofa, chuckling, "Call Liao Xinji, have him come save you." Liao Zhong's complexion quickly turned pale, lips trembling. One hand pressed on the pin core to stop the bleeding. The other hand fumbled for the phone, eyes filled with fear and bewilderment. The call connected. He only managed to shout that one line. Zhang Fuxing reached out and crushed his throat. The vitality of a fourth refinement martial artist was commendable. He wouldn't die anytime soon. Liao Zhong could only make choking noises. On the other end, Liao Xinji's anxious shouts could be heard. No response. He walked forward, picked up a blanket, covered the girl's bare body, left a spiritual imprint in the office. Zhang Fuxing slowly wiped the bloodstains from his hands, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 88. The Cost and the Blessing, Enlightenment in Hand. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. The Cost and the Blessing, Enlightenment in Hand. Yueyao Milk Tea Shop. More than a week since the opening, the two lady bosses naturally wouldn't continue to make milk tea personally and weren't even in the shop. Zhu Xiaoming exhaled lightly, looked at Zhang Fuxing, who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, and couldn't help saying. Zhang Fuxing took a sip of the sweet milk tea, smacked his lips. He smiled, silently sensing the gaze from high above concentrating on him. Yeah, locking onto him. Quite good. Zhang Fuxing deliberately chose an open place so the Sky Eye satellite could monitor him at all times. He opened his phone, explaining to Zhu Xiaoming while sending messages. "It's the chubby old man you all met before, named Hong Tianbao." While speaking, Zhang Fuxing sent a few messages to Lu Mingzhu, informing her that Liao Xinji had left the Peace Hotel and to take full control immediately. Zhu Xiaoming nodded blankly. He cautiously spoke. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming wiped his sweat, sipped some milk tea, but then heard old Zhang lazily say. Zhu Xiaoming choked, and the pearl from the pearl milk tea shot out from his nose directly towards Zhang Fuxing. Just 3 inches away, the pearl suddenly stalled, turning into invisible dust and scattering. Zhu Xiaoming's voice only came through then. Zhang Fuxing's words were like a giant hammer, smashing his thoughts into chaos, making him feel like he was in a dream, and he unconsciously pinched his arm. He couldn't quite distinguish whether it was reality or a dream. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Me?" Zhang Fuxing said casually. The milk tea cup was crushed. Zhu Xiaoming hurriedly wiped his clothes. After quite some time, he looked at his sticky hands. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned a bit more serious. He paused, seriously said. Zhu Xiaoming's heart pounded. In his impression, his buddy had never been this serious. He murmured. Zhang Fuxing sipped his milk tea, leaning on the chair, watching the bustling crowd on the street, while his divine thought enveloped the office within Jiang University. Liao Xinji finally arrived. Neo Dali should be arriving soon, too. The office was surrounded by people. Principal Jiang looked at the hurrying, thin old man, heavily said. Liao Xinji's face turned white. Jiang University's principal was one of the few martial arts masters in Jiangzhou City. Even he said the situation is dire. The frail old man ran forward, squatting down, looking at his pale-faced grandson. The latter wanted to speak, but his throat had been crushed, unable to say anything. Liao Xinji placed his hand on the hollow pen core, releasing the Great Tide True Intent and Mudswamp True Intent with power into Liao Zhong's body. His expression changed drastically. His grandson's body was filled with a peculiar true intent force of extremely high quality. Sweat appeared on Liao Xinji's forehead. The perpetrator, could it be an old monster practicing martial arts for 100 or 200 years? In fact, his guess wasn't too far off. Huang Qiuxian, though greatly wounded now, was once a grandmaster with undeniable talent. Having practiced the Yin Snake Fist for more than 100 years, the true intent force cultivated was far beyond what Liao Xinji could compare. At this moment, he meticulously investigated Liao Zhong's internal state, his expression growing increasingly pale. No way to help. The sinister and chilling true intent force, like a venomous snake coiled and dormant, was at this moment slowly eroding Liao Zhong's body. Once attempted to remove, this true intent force would immediately explode. Liao Xinji clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedded into his flesh, blood trickling down. His children had died early, leaving only this grandson, and he himself had no chance of becoming a martial arts master in this life. With not much lifespan left, one could say that almost all his hopes were pinned on Liao. "Zhong!" A familiar voice came. He suddenly turned his head, ecstatic. Niu Dali had a stern expression. He nodded towards President Jiang, crouched down to examine Liao Zhong's condition while asking. President Jiang waved his hand. A teacher hurried over with a phone, showing the corridor surveillance records. With just a glance, both Niu Dali and Liao Xinji's expressions changed drastically. The latter's lips trembled slightly. He stood up with a boom. Niu Dali squinted his eyes, sensing Liao Zhong's condition. When did his junior apprentice master develop such a level of true intent force? Truly a peerless prodigy, carrying the life plate to become a god. He sighed lightly. Liao Xinji collapsed to the ground as if his spine had been removed. Niu Dali said coldly, "Junior has such a ruthless heart. Even if diverting the tiger, he should have left Liao Zhong with a life. Now, there's completely no hope." He suddenly sensed something, turned his head suddenly. Everyone in the room sensed it too, looked up to see an elderly man in simple clothes had somehow already stood in the corner. Niu Dali's pupils shrank violently, seemingly recognizing the person, but immediately returned to normal, his expression showing no ripples. The change in him was only momentary, imperceptible to others, but several kilometers away, under Zhang Fuxing's spiritual thoughts, it was perfectly clear. The senior apprentice master indeed recognizes Zhong Mountain. Was it through Lu Zhengbang? The Zhong Mountain standing in the room said calmly. Niu Dali's pupils contracted again. Zhong Mountain no longer looked at him, walked over to the despondent Liao Xinji, towering over him. Liao Xinji rose suddenly and then knelt abruptly. The small, thin old man frantically kowtowed. He didn't know who this elder was, but at this moment he was like a drowning man, desperately trying to grasp any opportunity. Through the previously left spiritual imprint, Zhang Fuxing was barely controlling the illusionary Zhong Mountain, and unless a grandmaster came personally, it could almost pass as real. Zhong Mountain, in front of Niu Dali, Liao Xinji, President Jiang, and others, unashamedly said. Zhong Mountain extended his hand, outlining light and shadow, interweaving into an illusory contract. To take away enlightenment and the cultivation technique and years. How could these be taken away? How is it even possible to take them? Everyone in the room, including Niu Dali, was perplexed and astonished. What is high heaven above again? Liao Xinji furiously kowtowed, his voice hoarse. Zhong Mountain spoke in a low voice. As the withered old man knelt in front of him, he stretched out his hand, placing it on the old man's head, his palm emitting a brilliant gem-like light, accompanied by a thunderous bell ringing. This scene seemed both real and illusory. Chapter 89. Guilt of Possessing Treasure. Spring Thunder Breaking Limit. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Guilt of Possessing Treasure. Spring Thunder Breaking Limit. Amidst the sound of the tolling bell, Under the gaze of several shocked eyes, Liao Xianji's aura suddenly plummeted. His major muscles, flesh, and skin all reverted to normal. The calluses on his palms mostly disappeared, and his strong vital energy and blood were nowhere to be found. It was as if he had never cultivated. His cultivation, his past, were taken away by an incomprehensible, inconceivable means. The once dying Liao Zhong suddenly regained strength, even able to struggle to sit up. Obviously, the spicy true intent force within him had completely vanished. Zhong Mountain's body shimmered as if feathered, disappearing on the spot, leaving only a light whisper. Heavenly path. It depletes the surplus to make up for scarcity. The holder of the token may exchange surplus offerings for blessings to make up deficiencies, such as longevity, cultivation, power, talent. A wooden token appeared out of thin air, amidst all eyes, falling into Nyo Dali's hands. The voice dissipated, and the eyes in the room instinctively turned, seeing Nyo Dali holding a wooden token, facing up with the words High Heaven inscribed, from which flowed a unique aura, as if it had endured through endless ages and destined to continue for eternity. This is the aura of immortality. The president of Jiang University made a swift move, appearing beside Liao Xianji, placing a hand on him, and moments later, the old president spoke in a shocked voice. Old Liao, the gazes fixed on the high heaven order turned fervent. Outside the milk tea shop, limit-breaking level tide birth palm, 80 years of martial arts cultivation, and not to mention at least 10 times his own enlightenment. And all it cost was dispersing the snake true intent he had planted. That's all. Zhang Fuxing smiled, deliberately granting the high heaven order before several pairs of eyes. The reason was simple. A man without sin is guilty of bearing a jewel. The events of today would spread, gradually fermenting, maybe restricted within Jiangzhou City in a short time. But it was enough. Anyone capable would eye the order in the senior brother's hands. By then, senior brother, oh senior brother, would you abandon the opportunity at hand, or face off against the various forces of Jiangzhou? Zhang Fuxing's smile slowly faded. He muttered in a low voice, expression turning serious. Zhu Xiaoming asked blankly, "What else? He doesn't believe it." His expression grew even more grave. In his spiritual thoughts perception, a few kilometers away, in the spacious office of the department head, Liao Xianji knelt beside Liao Zhong, tears streaming down, grasping his grandson's hand, saying, "As long as you're alive, it's okay." Then Liao Zhong's head was forcibly torn off. Liao Xianji let out heart-wrenching cries, only to have his head smashed as well. Then, the 6 or 7 Jiang University teachers present were all turned into bloody fragments by the senior brother. Only President Jiang remained. Zhang Fuxing believed if President Jiang wasn't a martial arts master, he might have been slaughtered as well. As night fell, sitting alone in his father's small clinic, a primary cultivation technique, a secret art, both of which Zhang Fuxing once scratched his head over without understanding. But now, just by recalling and contemplating, he could somewhat grasp their true intents. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly, unconsciously thinking of the day, the handsome young man's words about calamity and malevolent energy. Senior brother, isn't he exactly his calamity? As for the malevolent energy, no sooner did the thought arise, the malevolent energy surged, disrupting his thoughts. He rubbed his forehead, shook his dizzy head, reaching out to the contract. The limit-breaking level tide birth fist was now fully mastered by him in silence. This time it was the sound of tides, a rolling surge of waves stacking endlessly, the palm thrusting in the air rippling visibly like tidal waves, finally crashing into the iron frame, the latter twisting and tearing, accompanied by the sound of tides and screeching, compressed into a heap of scrap metal by the great tide force. The iron frame was about 10 meters away from Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing marveled. The tide birth palm is also a middle-grade killing technique, But Liao Xinji's mastery of the Tai-birth palm evidently falls short of Huang Qiuxian's snake fist, but this power technique exactly fills a gap of mine. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips. He focused his thoughts on the contract. The 3 transactions with Liao Xinji extended the cooldown period to over 100 days, but that's not a big problem. Not to mention the 1 or 2 pounds of fearless lion meat. There is still more than 3 pounds of one-horned giant rhinoceros meat left. However, now, the efficacy of the one-horned giant rhinoceros meat has become extremely weak, from originally 1 gram nullifying a day, to now needing 3 to 4 grams to nullify a day. Silently chewing the one-horned giant rhinoceros meat. In just a moment, a pound was consumed, the contract glowed again, and the body was filled with a massive amount of mysterious factors. Zhang Fuxing's gaze was bright. 273 years of the breathing technique, 80 years of martial arts cultivation, regardless of root bone or enlightenment. I am no longer who I was. A thought stirred, and the 273 years of the breathing technique in the contract suddenly disappeared. Memories 10 times Zhang Fuxing's age fiercely surged in. This is 273 years. In the first year, after taking an extra half step where the road ends, I began to try again to deduce the future path of the spring thunder technique. Every moment I operate the spring thunder breathing technique, every year I strive to hear the first spring thunder. Thus, for 7 consecutive years, spring thunder technique perfection, I mastered a new power. It emerged from my bones. I tried to inject this power into an iron ball, and the iron ball exploded. I called it the thunder bursting force. In the 10th year, I continued to painstakingly research the spring thunder technique. Time flies. In the 46th year, I sat stoically on the mountain peak. It was the end of winter and the beginning of spring. Green buds sprouted from the unthawed snow. Thunder rolled in the sky. In the 86th year, I continued to explore the future path without rest or eating. The spring thunder technique still halted at perfection, but I successfully cultivated true intent. I named it Spring Thunder True Intent. In the 120th year, early spring, I saw the first thunder of spring for the first time, striking. An old tree just kissed by the spring breeze into charcoal. But in the moment before the tree perished, the thunder, spring breeze, and budding leaves intertwined into a stunning scene. I gained great enlightenment. In the 129th year, I repeatedly recalled the scene of the old tree encountering spring thunder. Finally, understanding the principle of fleeting beauty, spring thunder intent also seemed to reach a certain limit. I discovered that the limit of true intent also seemed to have a layer of shackles waiting for me to break through. In the 130th year, I operated the breathing technique, accumulating spring thunder true intent. In the 140th year, I released the accumulated spring thunder true intent of 10 years within my body, wanting to truly comprehend fleeting beauty, but I failed. Muscles and bones shattered, flesh destroyed. I was on the brink of death. In the clinic, Zhang Fuxing was as if struck by lightning. His physique suddenly began to crumble. But at the moment of destruction, the contract shimmered. The contract is absolutely right. If failing, correct the failure. In the 141st year, my destroyed body returned to normal. I again attempted to accumulate spring thunder intent, firmly believing that fleeting beauty is the new path of the spring thunder technique. In the 150th year, I failed again. In the 160th year, I failed again. In the 250th year, the 12th attempt, my body bloomed with unparalleled brilliance amidst the thunder, then began to collapse. Before my body completely disintegrated, I continued to operate the spring thunder technique, guiding the spring thunder true intent. The violent vibrations briefly held the collapsing body together. This is rebirth, and yet I still failed. But I went through another 10 years of accumulation. In the 260th year, my 13th attempt, I experienced fleeting beauty once more, this time before my body completely collapsed. Using the once realized endless birth, I successfully rescued my shattered body. I did not die. Spring thunder technique, breaking limit. My spring thunder true intent also broke the limit. Chapter 90. Bow of Flesh, Stone, Arrow, Shooting Stars. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Bow of Flesh, Stone, Arrow, Shooting Stars. In the 273rd year, I still made no progress. I have evolved the spring thunder technique, which at its peak only reached great success to the level of breaking limit. In the clinic, Zhang Fuxing's brows were tightly closed, the bones in his body crackling. A smile emerged on his face. He extended a finger, and a sound like thunder burst from the fingertip, followed by a shockwave like an explosive detonation. The shockwave swept across. The surgical bed was flipped over, bottles and jars shattered, and the floor cracked, revealing the potent explosives buried underneath. This was the thunder-bursting force. Zhang Fuxing breathed steadily. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters around of mysterious factors surged madly, converging above his head into a small vortex, desperately pouring into his body. In just a few breaths, the 1,000 meters of mysterious factors around him were completely absorbed by him. After breaking the chain of limits, the spring thunder technique is a breathing technique, but it no longer quite resembles a breathing technique. The great tide true intent is progressing the least, only circulating in my hands. Intention and body unity, intention and qi integration. Zhang Fuxing quietly sensed the changes within his body. At the martial artist stage, it was impossible to separate qi and blood from the body, but he could take a different route. He cut open his fingertip, and the crimson blood flowed out. Zhang Fuxing exerted force, and his qi and blood roiled, mixing with the blood and shooting out from his fingertip. At the moment, the blood, qi, and blood separated from the body. The crimson blood was stained with a bright white hue, fiercely striking the wall. The wall was pierced through. Even the dense earth and stone behind it were penetrated for several meters, showing a charred black pattern like lightning, just as if struck by a thunderbolt. True thunder force. True thunder intent. Zhang Fuxing laughed heartily, the vicissitudes of nearly 300 years quickly fading from him, but the scarlet hue still lingered in his eyes, an aura of violence. Almost suppressing it became impossible. Liao Xianji's 80 years of martial arts cultivation were taken by him. In the first year, I advanced like a bamboo splitting open, entering the 8 refinements perfection. In the second year, I advanced like a bamboo splitting open, entering the 9th refinement. In the third year, my calm breathing drained the mysterious factors within a kilometer. I had no need for time accumulation. In a month, I reached 9 refinements perfection. Also, in this year, I advanced like a bamboo splitting open, achieving 10 refinements. The first shackle in my bones was broken, and under the infusion of mysterious factors, the marrow within my bones was like jade. In the cluttered basement clinic, Zhang Fuxing suddenly burst into tears. The hardships of going from a mediocrity to a genius, the difficulties of these past half a month, only he knew. Well, it didn't seem all that hard, nor all that difficult. In the 4th year, my cultivation progress slowed, but still advanced like a bamboo splitting open. 2 years later, in the 6th year, I successfully stepped into the 11th refinement. I failed. Zhang Fuxing's smile gradually disappeared, turning increasingly ferocious. In the 37th year, I still couldn't become a martial arts master. In the 38th year, my grand aspirations remained undying, my spirit still bold. In the 42nd year, I still hadn't uncovered the great secrets of the 5 viscera, always missing something, but I succeeded again. I used Giant's observation as a reference to develop a brand new path, allowing me to grow my body to 3 meters high. It is growth, not expansion. When I liberated the 3-meter true form, my strength broke through 150,000 gene. 20 years later, in the 63rd year, with the complete liberation of the true form, I was over 5 meters tall, but I found this was also the limit. I could no longer continue to grow. Another 17 years passed. In the 80th year, I still couldn't uncover the great secret of the 5 organs. The 13th refinement seemed truly the end. The over 5 meters height was the limit. I completely gave up. I stood atop a tall mountain, liberated the 6-meter true form, and cursed the heavens in anger. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes. His body swelled, no, it grew. Compressed bones and organs expanded proportionally. The power buried for decades was liberated. breaking through the basement. Over 5 meters tall, precisely as Zhang and 6 Qi. Legend has it, the Buddha had a golden body of Zhang's 6. Muscles knotted and bulged. After consuming the fearless lion's meat, that golden Buddha's light hidden beneath the skin emerged. Zhang Fuxing looked like a giant golden man of Zhang's 6 height. But this time, even the Buddha's light could not suppress the rage in his heart. 80 years of memories crashed in his mind. That initial ambition and determination, then the anger of being unable to break through the realm, followed by the hardship of paving the path, the grievance of not advancing despite all efforts. The giant golden man roared. The basement, the clinic, earth and stone, all were torn apart and soared into the sky amidst the roar. Dust billowed, covering 100 meters radius, surging 20 to 30 meters into the sky. Above, there was a faint sense of being watched. It was the sky, a satellite. The massive dust had attracted it. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were like bronze bells, exuding a crimson fury, his lower body buried in the collapsed basement, his upper body protruding from the ground. He brushed aside the rubble, tore off a fractured pavement over 3 meters large, holding this massive chunk of reinforced concrete. Despite the dust obstructing the view, unable to see the sky, a satellite. In reality, even without the dust, it couldn't be seen from such a height. But Zhang Fuxing could sense it. He roared, bellowed, his palms cracked, blood mixed with qi and blood soaked into the reinforced concrete, twisting his waist, rotating, exerting strength. The immense force over 300,000 Jin was fully accumulated. The great tide true intent began to ebb, like the bowstring pulled tight, like the sudden massive ebb of the tide hinting at an imminent tsunami. The great tide true intent ebbed to the limit, then exploded. Throwing. No, it should be called shooting. Using the body as a bow, the stone as an arrow. This conically fractured pavement, under the reverse thrust of the great tide true intent, was like an arrow off the string, breaking the sound barrier the instant it left the hands, unleashing a sharp whistle, tearing through the air, tearing through the dust. Not just supersonic, true thunder intent attached to it. A second explosion, a second acceleration. The fractured pavement shot toward the celestial vault, under extreme speed. Enormous friction brought terrifying heat. The reinforced concrete glowed with a fiery red. The shattered stones scraped off under high-speed friction also turned fiery red, trailing behind the fractured pavement, like the long-tail flame dragged by a fire meteor. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The fire meteor surged upward. Yet to reach the 100 kilometers high sky, the fire meteor's momentum ceased, began to disintegrate and fall. Only an invisible clump of qi and blood remained after the blood burned dry, continuing upward. It reached the edge of the atmosphere. An invisible clump of qi and blood exploded with the remaining true thunder intent. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded in the sky. A bright white thunderbolt blossomed on the edge of the atmosphere. Burning fragments and satellite remnants fell towards the earth. He shot down the satellite. Chapter 91, The Eve. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. The Eve, the fourth floor of the martial arts dojo. Holding the high heaven order, Neo Dali walked into the quiet room, extended his hand, and wrapped the bandage around his fist layer by layer. Lin Dongshi yawned and complained. He came early in the morning and even took my breakfast bun, leaving me hungry. As she spoke, she sniffed. Neo Dali stretched his body, not answering, just picked up his phone and started messaging with black eye. Old bull, you help me kill someone, the president of Jian University, only at the first refinement. Black eye, brother, I rechecked Lin Dongshi's life plate for you yesterday, and I've also fallen to the first refinement level. Old bull, then I'll eat Lin Dongshi, take the 5-element medicine, become a martial arts master, and then go kill myself. Black eye, don't. That's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. All right, I'll go, okay? Putting down the phone, Neo Dali couldn't help but lick his lips. Little child burped at this moment, wiping greasy little hands on the wall. Senior brother, little psycho, seems really dangerous. Lin Dongxi, looking innocent, shrank her shoulders. Chongyang City, one of the 7 medium-sized cities in the Golden Province, generally referred to as an upper city. As for large cities, they are called core cities, and the Golden Province has only one, which is the provincial capital, Golden City. Neo Dali snapped back, pondering for a moment, then said, Lin Dongxi bit her fingernail. I just feel staying in Jiangzhou isn't safe anymore. I've already booked tomorrow's ticket. She reminded, little junior brother is very powerful. Neo Dali was a little surprised, stretched his muscles and bones, touched the high heaven order in his pocket, then said, little child said while walking forward, extending her little hand, cutting it open in the palm again. Neo Dali grabbed her hand, greedily sucking the fresh blood. After a while, following the usual routine, he consumed 1/10 of the blood and was about to let go, when he heard Lin Dongxi softly say, Senior brother greedily continued to drink the blood in large gulps, as little child's face gradually turned pale. Despite the body swaying unsteadily, the gaze was exceptionally calm, even showing a smile on the face. Lin Dongxi whispered soothingly like coaxing a child, her smile becoming more radiant. There came the faint sound of thunder from outside. Moments latte. Lin Dongxi suddenly raised her eyebrows, looking at senior brother who was sucking her blood, and softly said, Satellite? Lin Dongxi closed her eyes slightly and spoke. The public security headquarters in the Sky Department just reported a block in the 7th District collapsed. Monitored. Neo Dali frowned. He took a breath, calmly said, Little child nodded obediently, lowered her head. Yes, but do you really intend to harm little junior brother? Senior brother placed his broad hand on little child's head, the fragile skull seemingly easy to crush. Earlier, I found some outer disciples of 6 refinements, 7 refinements, remember? Lin Dongxi felt the large hand rubbing her head, dared not move, trembling slightly. Yeah, they're no match for little junior brother now, but they can be used otherwise. Senior brother grinned, suppressing the intense urge to dismember and devour little child, turned and left. Little child trembled slightly in place. She whispered, not knowing whether she was talking about senior brother or something else. The next day, Mr. in the service hall, the staff handed over an ID card respectfully. She sneaked a glance at this gentle and frail-looking young man. Couldn't help swallowing. 18 years old, 7 refinements. When the young man took the card, she scratched his palm with her pinky, but the boy, supposedly full of youthful vigor, didn't react at all. Instead, he just gave her a faint glance. The young woman shivered involuntarily, feeling like she was being watched by some fierce beast, dared not flirt, and obediently lowered her head. Zhang Fuxing resisted the urge to tear apart the beautiful body in front, secured the ID, detached his thoughts from the office of the director at the top floor, where the illusion of Zhong Mountain had just instructed Zheng Yaoyang everything, and it dissipated together. He walked out of the service hall, glanced at his phone. The martial artist exclusive network, called Divine Net, was indeed completely open to him. Ignoring the news of a major explosion in the 7th District, he carefully examined the Divine Net and mostly understood it. The main function of the Divine Net is for cultivators to communicate and trade, but it also has levels, a total of 4 levels. Each level's coverage range is different. Local city, provincial, home planet, and the entire Federation martial artists can only access the city's Divine Net, certify as a martial arts master, then access the provincial Divine Net, and at the level of Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster, they can access the home planet-level Divine Net. He accessed the Jiangzhou Divine Net, glanced through it. There were quite a few people speaking, but mostly 1 or 2 refinements martial artists. The discussed topics also revolve around last night's massive incident in the 7th District and the meteor that many witnessed shooting into the sky. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming. Old Zhang, we're leaving tomorrow night, Zhu Xiaoming. Old Zhang, are you going to the Jiang banquet tomorrow? I plan to go eat. It's all my dad's money. Tomorrow's Jiang banquet? Zhang Fuxing felt a surreal sense of disorientation, replied with, we'll see. and coincidentally, a call came through. He picked up. A lazy male voice came from the other side. The call ended. A level 2 pass. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. Then tomorrow, he could leave right away? He felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow, he could depart for a medium-sized city, leaving behind the troubled waters of Jiangzhou. Once gone, what divine descent, Western sect, silent fury Buddha's son, Yodali, will have nothing to do with him. Just this departure, uncertain when or if he might return. Thinking of this, he checked, and there were 3 flights to the waiting area tomorrow, the earliest at 2:30 in the afternoon. A surge of hostility clouded his eyes, bewildered his mind, and disrupted his spiritual sense. In a daze, Zhang Fuxing pondered, weighed his options, and eventually sent a message to Zhu Xiaoming. Is the banquet at noon tomorrow? Neodali will never let him leave. He could also find his information, either solve him here or get something to occupy him. Zhang Fuxing thought muddledly, sighing softly. Chapter 92, Jiang Banquet. Chapter 92, Jiang Banquet tomorrow. I can finally leave. The sense of urgency dissipated suddenly, and Zhang Fuxing felt the vast freedom ahead. Once he got away from this quagmire, he would have plenty of time to grow slowly. Finding the reason why he couldn't break through to become a martial arts master wasn't difficult. Even becoming a grandmaster. No, his spirit realm was already perfected. Once he entered the grandmaster level, he could become a great sect immediately. By then, Neodali? Just a bunch of nobodies. He pondered for a moment, then called his dad. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Zhang Wentao's bitter smile came through. After a pause, Zhang Wentao sighed. As it stands, I might be transferred to the senior city, Chongyang, which is relatively the safest. Zhang Fuxing let out a sound of acknowledgement. The night watchman, I know. There's no concept of resigning, old Zhang said sullenly. He switched the subject. When are you leaving? I'll have your Uncle Yu handle the transfer procedures for you. I know, Dad. After a brief conversation, father and son hung up. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath, feeling relaxed in both body and mind, and entered the divine net to search for information about becoming a martial arts master. Before long, he found a post. Opening it, the post generally introduced 6 major stages of training. Martial artists refining their skin, flesh, muscles, and bones. The martial arts masters who excavate the secrets of the 5 organs. Grandmasters with bodies like furnaces. The great sects with spiritual perfection. And breaking through the first spiritual limit, the innate realm with bodies that don't leak, and the final celestial human level. The stages from Grandmaster onward were briefly mentioned, with a focus on the martial artist and martial arts master levels. He meticulously read through the spleen's secret, blood and energy permeating the body like a wolf smoke reaching the sky. If one breaks the limit of true intent once, it can enable intention and chi integration, combining energy and blood with true intent, forming momentum. Zhang Fuxing raised a brow. Momentum? Once he finds the reason he can't break through to become a martial arts master, the first secret to excavate should be the spleen. He continued reading about the remaining lung secret and kidney secret. The former allows breath like a long rainbow, distinguishing countless flavors, capable of killing hundreds or thousands in one go. The latter can dramatically increase the strength of the entire body and hear the flapping wings of flies from 10 miles away. With a grave expression, Zhang Fuxing realized that just spewing white light enough to collapse a building was beyond what he could handle. He continued browsing the post and suddenly froze. The post mentioned that to become a martial arts master, one needed to excavate the secrets of the 5 organs with the corresponding 5-element medicine for each organ. Gunlinliang. Zhang Fuxing felt a pang of anger in his liver. No wonder he couldn't break through for over 60 years. Oh well, the 18-foot true body in the 13 refinements realm isn't a loss. Zhang Fuxing had a hunch that the benefits of the 18-foot true body might not just be the terrifying power after being unleashed. He searched for information on the 5-element medicine on the divine net, and soon had a good idea. Heart, liver, spleen, Lungs and kidneys correspond to fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. To excavate the secret of a particular organ, you need to prepare the corresponding five-element medicine. The five-element medicine is divided into natural and artificial. Naturally, it's a real medicine, but artificially, the human body's five organs naturally contain great secrets. Using the organs of others, you can also excavate your own secrets. For instance, enough hearts would be a medicine for excavating the heart secret. Zhang Fuxing paused for a moment, searching the divine net within Jiangzhou's network, and found a natural medicine for sale, which can excavate the spleen secret, an earth attribute medicine. The seller didn't want money or life souls, but asked for 108 fresh hearts from 6-year-old girls, with less than 12 hours since removal. Zhang Fuxing frowned deeply at the sight of this. He tried contacting the seller. Zhang Fuxing, 6 refinements, I have 108 girl hearts. Where do we trade? Seller, anonymous, wait a moment. A few minutes later. Seller, anonymous, haha. No large-scale deaths of girls in Jiangzhou City. If you want to steal, just say it, idiot. Zhang Fuxing smirked, not a fool indeed. The clinic was gone. The martial arts dojo was not an option. As for home, Uncle Wang was probably grumbling right now. He didn't want to go back either. Chongyang City. The next day, July 14th. After recording information at the public security headquarters, the Level 2 pass was finally in hand. It was a small, black card of unknown material, and emitting a crisp sound with a gentle flick. Zhu Xiaoming waved his hand, waiting outside the public security headquarters, full of envy. I'll see if I can get you one too. Zhang Fuxing suddenly thought of that handsome young man and shook his head. Zhu Xiaoming rubbed his bald head. That hair fetishist, you mean? Zhu Xiaoming widened his eyes, 3 question marks appearing over his forehead. Wait, old Zhang, you're joking, right? Zhang Fuxing laughed as he hailed a taxi. The two of them sat in the back seat, engaging in idle chatter. A restaurant is really expensive, Zhu Xiaoming grumbled incessantly. And there's no refund. He scratched his head while talking. Thanks to you, old Zhang. You didn't see my dad's expression yesterday when I brought Mingzhu, right? Zhang Fuxing waved it off. What's there to thank for? He had it all arranged, writing down all acquaintances he cared for on a list, and gave it to Lu Mingzhu. He asked her to either persuade or forcibly take them to Dragon Boat City this afternoon. That's all he could do. The Western sect in Jiangzhou City had as many as 4 martial arts masters, and according to what Chun Wanyu from the High Heaven Association said, an upper envoy had even come personally. That was a grandmaster. Old Zhang, you better eat a lot later. Zhu Xiaoming's thoughts drifted dramatically as always. Even when his family went bankrupt, he wasn't pessimistic, so whether it was the impending unknown turmoil in Jiangzhou City or the cult incident, it hardly affected him. Zhu Xiaoming counted on his fingers, mourning. Zhang Fuxing was astonished. 20,000? The taxi driver's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Zhu Xiaoming scratched his bald head. And it's not even the most expensive. He sighed. Luckily, they prepaid, otherwise. All right, old Zhang, is Chun the great genius coming? Zhu Xiaoming immediately turned into a gossip face. Annoyed, Zhang Fuxing gave him a slap on his bald head. You talk too much, like a woman. Amidst the chatter, a restaurant arrived. Chapter 93, Storm and Rain. Chapter 93, Storm and Rain Martial Arts Dojo. Neo Dali toyed with the High Heaven Order, trying to explore its secrets, but gained nothing. He murmured to himself, a thrilled smile spreading on his face. Tomorrow, if he truly slays Zhang Fuxing and devours him, devours his life plate, then the certainty of devouring God would be even greater. He looked at the hundreds of caddies of beast meat piled on the table in front of him and began devouring it in large bites. With each caddy eaten, his body's strength increased by a caddy. Ever since discovering his talent for devouring all, who knows how many caddies of meat he's consumed over the years. From the initial 10 caddies a day, to later 100 caddies, hundreds of caddies. It's been so long, so very long since he had an opponent that pushed him to use his full strength. He chewed the beast meat voraciously as his body emitted a radiant glow, sweeping the large chunks of meat off the table like a whirlwind. His mouth dripping with oil. Black Eye approached quietly. "He went to your restaurant, but are you really sure?" He spoke softly. "The past is destined, unchangeable." Listening to his words, Neodali wiped his mouth and belched contentedly. Hundreds of caddies of beast meat transformed into hundreds of caddies of strength, quietly stored within his body. He said casually, swallowing hundreds of caddies of meat without any change in physique, the sincere-looking young man stood, a gleam of madness in his eyes. "What can't be eaten?" Neodali opened his mouth, drool dripping. "Devour." Black Eye looked at the morbid youth and sighed softly. "All right, I've already arranged it." Neodali wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth, stretched his muscles, feeling the immense and terrifying power roiling within him. Neodali smiled. "E-restaurant." The Jiang banquet, in fact, didn't have many people. After all, the number of students from Lishu Middle School admitted to Jiang University could be counted on two hands. There were more of the principal, several vice principals, and then various department heads. Not only did Zhu Xiaoming's dad want to form a good connection with these students, but so did these school leaders. When Zhang Fuxing and Zhu Xiaoming entered the private room, students and school leaders were already seated for the most part, engaging in mutual compliments on both sides. It's all thanks to Principal Lin and all the school leaders' nurturing. Amidst the laughter, Zhang Fuxing and Zhu Xiaoming sat next to Lu Yao and Zhongyu. Zhu Xiaoming adorned a flattery smile. "Yes, bought for 2 in the afternoon." Lu Yao looked somewhat puzzled. "Who was that six-fingered woman you brought yesterday?" Zhu Xiaoming spread his hands. "My dad was the same. He behaved like he saw a ghost when he met Sister Mingzhu." Lu Yao and Zhongyu looked at Zhang Fuxing blankly. The former curiously asked. Lu Yao was even more puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. In her view, it was just a trip to Dragon Boat City for a while. She then asked, "By the way, where's Chun, the great genius?" Zhang Fuxing shrugged. At that moment, the waiter began serving dishes one by one. Zhang Fuxing looked at the tiny abalone placed in front of him and fell silent. He indeed wasn't short of money now, and money had even become worthless to him, but his mindset hadn't adjusted that quickly yet. He still couldn't understand this tiny piece of abalone, 20,000? Zhu Xiaoming shrugged too. "Who knows? Hurry up and eat. There's more. My dad ordered 30 of them, and there are only a bit more than 10 people in total." Saying this, he buried his head down, slurping them down. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead. The boy sitting next to the principal smiled and said, "You know Nuan Yu's character. She never likes crowds. I heard she's soaking in Jiang University's library every day now." Another student teased. "Old Wang, not bad. But getting Chun the genius's number?" Zhu Xiaoming quietly said at this moment. "Look, that's Wang Chung from the elite class, boasting over there." Zhang Fuxing chuckled, not minding at all, concentrating wholeheartedly on eating the 20,000 yuan abalone. It's a kind of special dried abalone, soft with a tender texture and rich aroma. But no way it's worth 20,000. However, it's indeed an upper-grade delicacy, even calming the resentment in his chest. The room suddenly fell silent, as someone pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Yao whispered, waving to Zhang Fuxing, who curiously lifted his head to see a girl with a stranger did not enter look, staring straight at him. Amidst pairs of watching eyes, the girl naturally squatted beside the boy. The sound of a chopstick snapping, a boy clenched his fist. "You didn't reply to my messages." Chun Wenyu spoke softly, leaning in to whisper. She focused her sound into a thread, amidst blank and dazed stares, whispering close to Zhang Fuxing's ear. Zhang Fuxing's expression suddenly darkened. 60 Vanguard teams, 10 action teams? The Investigation Bureau's Vanguard team, led by martial arts masters, action teams, led by grandmasters. Are they truly going to besiege the Western sect? Divine Descent is indeed limited to the lower 3 districts, but what if they start fighting? It's not even 1 o'clock yet, and the plane doesn't take off until 2:30. Time to head to the airport. Zhang Fuxing stood up, instructing Zhu Xiaoming and the others to immediately head to the train station, while he himself strode towards the door. Halfway through, a boy named Wang Cheng jumped out, blocking the door, his gaze cold, grinning without warmth. "Hey, buddy, let's get acquainted. You look familiar from the regular class, right?" Zhang Fuxing struck his chest with a slap, and the boy's body flew out like a rag doll, embedded in the wall. But Zhang Fuxing paused his steps. Divine thoughts swept out, revealing the appearance of senior brother and second senior sister outside the hotel. The door of the private room was pushed open again, and 6 masked men walked in, each kneeling on one knee towards Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, not responding, suddenly looking at the shattered humanoid embedded in the wall. The dead boy, in his shattered chest, it was filled with one after another, fresh and pulsating flesh balls. Flesh plague. Wasn't it supposed to be limited just to the lower 3 districts? Chapter 94. Roles Reversed. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Roles Reversed. Everything happened too suddenly, causing everyone in the room to be caught off guard. Principal Lin stood up in shock, looking at the youth embedded in the wall, whose muscles and bones were bursting, both astonished and angry. The 6 masked men shouted in unison, while the master brother and second elder sister outside the restaurant had already heard the commotion and leapt through the window. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the time. 12:29, must rush to the airport within 2 hours. The 6 masked men now stood in front of Zhang Fuxing, shielding him behind them, and someone roared, "Damn it, why are they here?" The 6 all vibrated their muscles and tendons, emitting a more intense blast than Principal Lin. The principal, previously furious, sat back in his seat obediently, while the other students and school leaders remained in a daze. Neo Dali spoke with a calm voice, staring through the masked men at the frail-looking youth. Chun Yuk's gaze lingered on Chen Wanyu for a moment, then turned to Zhang Fuxing. The words were cut short. The 6 masked men fearlessly charged forward, with the gust whipping up, bones and flesh shattering. The second elder sister swiftly swept a leg, breaking all 6 at the waist, their bodies strewn across the ground, blood gushing wildly, splattering like raindrops, many landing on the dining table. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, squatting down to tear open a masked man's skull, just as expected. Their brains appeared ashen gray, having died long ago. He stood up, patiently explaining, "See, these people have issues. They died a long time ago, only manipulated by someone using an unknown method, known as the..." Neo Dali narrowed his eyes slightly. Chun Yuk calmly said. She stared at the frail youth, an elusive crimson flashing through her eyes, her divine sense distracted, not noticing the problematic ashen gray brains. Or rather, she saw them, but unconsciously ignored them. She coldly said. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly, turning around. Saying this, he turned back, gently asked. Chun Yuk raised her eyebrow. A sonic boom erupted, a whirlwind filled the entire private room, and Zhang Fuxing instantly appeared before Chun Yuk, punching straight ahead. True thunder force. True intent power exploded, and in the rush, the latter could only cross her hands to block. Chun Yuk flew out like a cut kite, crashing through the stone wall, landing heavily on the main street, the surface breaking, smoke rising. Neo Dali was astonished, palm striking over. Zhang Fuxing didn't dodge, only sidestepped and clashed. At the moment of contact, Zhang Fuxing felt an unparalleled force exceeding 80,000 pounds, his skin cracking instantly. Neo Dali also suffered, body paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Shock waves scattered, the private room tore and sank instantly, screams, cries for help, sounds of collapse intermixed. Amid the rolling smoke and dust, Chen Wanyu shielded Zhu Xiaoming and the others, leading them out of the ruins. Zhang Fuxing and Neo Dali clashed repeatedly within the debris like 2 prehistoric beasts dueling. Each collision stirred tremendous blasts. Buildings collapsed, continuous roaring sounds. The 2 briefly separated. Neo Dali's clothes were in tatters, But beyond that, he had no injuries, whereas Zhang Fuxing was less fortunate, now slightly panting, his skin cracked all over, seeping blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth expressionlessly, sighed lightly. I'd really like to have a proper fight with you. Great Tide True Intent and Een Snake True Intent were unable to be unleashed here. The former being Liao Xinji's hallmark, Niu Dali recognized it, while the latter was witnessed firsthand by Chun Wanyu during the High Heaven Association. Though Chun Wanyu had now led Zhu Xiaoming and the others away, who knew when they might return. In the pit, Chun Yuk now struggled to stand, very embarrassed, her hand and chest bones fractured, spitting blood. Foam, Master Brother, seems you were right, going from first refinement to 12 refinements within half a month. She displayed her physique. An invisible elephant cry emerged around her body, clearly another form of true intent force. Niu Dali crossed his arms before his chest, gazing at Zhang Fuxing akin to a turtle in a jar. He smiled. Since the start, he only liberated a fifth of his power. Too weak, too weak. Zhang Fuxing silently looked at the middle-aged man walking out of the debris. The middle-aged man, looking gloomy, glanced at his watch. Niu Dali and Chen Yuk were shocked. Director of the Public Security Bureau, Zheng Yaoyang. 6 hover cars which had been waiting for some time drove in slowly. The car doors opened. Over 12 heavy Gauss sniper artillery were set up, these being among the few firearms capable of harming top martial artists and even martial arts masters, with calibers exceeding 20 millimeters, each shot requiring nearly 2 seconds of charging force. Of course, because of this, the specially made rounds traveled faster than 10 times the speed of sound, alongside immense heat. Once hit, not two. Mention 12 refinements martial artists. Even martial arts masters would be gravely wounded. As for hit accuracy, normally almost impossible to hit, but when 2 experts are locked in combat, the hit rate significantly increases. Niu Dali grimaced as he was locked by countless red dots. Zhang Fuxing quietly observed this scene. He knew well, since Niu Dali was so determined to kill him, he wouldn't allow him to leave, and certainly had means to check the flight information. If he intended to act against him, it had to be today. Rather than fighting outside the airport, risking flight cancellations, why not attempt to entangle him here? When Zhang Fuxing went to the headquarters to obtain a pass, he had already created the illusion of Zhong Mountain, notifying Zheng Yaoyang, then had him personally go to E Restaurant, and had respectively arranged 6 hover cars at both E Restaurant and outside the airport. Although Zheng Yaoyang was perplexed, he complied entirely. After all, an unknown major poison still rooted in his body. In fact, Niu Dali indeed came. As soon as he found the Master Brother, he had silently drawn Zheng Yaoyang into the divine realm, forcing him to wrest Niu Dali under the guise of Zhou Mountain. Zheng Yaoyang took a deep breath, spoke softly. Niu Dali's eyelid twitched, he sneered. Zheng Yaoyang didn't respond. Rather, he stretched his frame. A faint red chi blood smoke surged from the ground. He was a martial arts master who discovered the spleen secret of martial arts. A sniper fired the gun as a warning, exceeding 20 millimeters gun muzzle. No, cannon mouth appeared twisted electric arcs at extreme muzzle velocity. The bullet tore electric arcs forming a straight beam, striking the ground with a boom. Under vast heat, the soil vaporized instantly, creating a half-meter diameter soil pit, accompanied by numerous web-like cracks, with magma formed from melted mud and rock at the bottom. Niu Dali's expression turned entirely cold. Chi blood smoke steamed, 12 special heavy sniper cannons locked. Niu Dali glanced at the distant flickering surveillance camera, slowly raised his hands. Chapter 95. Why are you forcing me? Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Why are you forcing me? The dust was swirling. The street had become deserted, completely cleared out. Chen Yuk spoke coldly. Chun Yuk slowly closed her eyes, the wound on her chest healing rapidly. She clearly possessed some kind of unique physique. Then, she turned to leave, without any hesitation. The situation had developed unexpectedly. Chen Yuk had a bad premonition in her heart. Was this Zheng Yaoyang insane, arresting the senior brother? No, she had to leave first. A cold, violent voice suddenly rang out. Chen Yuk's footsteps paused, and she turned her head sharply, staring at Zhang Fuxing. What? Junior brother, do you still want to continue fighting me? Or are you planning to kill me? Zhang Fuxing's eyes had somehow turned blood red, and an uncontrollable murderous intent surged to his head. His mind was in chaos, filled with intense, killing intent. He sighed lightly. I told you, second senior sister, if you step down. He stepped forward with a boom and charged. A sudden elephant roar erupted. Surprisingly, it was Chun Yuk who also mastered some kind of true intent, roaring at this moment, the smoke and dust behind her rolling into a gigantic wilderness elephant. Boom! Zhang Fuxing bit his tongue, forcing out a smear of bright red blood. The true thunder intent exploded, the blood glowing white, turning into thunderbolts. Chun Yuk was struck solidly, her chest penetrated by the thunder, her half-charred body falling to the ground, struggling to rise and breathing lightly. She was horrified. Even Niu Dali and Zheng Yaoyang in the distance were taken aback. Zhang Fuxing stared at Chun Yuk. Chun Yuk panted, staring fiercely at Zhang Fuxing. You can trick others, but don't trick yourself. Talents. She suddenly disappeared from where she stood, reappearing above Zhang Fuxing's head. The roar of the wild elephant exploded, her wine-red hair flying, her fist coated with a thick, bloody aura, crashing down violently. The shock waves spread out, carrying smoke and rubble, sweeping and colliding to a distance of 100 meters away. Chun Yuk was shocked, and suddenly looked up to see a foot stomping down heavily. Zhang Fuxing stomped on Chun Yuk's delicate face, pushing her harshly into the ground. Chun Yuk coughed up blood, looking viciously at the youth stepping on her. Zhang Fuxing, stepping on Chun Yuk's face, gazed down at her and sighed lightly. Zhang Fuxing raised his right foot again, his entire leg suddenly expanded, the skin turning a green-blue, with thick blood vessels pulsing, bringing a rotting and bloody stench. The elephant roar exploded. Kill me. Second senior sister let out a piercing roar, her eyes also turning blood red, her skin, muscles, and bones shaking, and strength surging out from all around her, trying to fight for her life. She wanted to get up. The giant foot came down. With a force like a mountain avalanche, she was once again harshly stomped into the ground, the torn pavement wrapped in rubble rolling like waves in all directions. Niu Dali shouted, taking a step, charging over. He ran wildly forward, each step causing the ground to rumble loudly, the air squeezing into visible folds, with biting cold energy enveloping Zhang Fuxing. The sniper cannons fired sequentially, leaving half-meter-wide shell craters behind him, blue smoke rising, lava churning, yet not a single shot hit. The next second, a faint red, massive palm seal spanning several meters appeared in the air and slammed down with a boom. Niu Dali was harshly slammed into the ground, suppressed by the Qi blood palm seal, unable to move, roaring and struggling underneath it, causing the ground to shake violently. Yet the palm seal remained unwavering. 6 hover cars, with elite peacekeepers holding sniper cannons fired again, 12 massive shell craters scattered around Niu Dali. This was the final warning. Zhang Fuxing's pupils shrank suddenly, earlier in several collisions. With Niu Dali, he could sense the opponent's strength was far beyond 180,000 caddies, probably exceeding 200,000 caddies. But now, is this the martial arts master? This is just an organ master, or more precisely Zong master. Zheng Yaoyang said coldly with a gloomy expression. He was also very restless, not wanting to offend Hongji, but that one is a grandmaster, not to mention the unknown deadly poison within himself. At the same time, Chen Yuk, who was trampled into the ground, shrieked as she leaped up, the dust billowing, forming into the shape of a giant wilderness elephant behind her. The elephant's roar also exploded within her body. Chun Yuk panted, her body shattered. Half of her face shattered, her chest directly stomped to pieces. It was possible to see her exposed, broken sternum and her vigorously beating heart. She coughed up blood, eyes blood red. "You are not." The red-haired woman charged with a fierce aura, the giant elephant formed by the gathering smoke roaring behind her. She felt she should leave, should escape, but as soon as that thought emerged, it was cleansed entirely by the murderous intent, leaving only one thought in her mind. Kill. Kill the junior brother. Kill him. Kill. 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 Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, placed his palms together to block the punch coming with an elephant's roar from the second senior sister. His palms cracked, and his bones ached. The second senior sister's left leg shot out like a razor, tearing through the air, leaving a white airwave in its wake. Zhang Fuxing was kicked flying, his waist tearing, plowing a furrow into the ground, and then he quickly rolled to the side to dodge. At the same moment, Chun Yuk heavily crashed into the spot where he had been lying, splintering the pavement into dozens of fragments, sending them crashing into the air. Zhang Fuxing jumped up, repeatedly colliding with the red-haired girl. Each collision stirred up huge clouds of dust, the shockwaves causing the 6 hovercars in the sky to shake and sway. Chun Yuk roared, her shirt completely torn, revealing her graceful body. The next second, muscles swelled on her graceful body, intertwining into a roaring wild elephant, the elephant form sinking in her left leg as she stomped down hard. The air turned white under the high pressure, even forming the vague shape of a giant elephant's leg, stamping down. The thick layer of earth and stone was pierced through, a pale white, giant elephant leg-shaped airwave drilled into the underground tracks, striking the subway, rushing through the tracks. The subway twisted and shattered, tearing into 2 pieces. Cries of surprise, wails of anguish, sobs, and the sound of metal tearing all entwined in one mass. Chun Yuk didn't glance at the carnage below. Today's events implicated too many innocents, but it wasn't a big issue, at most a 10-year prison sentence in Jiangzhou. Go to prison today, get medical parole tomorrow. She glanced around, attempting to find the figure of her junior disciple brother in the billowing dust. No, still no. Chun Yuk suddenly felt a prickling sensation on her scalp and quickly turned around. There where dust swirled, the pervasive dust took on a bizarre state, collapsing, expanding, collapsing again, expanding again. Like a gigantic bellows was puffing and sucking there. A dull, heavy voice echoed from within the dust. Chun Yuk screeched, stepping forward. The elephant cry shook the heavens. In the sound of the elephant's roar, the vast clouds of dust ahead were pierced and torn apart. A 5-meter-tall, decaying giant was quietly standing there. Complete form giant's observation, triple force, 180,000 pounds of force, now turned to 300,000 pounds. Zhang Fuxing's eyes, covered by a crimson hue, lowered, his body slightly trembling, as if suppressing the surging urge to kill and fury within him. But ultimately, he failed. He was excited, bloodthirsty, furious, yet carried a trace of heartbreak. He spoke in a low voice. The decaying giant bent its knees, leaned forward, and suddenly exerted strength. The dust underfoot spread to the surroundings, the already broken pavement cracking again, cracks extending to the street side, a small house crumbling along. This was just from bending its knees and exerting strength. As Chun Yuk rushed forward with the elephant's cry, she suddenly braked. Looking at the gigantic, decaying giant, the crimson in her eyes faded away, suddenly regaining clarity. She looked at the giant crashing towards her like a shell. In the extreme speed, a white crescent cloud formed in front of the giant. The ground split into a long trench following the giant's footsteps. The terrifying killing intent was as cold as a piercing chill. Chun Yuk roared, but her actions were swift, tapping herself repeatedly, employing some secret technique, the elephant's cry becoming even more domineering. She leaped into the air. The giant crashed through. Huff! Zhang Fuxing panted slightly, his figure slowly reverting to normal. He silently stored Chun Yuk's soul into the divine realm. After all, it was 12 refinements. It couldn't be wasted. It's just Why was it a complete soul this time? Zhang Fuxing didn't have time to think deeply. He turned to see Chen Wanyu, who had just come back after sending away Zhu Xiaoming and the others, staring with wide eyes. The crimson in his eyes faded somewhat, but he was still enraged, still filled with violence. Zhang Fuxing spoke in a low voice. Behind the naked young man, Chen Yuk was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was a vague mist of blood lingering in the place, and a few strands of red hair floating in the air. Chen Wanyu was silent for a moment, looking at this decaying giant before her, her spine tingling. A little over a week ago, Zhang Fuxing was just a martial, artist with a few refinements. Why so quickly? She was bewildered, incredulous. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing gently nodded, casually brushing off some of the sticky remnants of the second senior sister from him. Blood clots fell to the ground, the blood soaking into the fractured pavement. He looked at the simple-minded youth firmly suppressed by the Qi blood palm seal. Chapter 96, Tyrant versus Tyrant. Chapter 96, Tyrant versus Tyrant. Zhang Fuxing's voice echoed on the shattered, deserted long street. Living Buddha? Zheng Yaoyang felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively looked towards the simple-minded young boy who was being firmly suppressed by his Qi blood palm seal. The expression of extreme sorrow from witnessing the death of his junior sister on the latter's face had vanished at some unknown time. Neo Dali said lightly, "Interesting, Living Buddha." Chen Wanyu widened her eyes. Living Buddha? The Living Buddha mentioned by the second seat? Zhang Fuxing did not answer, staring intently at Neo Dali, sensing the still functional surveillance cameras around slowly turn off one by one. Once all the surveillance cameras were off, Neo Dali laughed heartily. Little junior brother, as you would say, the farce. At this moment, Zheng Yaoyang was full of shock, the Qi blood palm seal pressed to the ground, trembling slightly. And then little by little it was lifted up. The senior brother was slowly pushing up the Qi blood palm seal. Zheng Yaoyang exclaimed in disbelief. Power! Neo Dali murmured to himself, as circle after circle of energy waves exploded around his body. 300,000 caddies, 400,000 caddies, 500,000 caddies. 100% release. For more than 7 years, consuming over 300 caddies of beast meat daily, brought him tremendous strength of 1 million caddies. The Qi blood palm seal was ripped to shreds, the lingering pale red Qi blood swirling around the simple-minded boy, adding to the dispersing white energy waves and the rubble vibrating at high frequency on the ground. Zhang Fuxing gazed at this scene. Despite having anticipated it, he couldn't help but marvel. Is it, having such style, you're a Super Saiyan? This scene is really like a boss second phase, and the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic exploding. Neo Dali's body was slowly expanding, astonishingly transforming into a little giant over 5 meters tall, dark purple blood vessels contracting and expanding on the body's surface, entwining to form an image of an ancient fierce beast. A fierce beast with a sheep's body and a human face, eyes under the armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws. A name flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind. Tao Tai? Senior brother's tone was sorrowful, but there was a bright smile unmistakably on his face. On 6 hover cars, senior security officers pulled their triggers. After a brief charge, bullets trailed arcs, drawing long beams of light, bombarding downwards. The fearsome giant vanished from the original spot. 12 shots created a pit 6 to 7 meters deep, churning with magma, and the missing fearsome giant reappeared in midair, without using fists or feet, only opening his mouth, inhaling and roaring. The massive sound wave twisted the air, crashing visibly. 3 hover cars were slammed to the ground by a strong gust, while the other 3 were directly shattered by the roar. Inside the surviving hover cars, one after another, security officers were wailing, blood seeping from their ears. Zheng Yaoyang roared in anger. The Qi blood smoke once again transformed into a giant palm, pressing down fiercely. The earth was torn apart like a savage giant beast. The senior brother and the Qi blood palm seal collided, briefly stalemating together, some senior security officers seized the moment, struggling to their feet, arduously lifting up a heavy sniper cannon, pulling the trigger. A specially made bullet dragged an arc, hit the back of the fearsome giant. Nyok-Dali groaned, flesh festering, bones and organs visible, yet the wound healed at an alarming speed. He bellowed. A force over 500 tons erupted. The chi blood palm seal shattered, and he stepped on the ground again, scattered stones nailed in all directions, pinning the hover car and the shooting security officer into a sieve. The hover car exploded into a fireball. Amidst the explosion, Nyok-Dali leaned sideways, caught off guard. Zheng Yaoyang was sent flying, plowing a deep trench in the ground. The ferocious giant stretched his muscles and bones, the greenish-black blood vessels and muscles contracting on the body surface, entangled into the scene of an ancient fierce beast roaring. The heavy, beast-like voice reverberated through the street. Nyok-Dali asked with great interest, "Since you know this, why didn't you run?" In the pit, getting to his feet, Zheng Yaoyang felt dizzy, a chill spreading through his heart. Living Buddha, as the director of the public security headquarters, he naturally knew about the four great evil cults and understood what a living Buddha meant in Buddhism. Zhang Fuxing sighed, not answering directly, but instead said, "You don't want your true power exposed." Nyok-Dali chuckled deeply. Zhang Fuxing's Buddha slowly expanded. But this time, it was not transforming into a rotting giant, but like Nyok-Dali with skeletal, muscular, and other secondary development, or rather, release. Nyok-Dali's smile slowly faded. The heavy, bell-like voice echoed on the long street. Chen Wenyu stared dumbfounded at the more than 5-meter-tall giant with a jade-like appearance, emitting a golden glow all over. She heard the golden-bodied giant smile. Nyok-Dali's expression turned solemn, but in an instant, a sinister grin blossomed again. Chapter 97, 96, Tyrant vs. Tyrant, Part 2. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Tyrant vs. Tyrant, Part 2. Before the words were finished, Zhang Fuxing, whose body seemed like jade carved with gold, jumped tens of meters into the air. True thunder intent erupted. The sound of thunder roared like tides, and he pounded down like a celestial thunder strike. The enormous force exploded, and the entire long street ruptured and collapsed in an instant. Two giants, one with a golden body, the other like an ancient beast, they shattered the foundation, crashed through the underground tunnel, and broke through the thick rock layer. The earth shook. Huge waves from the underground river rolled up from the fractured and collapsed sections of the street. The lockdown is complete. Zhou Muniu stretched his body, looking at the small city below, calmly said, "Within Jiangzhou City, the western sect is stationed in the lower 3 districts, consisting of 1 upper envoy, 1 director, and 4 stewards." He slowly changed into a black combat suit, put on an oxygen mask, and carefully took out a canister marked with danger signs. Remember, this operation is top secret. 10 action team leaders will be stationed on each aerospace ship. The twin-tailed girl chewing bubble gum smiled. Lin Xiaoqiao shrunk her neck. Zhou Muniu snapped. The ship's broadcast activated, and the head commander's voice echoed. Zhou Muniu's 10th team handles street-level gaps. This operation must be swift and decisive. In the broadcast, the head commander's voice is extremely solemn. As the aerospace ship's hatch opened, all communications within and outside Jiangzhou City were simultaneously cut off, and all transportation routes closed. Zhou Muniu led 10 team members to door 10. A team of 10 squads jumped down from different doors. Standing at the hatch, Zhou Muniu gazed into the distance, seeing another 9 aerospace ships also hovering above various urban districts of Jiangzhou City, except for the lower 3 districts. There, the flesh plague has already erupted, and they are not needed. Zhou Muniu, strapped on the canister, glared at Lin Xiaoqiao, warning again. This time it's not about encircling the evil cult. If you encounter someone of decent strength, don't think about playing around like before. Strike quickly and decisively. Also, use the flesh plague canister sparingly. It's hard to cultivate this stuff. We need to infect enough people. The minimum target is over 1,000 per squad. Lin Xiaoqiao lazily said, along with Zhou Muniu, 11 people in total. Not using parachutes, they leaped down from high altitude. 10 aerospace ships, over 100 squads, thousands of people with canisters strapped to their backs, jumped down in a dense mass. While descending, Lin Xiaoqiao curiously pointed at a shattered long street in the distance. Although it was far away, they could barely see with their vision. That long street seemed to have been plowed by dozens of heavy cannons. Finding no intact road surface, the center of the street collapsed downward, with waves from the collapsing section rising tens of meters into the sky. The underground river surged. Zheng Yaoyang fell along with the collapse, coughing blood. He was merely a martial arts master at the organ level, though he had discovered the spleen's secret. But in terms of strength, he was at least 3 times weaker than that terrifying monster. The collision earlier had severely injured him. He had no special constitution, Zheng Yaoyang panted. His gaze swept through the dim, subterranean. Murky water rushed in the darkness, crashing against twisted rock walls, the air reeking of iron and decay. His pupils shrank, clearly seeing 2 non-human giant shadows standing in the river. No words, no probing. Only the most primitive, most savage force erupted. The 2 enormous shadows clashed fiercely, the terrifying loud sound instantly overriding the river's turbulent rush. Zhang Fuxing let out a joyful roar. Yes. Yes, this is the feeling. The accumulated fury madness released at this moment. But even more violence was growing. His eyes grew increasingly blood-red. Abandoning technique, abandoning fist and foot skills, abandoning profound, true intent. Chapter 98, 96, Tyrant versus Tyrant, Part 3. Chapter 98, Chapter 96, Tyrant versus Tyrant, Part 3. The 2 sides unexpectedly chose the most primal way of combat, a pure collision of flesh, bone, and power. Zheng Yaoyang watched the 2 giants crash into each other again and again, like opposing mountains. Boom! 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 Zhang Fuxing's 18-foot true body indeed only had the strength of 300,000 jin, but under the amplification of the giant's observation, it expanded equally to 900,000 jin. Although somehow in the state of the 18-foot true body, the giant's observation did not further enlarge the body size. The boost in strength was undeniable. The 2 clashed again, the senior brother's arms as thick as stone pillars opened wide, holding Zhang Fuxing's waist and abdomen tightly, the immense force almost strangling him. Zhang Fuxing coughed up pale golden blood, similarly wrapping his arms around the ferocious giant. Muscle against muscle squeezed, creating a chilling, creaking sound. Wrestling. The purest, most barbaric wrestling. Neo Dali laughed hoarsely. I've finally found a worthy opponent. His laughter grew increasingly deafening. Now, I've finally met someone like myself. The 2 giants were fixed on the riverbed like sculptures. The rock layers beneath, unable to withstand such terrifying pressure, collapsed and sank, their calves almost completely buried in the shattered riverbed. Under the ultimate clash of strength, the surrounding river water boiled and rolled violently, sending waves crashing repeatedly. The ferocious giant opened his massive mouth. He bit into Zhang Fuxing's neck, glowing with golden light, tearing and gnawing at the flesh. Boom! The white thunder stored in the vital force exploded, making the senior brother wail. Zhang Fuxing let out a low, unearthly roar, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, purely relying on the explosive muscles of his back, shoulders, and arms. He forcefully lifted the ferocious giant that was clamping him. Spin. Gather strength. Throw. The ferocious giant crashed through layers of rock, dazed and confused, but undeterred in ferocity. He rose without any pause or even adjusting his breath, and they charged at each other again. Both sides used all their techniques. True thunder. In snake. Great tide. Zhang Fuxing roared excitedly, venting all hostility. This time it was fist against fist. Before the two fists even collided, the pressure formed by compressing air and water already clashed, creating an explosive sound like thunder. One with 500 tons of brute force, the other with 450 tons of strength. The punch force they unleashed was more than 10 times above. At this moment, Zheng Yaoyang and Chen Wanyu, who was also in the dark river, instinctively covered their ears. But there was no expected deafening explosion. At the meeting point of the two fists, a brief cavity formed, a vacuum. In an instant, the cavity exploded wildly. The river split, rock walls crumbled, and the underground river that had flowed for countless years suddenly ran dry. Centered on the two giants, two tyrants of ultimate strength, the water was violently repelled by a silent shockwave, forming a massive clearing. Chen Wanyu, hit by the shockwave, coughed up blood as her internal organs shifted. Are they? Her eyes filled with horror and a deep sense of defeat. A living Buddha, what the second and fourth in command called a living Buddha. Yet Zhang Fuxing could match a living Buddha evenly. Chen Wanyu felt a bit dazed, unconsciously recalling the frail boy she first saw in the underground clinic while receiving treatment. It felt like a dream. The monsters collided again. Pure strength, ultimate violence. Each punch landed solidly on each other's body, exploding into sprays of blood, creating dents, shattering bones. Pain, blood. Yet Zhang Fuxing became even more excited. One punch, two punches, three punches. Zhang Fuxing let out a low, beast-like growl, punch after punch, cracking open the ferocious giant skull. While he was not doing well either, his head splitting open, blood splattering. Each time they exchanged punches, the shock waves drove the already distant river water even farther away. The original underground riverbed was already empty. The river water, beyond sight, retreated who knows how far away. Is that? Neodali laughed maniacally, tearing off the golden body giant's left arm, gnawing and swallowing it piece by piece. The intense pain surged up. Zhang Fuxing cried in agony, but a crazed smile remained on his face. Come eat me. Eat. The one-armed golden body giant roared and charged forward, raising his head, violently ramming. The ferocious giant's forehead was thoroughly crushed, his neck bones making a grating dislocation sound, and backhanded, he stabbed into Zhang Fuxing's chest and abdomen, grabbing hold of his heart. Chen Wanyu staggered to her feet, her face pale. Was Zhang Fuxing about to lose? Niu Dali's face twisted into a cruel smile. Zhang Fuxing's heart was gripped tightly by deathly fear, but he still smiled. He hadn't used the divine realm, nor the bone's scattering form. Niu Dali said calmly. The heart of the golden body giant shattered. The golden body giant spoke softly as blood gushed from him. His one arm, it was unclear when, had pierced into the ferocious giant's abdomen, gripping a certain organ tightly. The dead man's bones suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Chapter 99, 97. Who will devour whom? Chapter 99, Chapter 97. Who will devour whom? And Yu Qingzhong and Li Qiuhua gasped, looking at the long street that seemed to have been ravaged by artillery fire. The road ahead had completely collapsed, while water from the deeply buried underground river occasionally surged up, splashing into fragments, leaving foamy residue. At this moment, the entire shattered street was trembling with each jolt. Yu Qingzhong, gasping for air, glanced at the torn wound on his abdomen and dragged Li Qiuhua into a relatively intact supermarket, stumbling as they went. He knocked over a shelf, slumped to the ground, a trace of bitterness and disbelief still lingering on his face. Li Qiuhua swayed a bit, her voice dry. As she said this, she didn't even believe it herself. Above, 10 enormous aerospace ships were hovering at this moment. In the investigation bureau, the Vanguard team functioned like scouts, responsible for gathering information and intelligence, determining the movements of the evil cult, led by a martial arts master. The action team, on the other hand, was responsible for extermination. A Grandmaster leads a team of 10 groups, 100 people, with an entire aerospace ship at their service. Old Yu coughed up blood, with a tragic smile. He murmured in a daze. Li Chiohua sat dejectedly on the ground, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. Though uninjured, her face was pale, as if the belief she had held for many years had crumbled catastrophically. Old Yu said nothing, taking a deep breath. Earlier, while they were investigating the plague spread in the upper 3 districts and central 3 districts, they saw numerous aerospace ships and several action team members descending from the sky. The two wanted to connect with them, exchange information, but as soon as they revealed their identity, 3 or 4 action groups chased them for the kill. Old Yu spoke bitterly. At least old Zhang survived. Li Qiuhua's face twitched. Yu Qingzhong was silent for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. The ground began to shake again, and from the collapse site not far away came weak, muffled sounds. Suddenly, the two's expressions changed, curling their bodies as much as possible. They saw an action team chasing them. The last breath was around here. The team leader spoke in a low voice, scanning around, the ground vibrating slightly. The team leader pondered for a moment. Go! 11 people approached the deep space, looking down a pitch-black void. It was hard to see clearly, but thudding sounds echoed repeatedly. The team leader raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, the first secret he discovered was not a liver's mystery. Otherwise, he could see hundreds of miles away and see through the thick darkness easily. He whispered, taking the lead and leaping down. Members all followed by jumping one after the other. 11 people descended along the cracked, fractured rock layers further down. 300 meters underground. This was a mid-level underground river, extremely dim. Is it? Chen Wanyu's hands and feet were cold. Had Zhang Fuxing died? In the deathly silence. Suddenly, a series of falling noises sounded. Chen Wanyu looked over, momentarily stunned. 11 mysterious figures in protective suits, with gas tanks strapped on their backs, wearing masks, appeared. Who were they? As she remained in a daze. The team leader looked at the moist, rocky ground, muttering in confusion, along with the members, who blinked slightly, quickly acclimating to the dimness here. They froze. That is... The team leader saw, in the center of the broken, collapsed rock layer, 2 giants, one glowing with golden light, and the other terrifyingly grim, embracing each other. Team. Some members were terrified, each a bit restless, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, the terrifying giant withdrew its hand, revealing shattered heart fragments. Chen Wanyu closed her eyes. Niu Dali paid no attention to those who jumped down, opened his mouth, lightly, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. Finally having encountered such an opponent. Among the martial artists, there was only this one who could rival him in strength. He extended his hand, touching Zhang Fuxing's rapidly paling face, and softly said, Become a deity? The team leader's mouth twitched. He relaxed slightly, realizing those 2 giants seemed to be only at the martial artist level. Then they're nothing. Niu Dali turned his head, glancing at him lightly, grinning widely, unconcerned about outsiders, considering them all dead already. He looked again at Zhang Fuxing's hand embedded in his own abdomen, smiling silently. The golden-bodied giant hung its head, coughing up a large mouthful of blood, its life force quickly extinguishing. Niu Dali once again reached out to touch the face of the golden-bodied giant, gently lifting it. Chapter 197. Who will devour whom? Chapter 100. Chapter 97. Who will devour whom? His voice abruptly stopped. The little junior brother's face still wore a smile. An incredibly bright and radiant smile. Niu Dali suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and suddenly felt the large hand of his junior brother tightening around his organs. In the next second, so immense, Zhang Fuxing spoke fervently, Let's merge. The dead man's bone, glowing with brilliant light, suddenly quaked as Zhang Fuxing roared, knocking the senior brother down, and began to frantically absorb life force with the hand stabbed into his abdomen. Neo Dali clearly sensed that something inside his body was wildly slipping away, things brought about by forcing himself to swallow several hundred gene of meat every day, constantly. Its life force, its strength. He truly enraged, letting out a hysterical roar, one hand gripping the neck of the golden body giant, trying to push the opponent away, while the other hand was lifted high, fist clenched tightly with a dark golden hue, every muscle on his arms swelling to the extreme, blue-black veins bulging like writhing worms. Then he struck down. The first punch shattered half of Zhang Fuxing's head. The second punch, the golden body giant's spine twisted and broke under the immense force. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch, terrifying shock waves distorted the air, surging in all directions, with the experienced Chen Wanyu, Zheng Yaoyang quickly withdrawing into the extremely thick caverns. And that task force? They reacted too late and attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Wrinkled, layered air roared overwhelmingly, freezing the smile on the team leader's face. He abruptly planted his feet into the rock layers, raising chi blood smoke to resist. But even so, the hastily formed chi blood smoke was still nearly torn to pieces. After wave upon wave of shock waves swept past. Huff! He turned back, instinctively wanting to check on his team member's safety, and suddenly froze. Out of 10 team members, the 4 who bore the brunt of it had already been ripped to shreds by the shockwave, while the other 6 were injured to varying degrees, coughing up blood vigorously. The leader's scalp tingled. On the other side, Neo Dali was horrified to discover that the shattered golden body giant was recovering and healing at an unimaginable speed, with new arms growing, heart reappearing, shattered head and spine restored to their original state. Instead, it was himself, with strength dwindling 1,000 gene by 1,000 gene. He is eating me? Neo Dali felt fear for the first time, a fear instantly replaced by greater rage. You! Neo Dali opened his mouth wide, his mouth splitting all the way to the ear, viciously biting towards the golden body giant. He crazily bit the golden body giant, but quickly discovered something was wrong. The life plate, where is it? The life plate destined to become a god? He indeed tasted powerful strength, tasted the rich Buddha's light, but shouldn't it be more than that? Far from just that. A life plate? Zhang Fuxing laughed hoarsely. He frantically absorbed the senior brother's life force, surprised to discover this life force was fundamentally different from others, utterly unique. Is this the senior brother's distinctive feature? Tao Tai! Tao Tai! Indeed, the things the senior brother consumed could turn into unique life force. This life force could directly convert into strength. Zhang Fuxing's smile blossomed, those unique life forces being absorbed, converting into his strength. Though half taken by the dead man's bone, the remaining half was still astronomically vast. 1,000 gene, 3,000 gene, 5,000 gene, 10,000 gene, his own strength soaring, while Neo Dali's strength was plummeting accordingly. Let go! Let go! Neo Dali let out a hysterical roar, now afraid. He was truly afraid. His own strength had dropped to around 800,000 gene, still continuously, diminishing with the organs gripped tightly, even beginning to shrink. 700,000 gene, 650,000 gene, 600,000 gene. Neo Dali was utterly panicked, no longer possessing his previous arrogance. He gritted his teeth. Neo Dali roared thunderously, turned his head, extended his tongue, astonishingly shot out 100 meters, gathering all of his remaining 600,000 gene of strength at the tongue tip, piercing Jianyang's pale red chi blood, stabbing into his spleen, and began frantically absorbing. Zheng Yaoyang let out a terrible cry, trying to activate chi blood smoke, but senior brother's speed was far too fast. In the distance, the team leader was utterly stupefied, head buzzing, watching as Zheng Yaoyang's entire being, internal organs, were sucked dry. Even the in-world marrow was sucked into the belly. Neo Dali panted, frowning, having no time to investigate carefully, swinging his tongue, intending to absorb Chen Wanyu, who was horrified, turning to flee, Zhang Fuxing also realized, not giving him the chance to absorb those intruders, suddenly tearing the ferocious giant's long tongue off. The giant howled in anguish, yet laughed. Already, five-element medicine. Consuming it can excavate the corresponding organ mysteries. Besides the natural medicine, there's also artificial medicine, abundant corresponding organs, or perhaps. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.